differently to build a better life for you. You deserve a
Honored guests, good morning. Please note my wokefulness as I'm not addressing you, all of you, in the usual prefix. We live in the age of gender diversity and an easily offended nation. So, honored guests, a warm welcome to the 20th edition of the India Today Conclave. "19 years ago, in this very hall, in the presence of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, we had kicked off a 2-day conclave at which the theme was building an Indian century. We knew the idea was aspirational, but worth testing. Surprisingly, the galaxy of speakers not only endorsed the idea, but also suggested pathways to build an Indian century. That included Prime Minister Vajpayee, Leader of the Opposition Sonia Gandhi, Mukesh Ambani, Raghuram Rajan, and Colin Powell, among others. The following year, the theme was India, Global Giant or Pygmy. The gala night speaker that night was President Clinton. He exhorted us to say, and I quote, "The world cannot afford for India to be a pygmy. You have to be a giant, and the right kind of giant. With over a fifth of the 21st century gone, the giant has arrived. It is India's moment. From economy to geopolitics to entertainment to sports, India's graph is on the rise." Let's look at some significant developments to see how India has shaped up in this century so far. In 2000, India's economy was less than 5% of US economy in dollar terms. Today, it is 14%. Last year, India became the 5th largest economy in the world. We're also, as you all know, the fastest growing large economy in the world. We've recently become the most populous country on the planet, with 1.4 billion people, out of which 1 billion are below the age of 35. While many other countries have aging populations. This means we are an aspirational nation, and that signifies we are an amazing market for anybody. The development which is changing India the most is the phenomenal pace of digitization. It is transforming lives at the top and the bottom of the pyramid. We have the world's highest mobile data consumption and the second largest internet user. Every second, 3 people join the net in India, and 2 are from villages. This, honored guests, is India's moment. Perhaps the most significant proof of India's socio-economic change is the unstoppable rise of the startup ecosystem. Where their parents and grandparents saw risks, today's youth see reward. The mindset change has resulted in India having the 3rd largest number of unicorns and startups in the world. In 2021, India added a unicorn every 29 days. And in 2022, an incredible one in every 9 days. There are no better proof than this that Indian entrepreneurship is alive and kicking. This too is India's moment. Now that climate change is on everyone's mind, India, with 350 days of sunshine over a vast landmass and the prospect of green hydrogen, India will probably be the world leader in renewable energy in the years to come. And of course, we won 2 Oscars last week, growing evidence of India's rise as a soft power. India has literally got the world dancing to to our tune. Natu, Natu. Please applaud for that. Apart from India's efforts, a confluence of external circumstances has put the country in a sweet spot. The India moment, so to speak, which is what this conclave is all about, first came COVID in 2019, which made the world go topsy-turvy and undermined the whole movement of globalization. COVID disrupted supply chains across the globe and served as a stark reminder of how interdependent the world had become, especially regarding China, which had become the world's factory. Business worldwide started exploring the China plus one. It represented an excellent opportunity for India, and we've been doing well on this front. One statistic illustrates this really well. Since independence in 1947, India has received roughly $950 billion in FDI. Believe it or not, of this, 56% of 532 billion has come in the last 90 months. This is India's moment. Second is the Ukraine war, which started a little more than a year ago. Besides the terrible human tragedy, it has disrupted world trade, created food shortages, raised energy prices, and further splintered the world to pick sides. India's difficult but so far deft handling of its relations with Russia has seen it emerging as a bridge and a key negotiator between what is called the global North and the global South. We have seen multiple pieces of evidence of this in the past year, and we'll see more in the year of India's G20 presidency. This again is India's moment. The dissolution of most of the developed world with China is also working to our advantage. The rise of China is seen as a threat by most of the world, while the rise of India is seen as benign and a global good. India is a democracy. The world respects us for this. No democracy is perfect. Ours is noisy, chaotic, and messy. Even mature democracies like the USA and UK have serious issues. Our democracy is our biggest asset. We must protect it. Without it, we will not survive as a nation. Let me say a word about the media. We are a favorite whipping boy for many. There's talk of Godi media and Toro media. The point is this, that you have a plethora of choices. You watch or read whatever appeals to you. There are nearly 24/7 news channels. There are 400 24/7 news channels and approximately 150,000 newspapers, plus countless websites. Do you think anyone can control all this? I'm not even counting social media, which is another animal. Free media is essential to our democracy. Just think, would the country be better off without it? Despite many daunting challenges, I'm optimistic about India. For all its flaws, India has a momentum of its own, and it is bigger than any one leader. I'm optimistic because India's attitude has changed from chalta hai to can do to now doing or done. I believe India now has the capability, capacity, credibility, creativity, and leadership to meet all our challenges. That's what sets India's moment, this India moment, from such moments in the past. Honored guests, conclaves don't solve issues, but they come up with solutions and options. In the sessions we have lined up for you today and tomorrow, you will meet and hear major actors of the Indian drama who will shape and build on the India moment. Most importantly, we have the man of the moment, Prime Minister Modi, tomorrow evening. Also, there are a wide range of politicians from different parties, the Chief Justice of India, the experts on aging, artificial intelligence, film stars, and many others who will explore possible avenues and options on how to build on India's moment. When you leave at the end of this conclave, I hope your heart is filled with optimism and your head is held high, for this is your moment too. Enjoy the conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. All right, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, let's take you now immediately to our first session this morning. Badge of Courage, Soldiers, Robots, Borders, AI, the challenge of new generation warfare and the idea of India in uniform. To take it from here and introduce you to our star speaker this morning, I want to hand it over to Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Good morning and welcome to this, the 20th year of the India Today Conclave. The nature of warfare is changing at a faster pace than before. What was thought of till recently as the future of war is already the present. Drone warfare, artificial intelligence, cyber attacks are no longer in the realm of a distant future. They define the new revolution in military affairs. At a time when decades-old military strategy is being upturned by technology, our country is fortunate to have at its helm the Chief of the Indian Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, who is the first engineer to hold this coveted post. He was commissioned into the Bombay Sappers in 1982 in an army dominated so far by generals from the infantry, the artillery, or the armed corps. General Pandey is a technologist par excellence, so he really is the right man at the right place at the right time. And in this session, we hope to learn from the Army Chief about his plans to transform the face of the Indian Army. Ladies and gentlemen of the India Today Conclave, join me in welcoming to this, the 20th year of our conclave and the inaugural session, the Chief of the Indian Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. Welcome, sir. I want to start by asking you about the lessons the Indian Army has learned from the Russia-Ukraine war, which is on currently. When you make your battle plans and your preparations, and you're seeing this massive war play out across the landmass of Russia and Ukraine, what are the key lessons you've learned from it?
Thank you, Rahul. It's an honor and privilege for me to be talking to you at the India Today Conclave. To answer your question, I think there are very profound lessons that we can learn from the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. And these lessons span across the strategic, operational, as well as tactical domain. But what is important is we need to see their relevance in our context. Let me list out some of the lessons which I feel are extremely relevant to us. And the first and foremost is that it has reaffirmed the relevance of hard power and shown that where national interests are involved, countries would not hesitate to go to war. Secondly, land will continue to remain a decisive domain in warfare, especially in our case where we have contested land borders. The notion of victory will remain land-centric in our context. Thirdly, as we move forward, as far as the strategic issues are concerned, the importance of reliance, the duration of war. There was a hypothesis that wars in the future will be short and swift, but that I think is something that is being questioned. So the importance of our being self-reliant, our being fully dependent on inherent supply chains is another lesson. From the operational point of view, you have seen multi-domain operations. It is no longer only the contact on the kinetic warfare, but you also have warfare in the domains of cyber, space, EW, and even influence operations or information warfare or the battles of narratives. So these are some of the important lessons that we need to learn. As far as tactical level issues are concerned, I think there are again important lessons in terms of operations by small teams, the citizen warrior, wherein even an average citizen, in this case, has had an important role to play in the military operations. The relevance of various platforms, the larger platforms vis-a-vis the smaller, the less sort of costlier ones, such as drones. The importance for a soldier to be multi-skilled. So these are some of the lessons at the tactical level. Together, I think all of them have great relevance in our context.
In the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, we saw the use of drones changing the nature of war and the potential outcome. We've seen jet planes flying over the water being used to dramatic effect, at least in war games. And we've seen cyber attacks, especially the capabilities that China is said to have built. And as a citizen, I wonder, General Pandey, how prepared is the armed forces for this, the new phase of war, which is driven more by technology as much as it is by boots on the ground?
That's a very relevant question. Modernization and technology infusion has been central to our capability development plans. And our attempt has been to see as to how we can leverage the niche as well as disruptive technologies for better use in warfare. And to that extent, we have taken a number of measures to modernize. Of course, one of it is to make sure that we have the right balance of old and the new. We have niche technologies, how can we exploit their limitless potential? We have a very vibrant startup ecosystem in the country. We have young, bright minds who are prepared to come up. Our defense industry has stepped up. We have made an outreach to a number of academic institutes, academia, to project our issues, and they have come up with some very good solutions which we are currently working on. What we are specifically also focusing is in the domain of artificial intelligence, quantum key distribution, and the rest, blockchain. So as we go forward, our attempt is to leverage this potential that is available within the country and see as to how best we can use it.
You're an engineer. You understand technology better than most generals who've been chief so far, just by virtue of your upbringing and your background. And I wonder how difficult it has been for you to transform the armed forces, given that this is thinking that's built in the DNA of the Indian armed forces, which is an infantry first, artillery, armored corps kind of thinking, to now having a more engineer first, no longer a support arm, but essentially the arm that could potentially decide the outcome on the battlefield.
Since you mentioned of transformation, let me spend some time on as to how I visualize transformation taking place. Transformation, largely, the way we look at it, is to enable us to become a more modern, more agile, more battle-ready force to be able to meet our future challenges in a more effective manner. Largely, the purpose of the transformation that we are looking at is to increase our operational efficiencies and enhance operational effectiveness. And this transcends also into functional and administrative domains. I'm looking at transformation in 5 key areas, and the first one is force optimization and restructuring, wherein we are looking at the legacy establishments, legacy institutes, some of which may have lost relevance in the present day situation, to right size them so as to optimize manpower, get our tooth to tail ratio right. The second, of course, pillar is the modernization and technology infusion. The third, and perhaps equally important, is the human resource management, about the Agnipath scheme, and of which maybe we can talk later. Fourth is the jointness and integration. And fifth is further refining, modifying our systems, processes, and functions. So these are the 5 key domains where we are looking at as to how transformation must take place. We have identified key deliverables, prepared a roadmap, laid down responsibilities. And while we are transforming, we are fully cognizant of the fact, considering our active borders, we can't let the guard down. So the operational readiness or preparedness has to continue to remain of a very high level. while all this is happening.
We've seen in Russia and China, to some extent in Pakistan, they just bring the best tech minds, young, fresh tech minds, not necessarily trained at the National Defense Academy or the IMA, but young, bright tech minds to help and play a role in cyber warfare. We don't do this at scale. We do it in bits and drabs, but we don't do it at scale. Is that something that you hope to push through, bring in young technologists and have them play a role in national security, especially in cyber warfare?
No, absolutely. And one of the things that we are looking at is in the niche domains where you take long time to train and become an expert, such as cyber or even, let us say, Mandarin language. We are looking at recruiting young, bright boys and girls into the army. We have made a beginning by recruiting them in the territorial army. We have started with Mandarin-speaking officers who are coming in, and subsequently we will graduate towards those who are experts in the cyber domain and the rest. At the soldier level, our aim is through the Agnipath scheme, try and get in as many technical, youth, technologically adept youth, who are either ITI qualified or have been through the Polytechnic. So the overall threshold in understanding on technical issues of our soldier enhances. So that has been one of our key areas.
One of your KRAs is to implement the Agniveer scheme. We saw a lot of backlash on the streets from the opposition when the scheme was first announced. How has the implementation been so far, and to what extent do you believe, sir, this will help cut the flab of the Indian Army and make it a more lean, mean fighting machine?
Let me start by saying, even at the cost of repetition, I think this is a transformational reform which has brought about a paradigm shift in the way our human resource management was taking place. I would not go into the benefits of the scheme because I think it has been discussed and talked about at length. But I think it is a win-win situation, not only for us as the military, but also for the society and the country at large. But what I believe is getting the implementation right is the key, and that is what currently we are focusing on. As you are aware, the first 2 batch of Agniveers have already started their training at the respective regimental centers. In the next batch, we have even modified our intake, wherein we will now have a combined entrance exam, online exam first, and the medical and the physical later. So the Agniveer, the initial feedback, what I get from the regimental centers is the youth who have come up are very enthusiastic, energetic. There is a lot of positivity. So I think that's a very good sign. But as we go forward, there are 5-6 issues which we need to be very cognizant of. The initial training of the recruits, since we have compressed the time frame, that is very critical, and that is where again we are bringing in simulators and other technological means to account for this compressing in time. Secondly, we have to make sure that when the Agniveers join our units, combat units, their assimilation and integration and acceptance into the system happens well. And that is where I think the role of junior leaders, right from a JCO up to a company commander, battalion commander, that comes in well. Most importantly, since it's a new scheme, it's a unique scheme, we have to constantly keep our ear to the ground so that we have a mechanism of feedback, and we will bring about any positive, constructive changes, modification to the scheme to make it happen.
I want to spend some time on the state of play at the line of actual control. This has been one of the contested issues on the political domain, where the charge is that the government of the day, the armed forces, haven't been transparent about the actual situation on the line of actual control between India and China. As the man whose primary task it is to keep all of us safe, can you give us a sense of play of how the situation is in your view across the line of actual control, and especially in Depsang and Demchok, the 2 sectors where the Indian and the Chinese armies are still not being able to disengage?
Right, so overall I would say that the situation along the line of actual control is stable, but we need to keep a very close watch on the situation as it develops. As far as the deployment of forces by the adversary is concerned, there has been no significant reduction in the deployment. There have laid great focus on modernization of forces, especially those deployed opposite the line of actual control. The infrastructure development on the other side is coming about at a very hectic pace, be it the road infrastructure in terms of the highways which run along the LAC, be it the upgradation of airfields and heliports, or in fact the Xiaokong villages, the border villages, 682 out of which are planned to come up. Now these are some major developments which we need to take note of, especially in the context of the adversary's ability to mobilize troops. So that is one. As far as what we are doing, I think we have a very robust deployment all along the LAC in all the three sectors. And I must also mention we have adequate reserves to deal with any contingencies. With the infusion of new technology, new weapon systems, our capability development is an ongoing endeavor. Equally, we are focusing on infrastructure development, especially forward area roads, helipads, etc. So overall, I think in terms of our deployment is robust, our preparedness levels are high. From the winter months as we now transit into the summer months, so we have undertaken minor changes as you would do in a summer posture. So this in a nutshell is the situation. As far as resolution of outstanding issues, through diplomatic and military talks and process of dialogue, we have been able to resolve certain friction points. Some are still remaining. At the military level, you have the senior higher military commanders meetings, which last happened in December, and you have the WMCC, which is more at a political level, or the diplomatic level, which happened sometime in February. So as we continue to talk and engage with the other side at these parallel levels, I think we can look for resolution as we go forward.
Beijing seems to be sending the message that this is the new normal, that things are where they believe things should be. What's your assessment of the enemy's strategic objective? Second, do you think this is the new normal, that the LAC will be like the line of control where the army will be deployed 24/7 at high altitudes regardless of the weather? See, there is an SCO summit mid-year, then the leadership summit of the G20 nations in September, Xi Jinping likely to come to India. India being very clear that the current situation along the LAC is not acceptable. Does that offer a window possibly for resolution? Do you think we just have to brace up for China being boots on the ground across the line of actual control, and that is the new reality the Indian Army needs to contend with?
Like I mentioned, it is only through dialogue and talking to each other that we can find resolution. And on the balance friction point, that is what our aim and endeavor is. And till that time happens, till such time that happens, I think our deployment of forces, our alertness level will continue to remain of a very high level.
For the longest time, India's military posture was more towards Pakistan than towards China. Now the Pakistani army, for the first time in its institutional history, being challenged and questioned from within. How does that impact your understanding of what's happening along the line of control between India and Pakistan? Has the threat from Pakistan to some extent come down, given the internal challenges that the Pakistani army is facing, and given the fact that at the political and military level, India has made very clear that if there is to be any kind of terror attack on Indian soil, there will be consequences the Pak army will need to deal with?
Right, so in terms of the domestic situation in Pakistan, be it the political instability, the economic downturn, or the internal security challenges, all that notwithstanding, I think we need to be extremely alert in terms of what happens on the line of control as well as further down on the international boundary. As far as present situation goes, along the LC, we have a very robust counter-infiltration grid. There has been reduction in infiltration attempts, but what we see is because of our effective infiltration grid in the valley, you find more attempts towards the international border sector further south. Also the use of drones for sort of, shall I say, putting across explosive material, weapon system, drugs is another trend that we have noticed. But largely the infiltration, I would say the numbers have significantly reduced. But what is also of concern is that there is no major significant reduction in the terror infrastructure on the other side. The reports tell us that the camps do exist, and so the attempts at infiltration might continue, of course, to which we are well prepared. In the hinterland, in the Jammu Kashmir area, I think there has been significant, again, reduction in violence parameters. We've also noticed a change in strategy from the other side, wherein you now have certain proxy tanzeems who have come up, and they're targeting or they're resorting to targeted killings. I feel largely to make it visible and to gain more publicity and visibility. But I think in concert with other security agencies, we are doing well there and making sure that the situation remains stable, the environment is secure for a number of development initiatives and other activities.
It's also interesting, I don't know if you've noticed, how there is so much commentary in Pakistan comparing the bank balances of Pak Army generals with those of the Indian Army. I'm not going to get into what those reports say, but there's a lot of discomfiture in Pakistan when they compare the crores and all the land banks that Pak Army generals have built in comparison with the Indian Armed Forces, and thank God for that, gentle. I want to ask you about the idea of Atmanirbhar Armed Forces, which is a key push towards indigenization. The concern is, does this then put the armed forces at the disadvantage of having to do with technology which isn't at the very cutting edge? If you bought something in an international tender, you could potentially pick the latest technology available to you. If you're building those capacities internally, it's fantastic in the long run, but in the short to medium term, does it disadvantage you?
In response to your first question, I mentioned one of the lessons from the Russia-Ukraine conflict was that unless countries are self-reliant, unless they have secure supply chains, it will be difficult for them to address security challenges as we move forward in the future. And to that extent, I think the focus on Atmanirbharta or self-reliance is extremely, it's a positive step. And there are a number of benefits in doing so, which I don't have to recount here. But suffice to say that as far as we in the military are concerned, we are fully complementing the overall focus. We are doing or playing our role well in terms of being facilitators of government policy, in terms of providing a viable market. And the figures will tell you for the last couple of years, our emphasis on Atmanirbhar or indigenous products has been significant. Insofar as your question of, the reduction on dependence on the import during this interim period, yes, that's a very relevant point. But I'm happy to say that even the indigenous industry has stepped up, and we are extremely hopeful and positive that this gap, we will be able to address it in a very satisfactory manner.
I want you all to notice the general's new combat fatigues, very different from the combat fatigues you would have seen growing up. And this is also in some ways a more digital print that you have. There are tanks and ships at different places in these fatigues, and I'm told that you have an IPR for this.
Well, today is Friday, and this is the dress of the day as far as we are concerned. So across the army on Fridays, we wear the combat uniform. And this is something which we got it designed in a very technical manner with all the experts putting their heads. And this is going to be our uniform for the future, wherein we will introduce it in a phased manner based on the production capacities and the rest of it. Yes.
It's also a digital print at a time when you are fighting a digital war, and to have an engineer, as I started this session by saying, at the helm of the armed forces is very significant, because you think differently from the others, and that's the kind of different thinking that we need to shape the preparation of our armed forces. General Manoj Pandey, for coming to the inaugural session of the India Today Conclave and for helping us get off to such a fantastic start. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time, and we wish you and the armed forces all the very best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Rahul. May I please request both of you to remain on stage while I call upon Mr. Vikram Pava, President, BMW India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the General. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking out the time. Thank you. Once again, thank you, General Manoj Pandey, Chief of the Army Staff, for kickstarting our 20th edition of the India Today Conclave. Just give us about a minute's turnaround time, and what we have next is a first for us, viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've never really ever done it. In our 20th year, we are excited about introducing, for the first time, a series of short vision statements by different impact makers and intellectuals who examined, captured the kaleidoscopic nature of what India is today with all its diversity, coming together to make the India movement. Our next session, titled India, Ideas of India, Inspiration and Interrogation, What Imperils Us, What Makes Us Soar. It's sponsored by Hitachi. Like I said, it's a first for us. We have impact makers from cutting across party lines, all walks of life, coming out and giving out what their vision statement is on how they look at new India. Before I call upon our esteemed speakers, I want to just quickly play a short film on the India moment, of where we stand today, what makes it all come together. Well, this is the theme of the India Today Conclave, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, right there. I want to introduce you to our speakers this morning. I want to call all four of them on stage, and then you'll hear from them on what is their vision statement. May I invite on stage Ms. Smriti Irani, Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs. Can I please invite her to come on stage? May I also ask Mr. Shashi Tharoor, former Union Minister, diplomat, author, MP, to come up on stage. May I also ask invite Atishi, Minister of Education, Delhi, to come up on stage. May I also request, all right, we're going to, can I get a quick photo opportunity with, and may I also invite on stage Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff and former Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. A quick photo opportunity, and we power through to our first vision statement by Ms. Smriti Irani. A quick photo opportunity. I really thank all four of you for taking the time out and to join us this morning. It's a first for us, and thank you, all four of you. May I request our other speakers to please, if you you get off stage, and Ms. Smriti Irani, may I call you right here to deliver what is your vision statement. Ms. Irani, ladies and gentlemen, would be speaking this morning on Hindutva and New India, on what is her vision of where India stands on that. She's not well, she's taken the time out, she's running a fever, and thank you, we're honored to have you there, that you did take the time out. She also has to run to Parliament for her speech.
Thought leaders, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it has been incumbent upon me to speak not only about New India, but also in consonance with my understanding of the term Hindutva. When I received this unique invitation from the India Today group, little did I know that I should read the finer print and see the word Hindutva inserted post my acceptance of a speech on New India. But then what better clickbait for a sober conclave than to have the only non-minority minister as Minister of Minority Affairs. For years on end, in fact, if we reflect on the decade called the 1970s, came a unique economic slur called the Hindu rate of growth. And when one looked at the very premise of why such an economic slur was thrust upon a religion, one was told that the Hindu way of life is stagnant, that the Hindu way of life was content, that the Hindu way of life is far from reform and is in desperate need of it. And that is why those who find no relevance in New India for the word Hindu, one wants to just reflect briefly before, as the opening film said, you are here today for inspiration and interrogation. So while I submit myself to Preeti's interrogation post my opening remarks, what is my way of life? My way of life speaks of Sarva Dharma Sambhava, that all religions, all ways of lives, all communities, may they prosper. And on this path of prosperity, my way of life gives the country a Pradhan Sevak. That is the Pradhan Sevak who looks at prosperity from a new premise. He looks at 480 million Indians bereft of financial services and initiates a program called Jan Dhan Yojana, where for the first time in 7 decades of our independence, the poor have access to banks. So much so that when this Pradhan Sevak speaks about the dignity of women, he speaks about the need to fulfill their daily challenges with a solution called a toilet. That is why my way of life gives us a Pradhan Sevak who builds 110 million individual toilets for every household in India. What does my way of life give my country? My way of life gives a Pradhan Sevak who believes in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, that may all be happy and may all be bereft of illness. And that is why the Pradhan Sevak begins an ambitious healthcare plan called Ayushman Bharat, wherein 100 million families received medical support in over 26,000 hospitals across the country for 1,300 diseases, and 5 lakh rupees worth of medical support is much for a family in need. What does my way of life give the nation? It gives a Pradhan Sevak who gives a clarion call, not only for digital India, thereby ensuring that 40 million Indians are digitally made literate. It also gives the nation a Pradhan Sevak who engineers a financial digital enterprise called the UPI, which only last year has an attribution of transactions worth 126 lakh crore rupees. What does my way of life give to my nation? It gives to my nation a Pradhan Sevak who believes that at the very core of India's diplomacy lies India's interests. That while we deliberate, we debate, we discuss, we reciprocate with love challenges that the world faces, especially in the light of a pandemic. My way of life gives India a Pradhan Sevak who believes in vaccine Maitri and ensures that in the pandemic, 160 nations across the world receive pharmacological support when they are in dire need. My way of life gives the nation a Pradhan Sevak who does not profit from the misery brought upon by the pandemic. And that is why today, before I subjugate myself to a minor interrogation and onwards I go to Parliament, what does my way of life give to my country, my civilization? As a part of my civilizational history, when we speak of our motherland, was a man who was given an offer of a nation bedecked with gold. It was spoils of victory. And when Lord Ram was told that here, now Lanka is yours, Lord Ram said, Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi, that I don't want this spoils of victory, for my Janani Janma Bhumi, my motherland, is greater than all heavens that I can receive. My way of life gives a Pradhan Sevak who resolutely stands with the future of India, and not an entity that at the feet of our colonial past begs for political mercy. So ladies and gentlemen, for your courtesies and for your reflection, may I leave you with the words of Swami Vivekananda, who when he spoke about India and our way of life, he said, "She is awakening, this motherland of ours, from her deep, long sleep. No one can desist her anymore. Never is she going to sleep anymore. No outward power can hold her back anymore, for the infinite giant is rising to her feet. New India, ladies and gentlemen, is rising to her feet."
Thank you, Ms. Irani. And I want to take it from there with your vision statement of what New India stands. You spoke of New India vis-a-vis Hindutva. Your vision statement, Minister, of what do you make of those who see a differentiation in the country between Hinduism and Hindutva? Do you see them as the same?
I have just enunciated for you what my way of life is. And if there's a socio-political or economic view of my way of life, let's look at the way of life from an economic perspective. Like I said in my opening remarks, in the 70s, an economic slur was brought upon my way of life, that if you're stagnant and in need of desperate reform, you must be a part of the Hindu way of life. I think that slur was brought upon because many presumed that the Hindu who is nonchalant, who is all accommodating, who is necessarily kind, will not take umbrage to such a provocation. But I believe that is New India needled with these kind of provocative discussions. That is why I have given you the wide berth of what my way of life brings to the country. Today, when I said that my way of life talks about good health, and I speak about vaccine Maitri, and I speak about Ayushman Bharat, let's contextualize what that program means for the average Indian woman. Under the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, and I've said this multiple times, 31 crore Indians have received screenings for cancer free of cost, of which 17 crore are Indian women who have screened themselves for cancer of the cervix and cancer of the breast. Now, pre-2014, if you spoke to anybody about Indian women in the rural landscape or in the poorest of the poor having the capacity to have a conversation around the cancer of the cervix, you would be told that this conversation will not be a part of regressive communities. The fact that these 17 crore women stepped up and utilized a healthcare program so that they could get screened means that these women were aware of the challenges and were waiting for a workable solution. And I think that is my way of life. That is New India. New India provides 800 million Indians free food in a pandemic for not only 2 years, but post-pandemic, so that things stabilize, provides them additional support for this 1 year as well. New India provides close to 90 million women in self-help groups credit worth $32 billion every year to manage. And that is the new India I'm extremely proud about. And I'll not be apologetic about that new India just because I'm a Hindu.
It's not about being apologetic, but I'll just take the conversation further from what you said. Let me put it this way. What is your vision document for the Indian Muslim? You're also a minority affairs minister. And I would reckon in the country, there could be a set which maybe feels a little intimidated by the masculinity of Hindutva that we talk about.
Maybe that's why they have a female minister in that particular segment. But jokes aside, I'm married to a micro-minority community member. I'm married to a Zoroastrian. There are barely 55,000 of them across the world. And I'm very proud when my Parsi family gets up and says, I'm not a minority because an Indian cannot be a minority in his or her own country. And I think that one has to be cognizant of the fact that when Prime Minister Modi speaks about Ayushman Bharat, does it not encompass all communities? It most definitely does. When he builds 30 million homes for the poor, does it not have homes for those who come from the minority community? Most certainly it does. When he gives Kisan Samman Nidhi, a cash transfer to the bank accounts of 10 crore farmers, 30% of them, as data has shown on many platforms, are from the minority community. What is now insistent upon us is to ensure that we do not give rise to feelings of segregation and that we bring people together and say as a collective we are one nation. That when I see a man in uniform or a lady in uniform, I identify her as an Indian and an Indian alone. That when I see a child for whom the new education policy is derived, and I had the greatest privilege of writing the foundational document for it, for the first time in 30 years we have a new document that talks about a gender inclusion fund. Does it include the gender needs academically for minority girls and women? Most certainly it does.
You've ticked all the boxes in terms of the schemes which are available to all, and we've seen them, how they've actually delivered. No, there is no disparity in that at all. But say, as the minority, minister and as a woman, what would you like to say, maybe as a healing balm for those who do feel threatened with this new India, which also wears Hindutva on its sleeve?
I think that one has to very pragmatically accept the insinuation in your question. And the insinuation is that for me to be acceptable, I need to dilute my religious identity. Would that not be, for you, a very myopic way of looking at religious identities across the country? What is incumbent upon me as an administrator is to ensure that the tenets of law are implemented well so that everybody is equal under law. So let's say when we look at Article 370, people look at it on many platforms. I've heard a religious debate around it. On many platforms, I have heard a community-based debate around it. But as a lawmaker, why do I look at it a bit differently? That is an article that in some way denied many laws for women and children and the backward communities to be implemented in the state Jammu and Kashmir. Would I not want equal law for every Indian in my country? Most definitely I would. So when you question me, how can I impose faith in a community towards my community? I think one needs to recognize that the term minority is not a term which is individualized only to one religion. For instance, when I was Minister Education, IIT Council, in the history of IIT Council, had never had a female chairperson. And I remember walking into the room full of male scientists and asking them, where are the women? I was told by some of the most celebrated male scientists of the country, we don't have women of that caliber. I walked out, I called a lady called Tessie Thomas. Not a Hindu. Unfortunately, I have to describe Tessie as thus today. I called her and I asked her, would she accept the chairpersonship of the IIT Council? She did. That was in 2014. And today you ask me to certify my secular credentials to you because I'm Minister Minority.
No, nobody asked you to in any which way, be apologetic about what your belief is, or...
So I think that if you find solace in what can I do as an administrator to create a sense of companionship amongst communities. Let me say, for years on end, the Hajj visit by Hajis from India was inundated with additional costs. Nobody, no officer from the minority community or leader for that matter, could work to reduce the cost for Hajis in our country. I, as minister in the past 3 months, have managed to reduce that cost by 50,000 rupees for every Haji in our country. That for the first time, the Prime Minister of India has given up his VIP quota. That there was a VIP quota that was exercised by the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President, and the Minister in charge, where they could handpick a few people to go to Hajj, denying that right to poor and average Muslims. That VIP protocol was taken away by the Prime Minister of India. You still want him to prove his secular credentials.
We don't want anyone to prove their secular credentials. The question, to be very honest, Ms. Irani, was that if there is a set which feels alienated, or if there is a set, which
that
feels
is a
intimidated,
set that knows that the rule of law will be followed, that there will be no compromise on the rule of law. That law and order is a state issue. That being said, that the Prime Minister in his 9 years of leadership as the head of state has never indicated that his governance methodology is inundated with a compulsion to negate the needs of any community in this country, I think speaks volumes.
I'm going to ask you 2 quick questions, and I'm going to touch upon something that our editor-in-chief, actually, Mr. Puri, started off with. 20 years ago, we began the India Today Conclave story with, is India a pygmy or a giant? We've come up on the world stage. We are a giant today. The world is watching us. We are in our G20 year. We are looking ahead. We are powering through. The new story of India, as we take ahead, when there is also on the sidelines, there's conversations and there's a narrative which is being built or being tried, a cohesive narrative that is being built on the fact that democracy is under threat in this country. What do you make of it?
Democracy is not in peril, the Congress party is. I'm sorry, those who perish cannot subjugate the aspirations of India and connect it to their own political aspirations. And I believe that this is the same gentleman who in Jammu in the month of January said, Desh mein sab acha chal raha hai, kahin koi katuta nahi hai. So will the real gentleman please stand up?
For the gentleman that you spoke of as well, and I'm sure you're going to now speak of in Parliament as we're just going to let you go, does criticizing India, because we are all part of the India story, make us anti-Indians or anybody anti-Indian?
I think you do not contextualize what has happened in London. There was a congressman in the audience in England who advised the gentleman concerned that there have been members of your family who have lost power, but they have never derided or belittled India overseas. That gentleman, given his legacy and his relationship with the Gandhi family, gave well-founded advice. That advice was not taken is a choice that the gentleman exercised. But it is my choice as an Indian to not accept that kind of behavior. That the gentleman has to be even tutored to do a press conference gives me an assumption that the gentleman concerned would take a position not out of concern for one's country, but out of concern for one's political legacy. And if there is one election, if you want to forget what happened in 2014 and 2019, but if there is one election that can tell the gentleman concerned that you need to wake up and smell the political coffee, it is the elections that have transpired in the Northeast, where the Northeast has resolutely voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. States which are not Hindu-dominated have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because Antogatva, development works.
I don't think, Ms. Irani, anyone would ever forget on what went down in 2014 or 2019. Least of all you. You've come across as a giant killer from there on. And
he's barely a giant, but thank you.
No, that's... well, we're going to let you go. I know you need to get to Parliament. But for the benefit of everyone who's sitting here, if you had to make a speech, because, you know, we heard that press conference of yours yesterday where you asked Rahul Gandhi to apologize. And if you had to make a speech in Parliament to possibly counter it, what would you say today?
Would I make a speech to an absentee MP? I spoke what I spoke as an Indian. I spoke what many Indians believe. And I think if you just look at the Indian ways of bringing up our children, you will see many mothers who say, "Jo jhagda karna hai, ghar pe karo. Bahar jaake nahi karo." That quintessentially we are all argumentative is known. That quintessentially we will deliberate, debate, discuss is known. But what also needs to be known, that this altercation now transpires when India has been pronounced as the 5th largest economy of the world. Can we contribute, if not then, but now, towards a rising economic power? Because that power is every Indian's dream.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We know you're not well. And thank you so much for taking the time out, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please raise a warm applause for the Minister? Thank you so much, Ms. Irani. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. May I please call upon our next speaker to deliver his vision of India. And to take it from here, may I call upon Mr. Shashi Tharoor, former Union Minister, diplomat, author, MP, on his idea of Ambedkar inclusion and the Constitution.
Good morning to all of you, and I've been asked to sort of lay out for all of you this morning in whatever it is, 19 minutes now, I guess, my idea of India. And in some ways it's very simple because it really emerges from some ideas that have been around for an awfully long time. There's an idea of India that's in a civilizational sense that goes back to the Vedic references to Bharatvarsh as a land between the Himalayas and the sea. And that's an ancient idea. It's an idea of nationhood which, for example, the Harvard professor Diana Eck described as a sort of sacred land knit together by countless tracks of pilgrimage. And if that seems a terribly Hindu idea, well, it's also shared outside because Maulana Azad wrote about how Indians going on the Hajj, whether they were Pakhtuns from the northwest or Tamils from the south, were all universally called by the Arabs on the Arab Peninsula as Hindi, because they seem to be coming from a distinctive civilization and a distinctive civilizational space called Hind. There's also, of course, the more modern idea of India since 1947, the boundaries of our nationhood. And that idea, again, is a somewhat complicated one because in some ways, if you look at our astonishing variety and diversity, it's almost as if the European Union suddenly dissolved all their individual sovereignties and came together as one country with one capital, one constitution, one political system. That's the kind of diversity we incorporate within that idea of India. But I essentially come down very simply to the idea that established the present contours of our country on the 15th of August, 1947. Because as you know, our country was born, our birth was also an abortion. It was a birth that witnessed the savage partition of the land. And at that time, It was an era where within the next 5 years there were other partitions. You had East and West Germany, you had North and South Korea, North and South Vietnam. But unlike all of those, ours wasn't geographical. It wasn't all North Indians going one way and South Indians going another. Ours had nothing to do with ideology. It wasn't all the communists or Marxists going into one country and the capitalists going into another. Ours was based on a totally different dispute. It was about one simple question, whether religion should be the basic determinant of nationhood. And those who said that their religion determined their national identity, they went off and created Pakistan. And those who remained said, no, our struggle for freedom was a struggle for everyone, and we are determined to create a country for everyone. And they spent the next 3 years writing a constitution, 2 years and a bit, writing a constitution that incorporated that fundamental idea. That fundamental principle was the idea of India. The idea essentially that it didn't actually matter what your caste was, your religion was, your language was, which part of the country you were born in, the color of your skin. If you were a citizen of India, you would have the same rights as everyone else, and none of those factors mattered at all. That was the essential idea of India. And in those situations, you found a number of challenges, undoubtedly, because of this vast variety we've talked about. Pakistan had just been created as a country for India's Muslims, and the question was asked whether Muslims in India should have a different sort of place. In fact, in the Constituent Assembly, somebody stood up and said, well, now that the Muslims have got their own state, shouldn't we declare India as a Hindu state? And it was overwhelmingly rejected by the Constituent Assembly because the far-seeing leaders of our country came down firmly on the idea that everyone was Indian, everyone who laid claim to our citizenship by virtue of birth and upbringing and belonging, they had the same rights as everyone else. And if one really needed to just look at 2 examples of how this played out, I would just go to 1971. I was in high school at the time, but it's come back over and over again as I look back on that war when the Pakistani generals were foolish enough to proclaim a jihad against the Hindu unbeliever, and they confronted a military headed on the Indian side by a general who's Parsi, General Manekshaw, with an air force in the northern sector commanded by a Muslim, Air Marshal, later Air Chief Marshal Latif. In the east, where the war was fought in what was then East Pakistan, the general officer commanding the Eastern Command was a Sikh, General Jasdeep Singh Arora, and the general we helicoptered into Dhaka to negotiate the terms of surrender of the Pakistanis was Jewish, Major General J.F.R. Jacob. That was India in 1971. And I've been to that tiny island in Diu where there is a memorial to the only ship we lost in the 71 war, INS Kukri, that sank with all hands on board. Captain Mullah, in command of the ship, went down with the others. And you read the names of every sailor and Jawan who perished on INS Kukri in this memorial in Diu. And you will see every community in India represented there. You will see every religion, every region of the country. No one has a monopoly on the idea of India. Everyone has shed their blood, sacrificed their lives to preserve and protect our India. And it's from there that my idea emerges. It's clearly not the classic idea of nationalism, which came to the world from Europe, where nations were organized around a contiguity of language, ethnicity, and geography, because none of those criteria really apply in India. I mean, our perfect geography of Bharatvarsh, the Himalayas and the sea, was hacked by the partition of 1947. Languages, well, we have, 23 currently recognized in the Constitution, in addition to English. We have 35 spoken by more than 1 million people each, if you ask the ethno-linguists, and I think we have about 22,000 dialects, some of which are spoken by more people than speak Norwegian or Danish. So where does language give us a national identity? And as for ethnicity, our ethnicities are also diverse, and strictly speaking, there are Indians who have ethnically more in common with so-called foreigners than they have with each other. So an Indian Punjabi or Bengali is ethnically more kin to a Pakistani or a Bangladeshi than he is to a Poonawala or a Bangalorean. So ultimately, none of these classic features gives us our nationhood, and surely not religion either, since we are home to every religion known to man, with the possible exception of Shintoism, and every kind of way of reaching out one's hands to God is prevalent in India. So what it is instead is indeed the nationalism of this idea. The idea, if I can sort of turn Peter Pan around on his head, of an ever land. A land that is emerging from this ancient civilization, that is united in a common geography, what remains to us after 47, and that is above all sustained by pluralist democracy. Ours is what I've called in my book, The Battle of Belonging, a civic nationalism. That is a nationalism anchored not in timeless verities that come to you from birth of your identity, your religious identity, your caste, and so on. It's a nationalism anchored in a constitution and in institutions. That is where the idea of India is sustained. And that's a very, very interesting idea, because when you think about the institutions that sustain our democracy, you find that we are able, through our democracy, to overcome these differences of caste, of creed, of color, of culture, of consonant, of conviction, of custom and costume, and still rally around a consensus. And that consensus is around the simple democratic idea that in a large, diverse democracy like ours, you don't really need to agree all the time, so long as you agree on the ground rules of how you will disagree. It seems to me that the reason we were able to preserve our consensus through all these 7.5 decades was that simple idea of India. And with that, therefore, it's a democracy that is sustained by autonomous institutions. It's a democracy that holds up pluralism as its ideal, that sees in our diversity not a sign of weakness, but a sign of our strength and accommodativeness, a democracy based on inclusion. And when you look at the kind of changes that have taken place in the last 75 years through this democracy, one can only marvel. I mean, look at the social changes for 3,000 years. Could anyone in Aryavrat have imagined a Dalit woman ruling over the Indo-Gangetic plain? And yet we've seen Mayawati be 3 times elected as Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. In economics, we came to power with the economics of nationalism, where we felt that since the East India Company had come to trade but stayed on to rule, we had to be suspicious of every foreigner with a briefcase. And we cut India off from the global capitalist system, the global economy, and tried to grow through protectionism, giving us what the minister reminded us was called the Hindu rate of growth. But then we changed, and that transformation, starting in 1991, with Manmohan Singh's famous line that no power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. Well, the time came for that change, and that change brought us to the kind of revolutionary economic changes we've witnessed for the last generation, the last 30 years. And then, apart from that social and economic change, we have had the political change of a country founded on secularism, inclusion, and diversity, finding itself suddenly ruled by a party that professes Hindutva and has the avowed aim of converting India into a Hindu Rashtra. So given all of that, in any other country, these kind of dramatic transformations might have resulted in a revolution. But the reason we've done these transformations without revolution and have been evolving towards interesting manifestations of all of these, all contested, all debated, but all happening through the ballot box, is because of the democratic consensus I described to you. And that's why it is so absolutely vital for us. When we speak about the question that Mrs. Irani answered through economic points, which I don't think any of us would disagree with any of the economic points she raised, it still avoids the central question of the toxin of hatred for minorities in general and one minority in particular that has been injected into our national discourse. The government may not have officially done it, but it's condoned all those who, in the name of the ruling forces of our country, have othered a significant portion of our population. And that exclusion is actually in many ways profoundly anti-Hindu. the minister quoted Swami Vivekananda. Well, I've been a Vivekananda bhakt since my college days. And having read everything he said, all his addresses and speeches, I can tell you that his idea of Hinduism was very different from that of the advocates of Hindutva. Because he said that he was proud to speak of a religion that gave the world not just tolerance but acceptance. Something I read as a child that stayed with me ever since. Because when you think about it, we're all taught in school that tolerance is a virtue, a tolerant king's a good guy. But when you really think about it, tolerance is a very patronizing idea. The tolerant king is really saying, look, I have the truth, you are in error, but I will magnanimously indulge you in your right to be wrong. That's not good enough. But what Swami Vivekananda said is Hinduism is not just that. Hinduism teaches acceptance. And acceptance means, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And to my mind, that was the single most profound way of actually incorporating and embracing the kind of acceptance of difference that makes it possible for Indians and for Hindus in general, at least in the past, to live peacefully and with mutual respect with people of other faiths and religions. Sadly, that is what is being challenged today. I have no quarrel with the development and economic arguments the minister made. Those are all very well. I think that we want to see our country growing in terms of both the hardware of development and the software of it. The hardware being, of course, the infrastructure, the roads, the ports, the highways, all of which we all welcome. Everyone uses them irrespective of their identity. But also the software of development, which is the human capital that is so precious in transforming any country. And that software of development includes, of course, the right for every human being in our country to be able to have 2 or 3 square meals a day, to have a roof over their head against the sun and the rain, to be able to get a decent job that enables them to support their families with self-respect, to have a healthcare clinic within at least a 5-kilometer walk of their places of residence, and to be able to educate their children and dream of a better life for their children than they themselves have. Let's face it, whatever our government says, there are still a couple of 100 million Indians at the very least, maybe more, who cannot take any of those things for granted. And that's why that challenge still remains of fulfilling that idea of India. An Indian idea in which I hope we will be able to deliver all of those things. An India in which we will not tear each other unfortunate regurgitation to beat today's people over the heads with the sins of their supposed forebears 5 or 6 centuries ago. An India in which we will, in fact, not have a government telling us what to eat, who to sleep with, who to love, what to think, what to say, but a system in which all Indians gave us. All Indians will be able to think, live, breathe, worship, eat, thrive freely, unafraid of the prowess of the products of the outside world, unafraid of the religious biases of their neighbors, but willing to take the world as it comes, to accept the differences they see around them, to embrace them as part of the glorious tapestry that makes up the idea of India. That is an India that will truly shine, and it will shine for all. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. So I reckon we can safely say you and Ms. Irani don't concur on the idea of India.
Well, I think it's fairly clear from what I've said and what she said.
All right. Okay. So you spoke of in your speech that every person across India has an equal right to the idea of India. But Dr. Tharoor, would you reckon that what has made this India moment right now, also somewhere down the line, and we can't be in denial of it, is the alienation of possibly the majority community, that we see now the assertion of this naked, raw, belligerent Hindutva?
You know, the fact is that politicians, I'm afraid, have to bear an awful lot of responsibility for much of what communities are told they ought to feel. If Hindus are repeatedly told that a particular minority is pampered and spoiled and appeased and all such language. It flies in the face of the basic facts that show that that community is disproportionately poor, disproportionately undereducated, underrepresented in the armed forces, the civil services, and the elite professions, and overrepresented in the prisons. Now, is that a community that has been pampered by us for 75 years? I think we've got to be objective, look at the facts and say, we all have challenges. There are peculiar reasons why that community is behind, but instead of blaming them, particularly for the sins of ancestors long dead and buried, it's a way of dividing a country that needs unity. And unity does not mean uniformity, as some people in the ruling establishment seem to think.
Dr. Tharoor, do you really see it being limited to just politicians? Because the sheer fact that we are talking about the emergence of what you call toxic Hindutva, for a lot it's not toxic Hindutva. It's a long time in the coming. You don't see it like that? It can't be a creation of just the politicians.
Look, human beings are certainly sort of seducible by the argument that they are better than others. They're seducible by the proposition that they can hold their head up high and there's much to be proud of. The irony, and I've written about this extensively in my books, Why I'm a Hindu and the Hindu Way, is that I see a lot to be proud of in being a Hindu. But I don't see my pride as a Hindu coming at the expense of any other community. It's not a question of my being better than someone else. It's my being descended from a faith that has a lot that I can cherish, and from ancestors who've achieved a great deal that perhaps we haven't done enough to acknowledge during the colonial period. So let's revive all of that. Let's celebrate it. Why must it be at the expense of another community or communities? That's where I part company with the Hindutva movement. See, when Vivekananda talked about Hindus in India arise, awake, he wanted them to awake to their own great possibilities, anchored in this sense of inclusion, rather than the kind of exclusionary interpretation that the Hindutva movement has brought to our country.
But Dr. Tharoor, that's your idea of India. And quite a few would suggest that don't be patronizing to somebody else's idea of India. And for them, they do feel that they've been possibly alienated. And for them, they need to assert themselves, even if it comes through religion.
Look, in any democracy, everyone is entitled to their own ideas. Certainly, I'm entitled to mine. They're entitled to theirs. As long as they have power, they'll think that theirs is the one that must prevail. But you know, the tables can always be turned. That's what the ballot box is for. But equally, let me say very clearly that whatever their ideas of India, mine is anchored very firmly in the Constitution. There's nothing I've said today that departs from what the Constitution prescribes for all of us. Is that true of what they've been saying? That's the question they need to ask themselves.
You talk about Dr. Ambedkar. What would be, you've spoken extensively about that also in your vision document, but what would be your critique of it if you had to make one?
What would be?
Your critique of it, if you had to make
No, I'm actually a big fan of Ambedkar. I've written a book about him very recently, and his ideas and speeches and writings are very much fresh in my mind. I'm afraid that one of his biggest objections was to the idea of Hindu Raj, which is why there's a delicious irony to Ambedkar being extolled by the Hindutva movement, because he was quite savage in his critique of the idea of majoritarian rule, particularly one based on religious community identities. I have to tell you that very simply, he believed very passionately in the principles that were espoused in the Constitution. He made a couple of remarkable speeches when the document was finally to be passed by the Constituent Assembly, which really have stood the test of time. I've quoted them extensively in my short book on Ambedkar, so I hope some of you will go to it and read. But at bottom, as he said, in any case, there are problems in our society. He said, we've created a society with one person, one vote. But I mean, a constitution with one person, one vote, but we have a society where one person doesn't have the same value as another person. We're one man, one vote, but not one man, one value. And he said we have essentially put our liberal democracy as a topsoil, as a dressing, onto a soil that is fundamentally undemocratic and illiberal. Strong language. But he wanted us to transform ourselves and our society. I think he would, for example, have been pleased to see someone like a Dalit woman becoming a chief minister. But at the same time, he would have wanted to see much more profound changes right across the way in which our system works. And to my mind, ours is still a work in progress. It's still unfinished. The challenges still remain. But we've done a lot of good things until, unfortunately, a change has come about in the way in which we are perceiving ourselves in our society, which I think has diminished us in many ways, not only in terms of our politics, but in the eyes of the world. That was unfortunate.
Dr. Tharoor, last two questions. I know even you need to head back to Parliament.
Yes, I'm already late.
Just
Whatever has happened
last
in the last 15 minutes I've missed.
Right. So what's created this India moment is also because the old India continues to argue with the new India. And I want you to maybe draw a parallel with what we see in the narrative, be it Gandhi or Nehru.
No, in fact, no one agrees. I mean, no one can disagree with the idea that we need a new India. We have to constantly be reinventing ourselves. That's what any evolving society or polity needs. The tendency I deplore is to sort of contrast it as if it's Bharat fighting India, that we are all these deracinated elite cosmopolitans describing our far-flung ideas in English, while they, the authentic, sort of rooted Bharatvasis, are fighting for a more anchored India. I think that it's a disservice to the essential decency and tolerance that most Indians practice in the villages in their daily lives. And I'm a person who has spent a month to 6 weeks every year in my childhood in a village, including for many of those years without electricity or piped water. I've seen village life, and I think most people very decently live with each other. They accept the differences we have with each other. What Vivekananda was talking about is genuinely the normal Indian way. We have stoked a sense of difference. We have made people feel resentful. We have blamed, we've made it easy for people who have not done well in life to blame others for their misfortunes rather than themselves. And that is where I do blame our politicians for stirring up such negative sentiments. I would have preferred, as Gandhiji and Nehruji and others did, a much more positive, inclusive and forward-looking kind of thought that kept saying we can do better, we can make ourselves better, we can hold up higher ideals to ourselves.
I'm going to ask you a final news question. So, Dr. Tharoor, we are going to Parliament. So is Rahul Gandhi going to apologize this
I don't
afternoon?
think he's got anything to apologize for. I mean, that's the amazing thing about them. The BJP is brilliant, I must say, at politics. And one of the things they've done is they have blamed him for something he hasn't said, and then managed to stick that charge on his neck and demand that he apologize for something he hasn't said. At no point has he ever called foreign countries to intervene in our democracy. There is not one sentence. In fact, the Indian Express, I think, ran extensive excerpts from all his 4 appearances in the UK to actually quote what he said. What he said was explicit. He said, this is our problem. It's an Indian problem. Indians will solve it. But you should be aware because Indian democracy is a global public good. Now, I see nothing there to apologize for. Now, if they want him to apologize for the fact of talking about Indian domestic politics in a foreign country, then the first person to apologize will have to be Prime Minister Modi, who on many foreign visits said that India has been a country where nothing happened for 65 years, where Indians used to feel ashamed to hold their, to show their faces abroad. Now they can hold their heads with pride for the first time since Mr. Modi became Prime Minister. I think when he apologizes for statements like that, then all of us can apologize for saying the opposite abroad. I think this is a level of political discourse that we ought to grow up and
But,
be on.
Dr. Tharoor, I wouldn't be doing due diligence to being a journalist because I'll correct you there. It's Rahul Gandhi, what you quoted right now, he said it later. The first time around, when his first, I would reckon the lecture in Cambridge, he did say that he feels sad that democracies like Europe and America are silent on what's going on in India. He did say it, and then came the rebuttal.
I don't recall that. I seem to remember him saying you should be aware because this is a global public good. And indeed, asking people to be concerned about your well-being is perhaps arguably something that may be sort of teetering on some sort of board, but the notion that he actually asked for any intervention from outside, to my mind, is not borne out by any of the evidence that I have read and seen.
Could have been avoided, no?
Well, I'm not the one who spoke. I mean, all I can tell you is that, to my mind, there is nothing there to apologize for because there is nothing there that is in any way remotely anti-national. Now, you can say, why do you go there at all? Why do you say any of this? Why can't you talk about something else? Talk about British colonialism? I've done that. Right. I mean, the fact is that everyone in a democracy is entitled to express their views in what they consider the appropriate forums. And I will not decry any individuals. But more important is this genuinely the most important issue confronting Parliament, that we have to paralyze Parliament for a week? Or can we Can we not move on beyond all this tutu meme and focus on the real problems of the nation? That's where I stand.
Away from the tutu meme. Thank
Thanks
you,
very
Dr.
much.
Tharoor, for joining us. Appreciate it. May I call upon stage Mr. Bharat Kaushal, MD, Hitachi, to come up and deliver a small token of our appreciation to Dr. Tharoor. Thank you, sir. A warm round of applause for Dr. Tharoor. Even he makes his way back to the Parliament. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next vision statement. And I'd like to invite on stage Delhi's newly minted Education Minister, PWD Minister, Atishi from the Aam Aadmi Party. Do come up on stage. There. It's yours.
Thank you, Preeti. When the India Today Conclave team asked me to speak about the idea of India, I started thinking about what that meant to me in my lived experience. And my mind actually went back to my childhood. And maybe many of you have had this childhood experience, because when I was in school, which was now many years ago, when the summer holidays used to start, which is about this time of year, our parents would bundle us up all in a car and take us to our grandparents' home, where our cousins from all parts of the country would come. And the next couple of months would be spent in these loud, noisy households where parents, children were all busy talking, eating, fighting. And I thought that, to me, that is what India is. That every member of a family was together. They were talking, they all had a voice. And yes, those voices were noisy, but every voice got a space to express itself. And I remember at my grandparents' home in Chandigarh, where we would spend our summer vacations. So you would have different parts of the household where different kinds of voices would emerge. You would have voices of the children who were, of course, complaining against their parents. You would have one segment of one part of the household, maybe the kitchen, one part of the house, where a lot of women of the family would gather. And that would be their opportunity to discuss many of the issues that they faced. And yes, I'm not saying that their voices were equal, but they had a voice and they had a forum to express themselves, to express their concerns. And you see that Indians always have a voice. Indians always have an opinion. You just need to travel in a bus or on a train in India, and you will realize that everyone has an opinion about everything. And in fact, a train journey done in India, as compared to a train journey done in any other part of the world, is a starkly different experience. So when you sit in an Indian sleeper train where you have 3 people sitting on one side, 3 people sitting on another, the entire time that you spend in that train, you may not know those people when you actually get on that train. But by the time you finish that journey, you know their political opinions, you know their social opinions, you know about their children, you know about their grandchildren, you know where they want to get them admitted, you know everything about them. When elections come, you go to any chai ki dukaan, you go to any street corner, everybody has a voice. And I think that really, for me, defines what India is, where everyone has a voice, everyone has an opinion, and everyone in some forum or the other gets an opportunity to express their opinions. But I think that it is time that as Indians now, we need to start thinking about our voice and raising our voice about the many, many challenges that face our country. The central government minister, Smriti Irani ji, was here in this session. And she talked about how India is on the path to economic growth, how India is becoming an economic superpower. Unfortunately, she is not here anymore, but while on the one hand we talk about a growing Indian economy, there are many, many worrying similar data points that global indexes throw at us. While India may be growing as a global economy, today, in the Human Development Index, which measures education, healthcare, equality, access, you have India year on year falling in its global position. In the last global HDI, the Human Development Index that came, India ranked 132 out of 191 countries in the globe. Most of our neighbors, whom we decry for their policies, for their politics, are ranked above India in the Global Development Index. Today, we pick up the newspaper, and every few weeks, you find one story or the other, be it in the newspaper, be it in the news, be it on YouTube channels, about lack of access to healthcare. Just a few months ago, I remember seeing a news story about how in Madhya Pradesh, one man carried his wife for 65 kilometers just so that she could access basic healthcare. And this is not a one-off story. You see this in all parts of the country where access to healthcare and access to high-quality healthcare is a very serious lacuna. Today, India has only 6 ICU beds for every 1 lakh people. Only 136 hospital beds for every 1,000 people. This is where the Indian voice needs to be heard. This is where the Indian voice needs to be raised. This is what we all need to be talking about. Similarly, education. We all know how important education is to us, for our families. Every time in any household, children's exams comes, I have a niece who's in class 9, and we have a WhatsApp group that I think almost exists solely to discuss her maths assignments and her maths exams. So for every individual, for every household, their children's education, their children's future is one of the most important things. And yet, lakhs and lakhs of children across the country do not have access to basic, high-quality education. Every year in January, an organization called Pratham presents the Asar survey report. And year on year, that report tells us that more than 50% of children, school-going children, do not know how to read and write. Even, in fact, in the Human Development Index, in 2020, it said that Indians, on an average, have 12.2 years of education. By 2022, that has fallen to 11.8 years of education. This is where, as Indians, we need to raise our voice. Another news story that we often hear is that when state governments bring out advertisements for PNs, for postmasters that require 5th standard, 8th standard qualifications, you have 100 positions that come out, and you have 20,000 people who apply. People who have PhDs, people who have master's degrees, people who have MTechs. And they don't have jobs. Today, from January to April, 4.8 crore Indians are unemployed. 28.26% of Indian youth do not have jobs. So as a country, these are issues that we need to be talking about. These are issues about which we need to be loud. These are issues about which we need to be noisy. Then how is it that one wonders that on the one hand, India has talked about becoming a major superpower, or on the other hand, you have such stark indices as far as education, healthcare, employment, malnourishment goes? And I think that the recent Hindenburg report answers a lot of those questions. And that is, again, something Indians need to raise their voice about. Why is it that inequality is rising in this country? It is because some people are more favored than others. You see the fact that you have some business groups close to ruling parties in power whose net worth goes up from 2014.7.3 billion to 2022 to $140 billion. You see the fact that on the one hand, we have a country that talks about cracking down on corruption. But yet, when the Adani Group gets investments from 6 shell companies registered on the same address for 42,000 crore rupees, there is no investigation that happens on the matter. You have the LIC that loses 50,000 crores in 50 days, and yet no investigation happens on the matter. This is what Indians need to be loud and noisy about, ask questions, raise our voices, bring the central government on the discussion table to say that if we are talking about rooting out corruption, if we are talking about India being a global superpower, then we will investigate this kind of corruption that has been brought to the fore. And it is this voice of India that today is under attack. Today, anyone who wishes to criticize the government, anyone who wishes to raise their voice against the central ruling party is clamped down upon. I, as a political leader, I, as an opposition leader, have lost track of the number of defamation cases filed against me by BJP leaders for raising my voice. And today, it's not just about defamation cases. Today, every agency of the central government is being used to clamp down upon the opposition. Be it the CBI, be it the Enforcement Directorate, be it the Income Tax Department, be it police across the country. In fact, a few months ago, I was making a list of the number of cases against leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. And we are not a very old party, we are a new party. And from 2015, since the Aam Aadmi Party came to power, we have more than, I think at last count, we had 186 cases registered against Aam Aadmi Party leaders. No conviction in one single case. No corruption proved in one single case. But yet, every agency continues to attack Aam Aadmi Party and all other opposition parties. Not for the so-called corruption that any parties have done. Because, of course, in all these cases, there is not even 1% or 0.1% of conviction that happens. But today, agencies of the central government are threatening the voices that are raised against them. And I believe that at the very core is a challenge to the idea of India. Because in India, in our country, in every street, in every household, in every bogie of every train, at every chaiwala, every Indian has a right to a voice, and every Indian has a right to voice their opinion. And this right must be protected. Thank you.
Atashi, if there could be a political manifestation of New India, it would be the Aam Aadmi Party. There would be no Aam Aadmi Party in old India. You're at the moment, if we call the India moment, the political moment of it all, because you are a creation of New India. You realize that.
No, absolutely. And I think that India, in many ways, both India old and new, I think the biggest strength of this country has been the diversity of voices that exist here. I think that the biggest strength of this country is, and I'm sure that as we look across this room and we were to see the people sitting here, just in terms of life experiences, just in terms of cultural experiences, just in terms of opinions, in terms of the languages that we speak, I think that diversity is really the biggest strength of this country. And I think that Aam Aadmi Party represents an important voice in this. And I think Aam Aadmi Party represents an important voice in this because, and this is in some ways why I feel we are an important representative of New India, is that politics was considered the preserve of a few. And I remember that when we first came into politics, a lot of our friends and well-wishers used to sometimes laugh at us and say, "Tum log karoge politics. Tumhare paas na paisa hai. Tumhare paas na muscle power hai. तुम ऐसे पढ़े लिखे लोग, ऐसे लोग politics में last नहीं करते हैं." But it is in this country where people like us, and I talk about myself, I don't come from a political family, I don't come from a wealthy family, I come from a very Indian middle class family. And I think the fact that I am where I am today, that without any political background, wealth, political connections, today I'm an elected legislator, I'm a minister in an elected government. I think that this would not have been possible with any other political party.
You're a creation, your party is a creation of New India, but the problem with New India is it gets bored very quickly, it moves on, and it reads very quickly on, on what's on the table. where does the Aam Aadmi Party now stand in ideology? You know, you've delivered that speech where you've talked about what's wrong with the BJP, but what is it that's right with the Aam Aadmi Party? You came with the promise of anti-corruption. You're facing the worst blowback on that now. What are you taking to the people that New India believes you and gives you a new story to narrate?
I think the story of New India is that India has to be for everyone. And everyone, irrespective of the family that you're born in, has to get an equal opportunity in this country. A few months ago, a friend of mine shared an incident with me where his father was hospitalized, and he lives in Bangalore. And he was sitting outside the ICU, and while waiting for the doctor to come and share what his father's medical report was. And there was 3 members of a family who was from rural Karnataka, who were sitting on the benches next to him. So the father of the family, the head of the family, was hospitalized. His wife, maybe around 60 years old, his daughter and his son-in-law, the 3 of them were there. And they were discussing whether the last asset of their family, one piece of land in their village, should be sold off or mortgaged to afford the treatment that the gentleman inside the ICU needed to have. And there was an argument going on between the 3 members of the family, where his wife was saying, ki nahi, mujhe to sab kuch karna hai. And her daughter and son-in-law were very patiently trying to explain to her कि पापा शायद बचेंगे वैसे भी नहीं, तो इसलिए आप अपनी ज़मीन तो मत बेचो, वरना आप उसके बाद क्या करोगे? But I think, and I think anyone who is sitting here would agree, that no human being, no citizen of this great country of ours should ever have to make such a choice. And I think that that really is what Aam Aadmi Party represents. That really is what Aam Aadmi Party is trying to do, is that every individual, irrespective of their place of birth, needs to have equal access, equal opportunity. You know how they say, India में कहते हैं ना कि हमारा भाग्य हमारी हाथ की लकीरों में लिखा होता है. And I sometimes feel that it's actually true. Because when you look at the future, how the future pans out for different segments in society, if I come from a well-off family and my parents can pay the fees of an expensive private school, then chances are that I'm going to do well in my school education, get admitted into a college of my choice, and get a high 6-figure, 7-figure salary by the time I'm done with my education. But on the other hand, if my parents do not have the ability to pay that fees, and I have to go to a broken down, ramshackle government school, chances are that I wouldn't even be able to complete my school education. Even if I do, I will, in all likelihood, end up becoming a mechanic in a car store, domestic help in someone's house. I'm not saying that there is anything wrong in being a car mechanic or in being a domestic worker. The problem is that there is no choice. And at the age of 3, most children in this country have that choice made for them just because of the families they are born in.
Atishi, I'm going to ask you one last question. Now, that's been, I would reckon, the administrative journey of the Aam Aadmi Party. What would you say to those who call you ideologically corrupt? Because where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand on everything, on what you criticize the BJP or the Congress?
I think our ideology and our party's, Delhi's chief minister, party's leader, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, has defined it several times in 3 phrases. Number 1, हम कट्टर ईमानदार हैं. Number 2, हम मानवता के लिए काम करते हैं. So I feel that this कट्टर ईमानदारी, कट्टर देशभक्ति, and मानवता are 3 things that define us. Because we are really looking to work towards every citizen of this country. You might call it an administrative journey when we talk about education and healthcare. But remember, Preeti, that we are all probably coming from privileged backgrounds where we have never had to make this choice. That can I get my mother treatment, or do I have to think about that last asset of my family, of that flat, of that jewelry? And I think that for every citizen of this country, these really are the most important challenges that they face. what is going to be the future of their children? What is going to be the future of their families? And I think Aam Aadmi Party is here to address those.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Atishi. Thank you there, ladies and gentlemen. Please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Bharat Kaushal, MD, Hitachi, to come up on stage and present you, Atishi, with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you, Atishi. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me call upon our next speaker to present his vision of India, Lieutenant General Zameeruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff and former Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. All yours, sir.
Jai Hind. That is my idea of India. It is adopted as a greeting by the armed forces. No religion, no caste system, no creed, no color, only country. Ladies and gentlemen, I was requested by the organizers to capture our country's kaleidoscopic nature by sharing some thoughts of my idea of India. Besides thoughts on idea of India, two words, communalism and divisiveness, find a prominent mention in the request emailed to me. These words were supposed to be linked to my experience in the army till I retired as the Deputy Chief of Army Staff and later as former Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. I will address both. What is my idea of India? It is given by the word idea. I for inclusive nature, D for diverse nature of the country, E for equitable treatment to everybody, gender, citizen, religion, these don't matter. And lastly, affirmative action. Affirmative action has long been displaced by a word called appeasement. Appeasement has several fault lines. There's a vast difference between the two. Affirmative action is when you pull up somebody without hoping for something in return. What is appeasement? Appeasement is when you try and help somebody hoping against hope for a return favor. If appeasement of the minorities is incorrect, can appeasement of the majority be condoned? I don't think so. I was insulated from communal experience because of the fact that my family conforms to the Sufi order, which is the softer face of Islam. Later on, during my service with the army, I never had to face anything which smelt of communalism at all. So I've had a very insulated upbringing. I have not been affected by communalism, and this is something which I am very proud of. Unfortunately, recently, with the advent of the social media and its derived anonymity. You are anonymous. People have been given free license to air what they feel like, and I'm very sad to say that this has also affected a minuscule proportion of the armed forces retired officers. Social media, both fake and otherwise, has fanned the winds of suspicion and discrimination. And this trend is very much on the rise. It is not uncommon in social media when anybody articulating a dissenting view is dubbed anti-national. It is my fond hope that this is a passing phase. From my service in the army, I can say with conviction that a gust of wind cannot uproot something which is flexible. For example, a bamboo tree which is strong and deep-rooted. Every gust of wind results in a sway, and what happens to the bamboo? It bends but doesn't get uprooted. Its flexibility and deep roots are its strength, and so is that in the case of India. A sway is local turbulence. It comes and blows over. Roots, as the roots of India, are firm and will hold on every time. The army which I served in reflects the idea of India. Its loyalty to the Constitution and its apolitical stance derive from its very existence. It derives its culture from our preamble. We, the people. The army takes its cue from that we, the people. The charter of the armed forces is unlimited liability in service of the nation, with the precondition that a runners-up position is unacceptable in the armed forces. That is India's core value of unity in diversity that we hope to preserve in the armed forces till death do us apart. You have witnessed time and again whenever the machinations of the adversary were thrust upon our country, whether it be in 1948, 62, 65, 71, Kargil, Parakram, Somadorong, Chu, Galwan, Tawang. The list is endless and will remain so in the push and pull of the emerging world order. We will always be pulled and pushed. We have much work ahead to find our rightful place in the comity of nations. This is work in progress. What makes us soar? This was something which was asked. I think number one is unity in diversity. The varied hues of the land, the Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, and Parsis are 5 fingers of the hand. When one finger is clenched and when all are clenched, we can become a powerful fist. What happens if one finger is damaged or hurt? I'm afraid the hand cannot be clenched into a fist. We are really an orchestra of various instruments. I've already named them, 5 or 6. which play in harmony for the good of music, for the good of our country. From this, we derive our symphony. The world awaits the music of World is One, the theme of G20. We did this again in 1971 to prevent genocide when Muslims were killing Muslims. As neighbors, we had to act, and we did. Historians call it the only just war in the 20th century, and I totally agree with them. Our treatment of 93,000 prisoners of war was based solely on the prescribed norms of the Geneva Convention. We extended prompt support to disasters all over the world, whether it be Turkey, Syria, the tsunami in Japan, the Maldives. The list of India extending support to citizens of the world is endless. Ladies and gentlemen, disasters have no religion. COVID, conflict, climate change reminds us of this every day. There is no case for adding more fault lines to this one world we live in. What about my service in the army? I was a lone Muslim in my course of almost 200 cadets in the NDA. I was commissioned into a camel regiment of Rajputs, and there were 16 officers in this regiment who fought shoulder to shoulder in the Battle of Longewala. I will tell you the composition of these 16 officers. 2 Muslims, 2 Sikh, 1 Christian, and 1 Jew. That represents the strength of the country. Nobody talked about faith or asked me my religion. It was my personal matter. Our combined loyalty was to uphold the honor of the regiment and the honor of the country. Later on, when I was a general, troops under my command quelled the riots in Gujarat. They were totally neutral and dealt with arsonists and trouble creators with a heavy hand. The social media has a terrible way of looking at things. A post advised me to go to Pakistan. I replied, I've already spent 3 months there in Pakistan, occupied Sindh, after the Battle of Longewala, and I didn't even have a visa. I am aware of the torrent of hateful posts on the social media. I think that is the biggest culprit which is afflicting the unity of our country. Our successes in various wars we have fought, especially 1971, was largely due to the unity and diversity of our country. Caste, color, creed, sex, domicile, and religion meant nothing to the soldier when it comes to camaraderie. Camaraderie means izzat of the regiment one serves in and the izzat of the country. I was also Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. Why is the name anathema to a large number of us? Isn't there a Banaras Hindu University? Isn't there a Hindu college? Isn't there a Khalsa college, a St. Stephen's? Ladies and gentlemen, all these names are tributes to diversity of our country. You may have a mistaken impression that Aligarh Muslim University is a glorified madrasa. Let me assure you, it is not. It is a modern secular university. I was asked, why is the proportion of Muslims more in AMU than other universities? My reply was that major departments like Urdu, Farsi, Arabic, Quranic studies, Unani medicine are only sought for by Muslims. I wish there were more applicants for these very, very important departments. The only optees are Muslims. Students there, when I took over, certainly harbored a feeling that in the job market, they would be discriminated against. I put their minds at rest, quoting the example of two other siblings of mine, and I told them, I always stressed, discrimination is embedded in human nature. But I also asked, who's being discriminated against? They said, us. I said, no, it is the less educated. And ladies and gentlemen, I am being no hypocrite. Discrimination is only against the less educated. The silver lining is that the Muslim community, especially the girls, have taken to education in a very big way. I was also asked, what makes India unique? India is unique because it is a salad bowl nation. Salad bowl nation. I'll just explain what it is. It is a nation where one's individual identity, culture, language, you can hold on and not forsake, like you have to do in a melting pot nation like America. You can, if you want to be accepted, ideal is to marry an Anglo-Saxon or somebody like that. In a salad bowl nation, which is our country, you can identify the carrot from the cucumber, from the lettuce and the olives. We all are together in the salad bowl, all identifiable and all making it very, very palatable. If an attempt is made to churn up the salad, would it be palatable? I can certainly say not. It would be unpalatable. I will end with some words for all of you to mull over. Always remember, we are Team India. Diversity embellishes the idea of India. Diversity does not imply division. It is a glue. It makes India incredible. We are unique. Incredible India is invincible India when it is Team India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, Jai Hind, and ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for General Shah as I call upon Mr. Bharat Kaushal, MD Hitachi, to come up on stage and present a small token of appreciation to General Shah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Kaushal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Shah. Thank you, Preeti. As we wrap up this session, Ideas of India, I request all of you to bring your attention to our screen. We have a short film on the India movement that we'd like to play out for you.
Well, that's the theme of the India Today Conclave in its 20th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, just give us about a 2-minute time. We're going to just set the stage, and as we promised that this year, our conclave in the 20th edition is going to be extra special. To mark the India moment, we have a very, very special guest for you, but just give us about 2 minutes of a turnaround time and we are set to go. We do hope you're tweeting. Please tweet under the hashtag India Today Conclave. There's a lot else going on right outside the hall, something that I really want to go and catch up on in the Shah Jahan Hall. A very special a display of India Today covers by India Today AI, where we've taken some of our best covers of our magazine India Today and reimagined it with AI. You don't want to miss this. It's at the Shah Jahan Hall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut across to our next session. And as I promised, a very, very special guest. Let me introduce you to our session, Sachinism and the Idea of India, How Sports Shaped a Legend and Can Transform the Country. Personal diary of an icon. I don't think he needs any introductions, but this session has been sponsored by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and to introduce you to our very special guest, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderator, my colleague Nikhil Nas, consulting editor, Sports. Come up on stage, Nikhil, right there. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Sachin Tendulkar.
Very good afternoon now to all of you, and your reception here for Sachin Tendulkar was good, but the man who's here, he's not good, he's great. So you'll have to up the ante. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll get your juices flowing. Just a few lines that I wrote about him, maybe that'll get your juices flowing and you'll bring the house down to just introduce him. Because, his career, sledging him was a tactic that bowlers regret. His dismissals forced all of us to shut our TV sets. He made it to, at a very young age of 16, made it to the Indian squad. He started off as a young prodigy, but he retired as a god. So come on, give him a round of applause, guys. Okay, Sachin, first thing I want to tell you is that, and I think I speak for everyone present in the house, that we miss you a lot. We miss those straight drives, those cover drives, those dancing down the wicket to the spin bowlers, even fast bowlers. I mean, to a great extent, I even miss the mannerism, you crouching before every ball, you nodding your head before every delivery. Those became part of our routine, just as they were part of your routine. And what I want to know is, how much do you miss cricket? We miss you. How much do you miss cricket? Do you watch a lot of it now? Do you have the temptation that I'll just pick up the bat and do some shadow practice? Any of that happens with you?
First of all, a big congratulations to India today on completing 20 years. This conclave is something really, really special. And when you guys came over to invite me, I felt really nice. It's always nice to be here in front of all of you. Jaisa mera introduction hua hai, I thought I would just have a sip of water and settle down. It was like going out there in the middle to bat.
That's what we wanted to
settle
create.
down everyone and then start speaking. Usne expectations bahut raise kar diye pehle se hi. But I remember, I saw Harbhajan saying for the first time in Mohali. This was in the mid-90s. And somebody had told me, कि ना भज्जी ये दूसरा बहुत अच्छा डालता है. So I said, दूसरा मुझे पता है मगर क्या exactly उसको बुलाओ नेट में. So he came and Bhaji was bowling to me for the first time. So after bowling every delivery, instead of going back to his run-up, he would kind of walk up to me and say, Ji, and then he would go back. I kept wondering, what is happening? So after some time, Bhaji got in the team and took him about a couple of years to open up with me and speak to me, joke around. Then he said, Bhaji, ek aapse baat karni hai. I said, well, yeah, the first time I was bowling to you in Mohali. I said, I used to come and stand there all the time. और आप पूछते थे मुझे क्या है? And I used to say, नहीं, कुछ नहीं. And I used to go back. तो उस समय वो आपकी जो आदत थी वो आज मुझे पता चली कि ना before facing every ball you used to adjust your helmet and you would do this. तो भजी आता था और मेरे सामने खड़ा रहता है, जी पाजी ऐसा क्या चाहिए? नहीं कुछ नहीं करके वापस जाता था. That was our first introduction.
Your mannerisms, he took time. I picked it up pretty early. He took time to understand all of that, just as I mentioned right at the start. But just, coming back to cricket, do you watch a lot of it? Do you get chance? Kabhi you pick up the bat in the house, thoda shadow practice kar leta hu.
It doesn't happen so often. Earlier I used to. Even after I stopped playing, I used to a little bit go around and practice. Sometimes also with Mumbai Indians, I used to get the bowlers to bowl to me. But no, not really, not of late. Only when we played those couple of tournaments in the last 2 years, that is when I practice, because I believe whenever I have a cricket bat in my hand, it should be serious business. It should not be for fun. Yes, fun element, passion will always be there with me. But when you are representing India, then nothing should be taken for granted. And that's my formula. My coach, my family, my brother, everyone told me that whenever you have a bat in your hand, don't fool around.
Yeah, and whenever you had bat in your hand, it was like you had a magic wand. You would do magic on the cricket field. So the audience present here, very special treat for them. You have no idea about it, because I thought you've seen him do a lot of magic on the cricket field. Today I'll get him to do some magic here, live, in front of all of you. See, the thing is that he's played 664 international games, 781 innings internationally. But there's a thing that people say about Sachin Tendulkar. He remembers every one of his dismissals. I could pick up any match out of those 781 international innings that he's played over a time of 24 years. And rumor has it that he remembers every dismissal. So what I thought today, I am going to test him. Let me see if that magic is true. I've got your few innings, and I made it tough for you. What I've done is, I've not taken the famous ones. If you ask Rahul, Vikrant, Shweta, all of us would know your famous innings and how you got out. What I've done is nondescript innings, not really the ones that would be there in public memory. So we'll see Sachin Tendulkar's magic on stage, live. This is for the very first time. You ready for it?
Yeah, I don't trust rumors, so it's okay.
Let's go for it. Okay, so I take you back to 1990. That is your first tour to England. We all remember your famous 100 in Manchester. But I'll ask you about that game that you played before that, your first ever game at Lord's. I'll give you a bit of clue. You got out for 10 runs in the first innings. Can you tell me how you got out?
Bowled Chris Lewis. Chris Lewis was bowling from pavilion end, and I tried to play towards mid-wicket, missed the line and got bowled right.
Yeah, I only had Chris Lewis. He can tell you the...
second inning में अगर बताना है तो अभी बता रहता हूँ कि second inning में I got out to Angus Fraser just outside off stump, caught in second slip.
Just incredible, huh? I tell people that, for me, doing shows is like you playing innings. You asked me 3 shows ago what I did, what I asked, no clue. But you can remember every inning that you've played. Incredible. But the test is not done yet. I'm taking you now to February 1992, the first World Cup game that you ever played. That was a game against England at Perth. You were out for 35.
Ian Botham caught behind. So
Yeah, caught Stewart bowled Botham.
I didn't particularly enjoy that reaction after Botham got me out. So thoda andar fire tha.
True, 2-on-2. March 1996. Everyone remembers the semi-final, but I'm taking you to, again, a random league game that was played right here in New Delhi versus Sri Lanka. You got 137 runs.
That's easy. I got a run out. Last ball tha, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 50th over. And Chaminda Boss was bowling to me. I tried to play a big shot. The ball went straight to the bowler. Thoda right side mein tha uske. I thought last ball hai, ek run to ek run. Wo agar miss karta hai stump ko, to I still score one extra run for the team. And I took a chance. I was out by like 10 yards. He got me run out. But it was the last ball of the innings, I think.
Incredible. February 2001. First test, we all remember the Eden Gardens test match, Wankhede test match, the first test match versus Australia. I want you to tell me first innings, you got 76.
I scored 76. Glenn McGrath bowling from pavilion end, I got caught behind. Gilchrist.
Correct.
Second innings also I was batting well. And I got out to Mark Waugh. I played a pull shot. I think Justin Langer ke back pe laga and Ponting took a diving catch at short mid wicket.
I didn't research that. Okay. 2011 World Cup game. It's a tight game versus England, played in Bengaluru. You got 120 runs.
काफी easy सवाल पूछ रहे हैं मुझे तो. I think it's like
I had to research all
rank
this.
half volley उसको मारो. Anderson, I got out Anderson कुछ in a power play. I tried to flick. थोड़ा ball slow आया मुझे लगा जिससे I played too early, got the leading edge and caught it cover.
Yeah, caught Yardi, bowled Anderson. Correct. Achha, you said easy sawal. Final question. I'm going to up the tempo. So not going to ask you about your dismissals now that you've proven you know every dismissal of yours out of those 781. Today is 17th March. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, the only man to reach 100 hundreds, yesterday was the anniversary of the day that he reached his 100 hundreds versus Bangladesh. 11th anniversary, I might add. So what I'm going to tell you is not your dismissal. 17 March, you scored 100. And remember, he must have played for 24 years, so many 17th Marches there. You scored 100, can you tell me?
मेरा नॉलेज इतना भी ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं है थोड़ा कुछ आइडिया दो और I don't know.
Okay. No, you said up the tempo, so I have, gone one level higher. Okay, it was, you want me to tell you the opposition or the venue?
You'll have to tell me opposition.
Opposition, South Africa. Year, should I?
In Baroda, I scored 100.
Correct.
In Baroda.
Baroda, he got the 100. So you saw magic. Absolutely incredible. As I said, I can't remember, 5 shows ago that I did. You remember every dismissal. Absolutely incredible. Okay. Now I'm going to get into the serious stuff. Let's talk about cricket. And I think the biggest headline at the moment in the world of cricket is, the test series that just got over. Plenty spoken about the pitches, games getting over in 2.5 days. What do you make of, in general, the health of test cricket?
I think we need to understand one thing, that test cricket should be engaging and it should not be about how many days does it last, 5 days or whatever. We are meant to play on different surfaces, be it a bouncy track, fast track, slow track, turning track, whatever that may be, swinging conditions, seaming conditions, with different balls. You have Dukes, you have Kookaburra, you have SS, you have SG, different balls. And that is what makes test cricket challenging. So when you tour, they are not easy conditions. You need to understand what's happening, assess everything, and then start planning things. So for me, the most important factor is the kind of surface that we play on, because that is the heart of test cricket. We've got two formats which are heavily tilted towards batters. So one is T20, where there is action literally every ball. Batters are looking to attack. In ODIs today, if you look at 310, 320 is a normal total. It's nothing extraordinary. And that is because of various rules being introduced. So these two formats are heavily tilted towards batters. So I strongly believe that to keep spectators engaged, to have more eyeballs, because that is what everyone wants. You speak to anyone, all the guys, including ICC, MCC, everyone, we are talking about Test cricket. How can Test cricket continue to be #1 format? So if we want that, then we need to have something for bowlers, because bowlers ask a question every ball and batter has to answer that. So if that question itself is not interesting enough, how are you going to have more eyeballs? You're not going to have more eyeballs. There has to be some action, something in the pitch for a bowler to ask that question. If you keep a dead track, then, bowler thinks, oh, there's not much help for me. I better play around with batter's patience. The batter is thinking there is nothing much happening off the surface. I should not do anything stupid. Just play within my limits. And what happens? The end result is not interesting cricket. People lose interest. And newer generation, if you want to catch their attention, then the game has to be attractive enough, exciting enough to stay glued to television sets or inside the stadium. And for that, how the bowler starts becomes extremely critical. So we should not get too much into the kind of pitches. Yes, everyone wants the test match to go on for a longer period, but if it doesn't last to 5 days and cricket is interesting, cricket is exciting, that is what matters, and that is what is going to keep Test cricket alive and continue to have Test cricket at #1 spot.
Right. So do you feel that we are obsessed with the number of days that it's going till? That shouldn't be.
We should not be bothered too much about number of days. I feel it should be whether the match was exciting enough or not. Was it boring? Did it last for 5 days and no result? Nobody wants to go back home not knowing who's won and who's lost. Everyone wants to know, and more so because, like I said, in T20, everyone is now used to watching 6s and 4s. How many guys go there and watch a great spell? I mean, it happens in a number of countries in the world. But here also, if instead of a fast bowler bowling an opening spell, why cannot be a spinner bowling a wonderful spell? It's just a different kind of surface that we are playing on. And that should also be challenging enough for batters to go out there and express themselves. If somebody has batted well, he gets runs. Simple.
Yeah, I think it was the traditional powerhouses in cricket that probably set this norm that, fast bowlers should dominate on day one. But, the world order is changing in cricket. Let it be spinners, who dominate on day one. So be it, as he says, the game has to be exciting. That is, the larger context of the macro picture of Test cricket. Let me talk to you about another format, a format where you excelled at. That was ODI cricket. We're getting various opinions. I read Ravi Shastri recently say that ODI cricket may not go on for very long. Make it 40 overs. That may make it exciting. I heard Dinesh Karthik say recently that this 50-over World Cup that you've got probably is the last 50-over World Cup we'll see. What do you see, or what do you foresee, in fact, for ODI cricket? How's ODI cricket's health?
It's getting monotonous, without any doubt. There are two parts to it. One is the current format, and the next, which I feel it should be played. Let me talk about the current format. The current format, which has been there for a while now, is 2 new balls. When you have 2 new balls, you've kind of eliminated reverse swing. Even though we are in the 40th over of a game, it is actually just the 20th over of that ball. And the ball only starts reversing around 30th over or so, and there is a bit of discoloration. The ball starts getting soft. So if you don't get it right, if a batter doesn't get it right, it's not going to carry all the way. And when the ball starts discoloring, then, to pick the ball, to pick the shiny and the rough side becomes difficult. And that element is missing today because of 2 new balls. Yes. Also, for spinners, I've spoken to a few spinners, and then for them, I was just trying to understand their mindset with 5 fielders in the ring. And I said that, for example, if an off spinner is bowling, a standard field is a short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket, and long on. You have long off, cover, point, and third man, or sometimes bring the long off up, put deep point if someone is playing reverse sweep. But 1 fielder, 5 fielders are in the ring. So what the bowlers are saying that we don't have the freedom to change our line. We have to stick to middle stump. And even if we know that there is a possibility of batter making a mistake if we change our line, but the price that we end up paying is too heavy. It could be a boundary, and I don't want to give a boundary, just wanting to experiment something. But whereas if we have that extra protection, then I can always do that, but they don't have that today. So the current format, I feel, is heavy on bowlers. It's really, really challenging with 5 fielders in the ring and 2 new balls. And then coming to the second bit, which I feel is we should be playing 25 overs first. So divide that into 4 halves. It's like Test cricket. So 4 innings, but in Test cricket you have 20 wickets. In this format, you only have 10 wickets. So if you are dismissed, you're out of the game for the next 25 overs as well. You don't come back and bat again. Because anyways, we are looking to have that balance. And why I feel this, because I had played a tournament long back in Sri Lanka. We played 118 overs without any result, because the first day Sri Lanka batted first. They played all 50 overs. We batted 10 overs. The match was rained off. No result. We turn up the next evening. Sri Lanka again bat first. We bat for 8-10 overs. The match was again called off because of the rain. So we almost ended up playing 118, 120 overs without any result, declared as joint winners. Yeah. So here, if you have 25 overs, and then the other side comes and bats for 25 overs, and then you bat again for 25 overs, at least you've completed 25 overs each. And if the forecast is bad, then you plan differently. You plan your first 25 overs. Do you want to get to 230, 240 in first 25 overs? We are okay to lose 7 wickets or 8 wickets, but let's score more runs because later on it might rain. So all these unpredictabilities will come into play. Right now the game is becoming too predictable. From 12th, 15th over to 40th over, it's kind of losing its momentum. There are not enough eyeballs. It's getting boring. So how do we balance that out? How do we balance out the due factor? Because if a captain has lost the toss and he has to bat first and bowl second when there are wet conditions, it becomes really, really difficult to grip the ball. So both teams bowl in the first half and bowl in the second half. Commercially also it makes sense because you get 3 breaks. True. I know, because that element is also important. So the challenges were different. The earlier format, there was a different challenge. Earlier format, they used to be day matches. When I played, actually, there was quite some time ago, there used to be day matches. So one had to deal with the first spell in the first half of the match, and the second half of the match, in sunny conditions, the wicket obviously got better, but there was a period when the surface also dried up and spinners got some help. So that element is missing because of the due factor. So how can we, just by the spin of a coin, you can't literally decide the result of the game. Yeah. It's more or less become that if you're chasing, you play really, really badly, then you lose. But otherwise the match is alive. So those factors are really important, is what I feel, to reduce the gap between the two teams only because of that coin.
Yeah, you spoke like a true batsman. You gave that example कि हमने 180 over bowling की पर batting नहीं दी श्रीलंका ने, just as most batsmen would say. But I think the idea that he's given, and I think that's a great idea, out of the box idea. I hope the custodians of the game can listen to that, because this year, as you know, the World Cup is in India in October, and you're going to have a lot of dew and a lot of matches that are going to be dependent on the toss. And how do you eliminate that? I think that's a great idea that Sachin's just come up with on our platform. But you were talking about this imbalance between bat and ball, right? You were talking about the time that you played. No two new balls, so the ball would get soft. The other thing that would happen at that time was you sometimes played in the morning with the red ball. But what do you make of this other aspect which allowed bowlers some sort of control, which was using the saliva? It helped the ball. They could prepare the ball, and you're not using any artificial elements. You're using something which is natural, just as you use the sweat. That was taken away during the COVID time, but now they've made it permanent. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm no medical expert, first of all, but I think it should be back without any doubt, because it's happened over 100 years. Guys have used saliva, and nothing drastic has happened. Yes, couple of years in between were challenging for everyone, and rightly so that decision was taken. But now it's behind us, by not allowing guys to use saliva. I think it's something that should be considered. And if we are talking about unhygienic, then I've seen guys putting a ball under their armpit.
Yes, happens a lot.
So that what are they doing? They're applying sweat. Is that hygienic? No, I don't think so. It sounds a little awkward, but I think. Application of saliva does two things. There are two types of reverse swing. I don't want to get too technical, but one is that you don't wet the ball much. You just wet little bit, and that's when most of the times you use saliva, especially when the ball is new. You only work on very small damaged areas and shine the ball. The texture of saliva is slightly different compared to your sweat. So you
said you're no medical expert.
Yeah, I mean I'm no medical expert, so that was my first statement. So you continue to keep the ball light. It is shiny. One side gets scruffed up as the game progresses, and the shiny side, that imbalance in friction, the ball starts swinging. And the other way to swing the ball is you make one side heavy and the other side continues to stay light. So we don't touch the other side of the ball at all. So it is always held in fingers, not in your palms. Only when you have to catch the ball, then you use the palm. But otherwise, when you're shining the ball or keeping one side wet, then you make sure that the other side stays completely dry. So that imbalance in the weight helps you swing the ball. So these kind of things are really, really important for a bowler. And it is, can you imagine, tomorrow I go to a dressing room and I tell the batters, from now on, you cannot loft the ball. You have to play only along the ground. So it is as bad as that for bowlers. And I haven't played in these conditions. Yes, we played a couple of series, but not at that level. But I've spoken to bowlers, and the bowlers would want saliva to come back in the game. So I feel it's an important element which should be considered.
It's lovely to see a batsman stand up for the rights of the bowlers, or is that the bowler in you, the off spinner,
I got
the leg
reasonable
spinner?
amount of wickets, so I would want to consider myself as a bowler because I
yes, you did.
I bowled in the nets. I enjoyed doing that. So
what sort of a bowler were you? Were you an off spinner? Were you a leg spinner? Were
I'm
you
still
a medium?
figuring out.
Yeah.
It depends on the condition of the ball. If the ball was new, then I preferred seam bowling. If the ball was semi-new, then I bowled off spin. The ball got old, leg spin. By then, the second new ball came, so I was again back in the action.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible what he could do with not just with the bat, but with the ball as well. Okay, I'm just going to switch gears. Right now, the WPL is happening. Have you been watching the matches? What do you make of it? Any changes you recommend?
Fantastic. First of all, a big, big congratulations to BCCI because this is a great initiative. And like I said, I mean, first innings was played well by BCCI. Now, second innings, we all have to support. We all have to support women cricketers. I think they are doing a magnificent job. I'm really, really impressed by the fielding standards, their athleticism. It's just blown my mind. It's incredible. It's fast, it's exciting, and good cricket should always be encouraged. They are fiercely competitive, and I know how IPL is played, and this is a beginning of WPL. I feel every day starts with some expectation, and when you go back home, you've had some experience. So this is the beginning with some expectations, and I'm sure it's going to leave us with some great experiences. And I really want to congratulate all the teams, all the women cricketers who've turned up here. This is a beginning of something really, really big, not just for India, but cricket.
Yeah, let's just hope. Let's just hope. Just another thing on the WPL. What do you make of different rules that they've got for WPL compared to the men's game?
Again, one fielder is extra inside the ring. They play with 5 fielders inside the ring. I would have 4 fielders inside the ring, so fair balance between batting the ball, because anyways in this format, batters are looking to score runs, looking to play big shots. That extra fielder outside the ring is only fair to a bowler.
Maybe that is also something that can be looked at. Shweta, my colleague, she follows women's sports a lot, had a question for you. Go ahead, Shweta.
I follow all sports, Nikhil. But Sachin, you've been an idol not just for men, but for women sportspersons, women athletes as well. What bothers me is that I definitely remember beaming Saina Nehwal when Sachin Tendulkar handed over keys to her brand new car because she idolized you. There have been plenty. But what bothers me is that there has been one Sania Mirza, one Saina Nehwal, one PV Sindhu. Do you think the time has come? Has women's sports arrived, or should we be a little more patient? Because what do you make of the scene?
Without any doubt, they have arrived. I mean, and you need heroes. You know, basically you idolize them as a kid, you worship them, you want to emulate whatever they have been able to achieve in life. You want to follow their footsteps. There are so many big names. Just to name a few: Mary Kom, P.T. Usha. You grew up watching her. Saina, like you said, Sindhu, Sania has just retired, and all these women, so many of them, they've brought laurels to our nation. I feel this is a beginning of something really, really big. This is a journey where one needs to constantly keep working on, and it includes infrastructure, the platforms that they have to express their talent is important. Now there are more platforms for them to express, for the whole world to see what they are capable of. Till now, they played, but the coverage was not there, the following was not there, appreciation was not there. So there is no better tonic for any athlete when opportunities, the platform, and appreciation of having done well come together. So when these 3 things come together, that is the greatest tonic any athlete can have. And that just inspires you to push harder, to take that extra step further. And that is what we need. So it is not, we cannot be pointing fingers at so-and-so is not doing anything for us. It is our responsibility. In whatever capacity, if we all individuals can step forward and support them, the results will follow.
Okay, I'm going to bring you back to cricket because there's another thing that I wanted your opinion on, DRS. Now that wasn't there when you were playing. Let me ask you, you remember every inning of yours? Now tell me, going back.
Don't tell me to name umpires.
No, but I will ask you to do that. Now tell me, how many of those dismissals, if you had the chance today, would you have referred to the DRS?
नहीं उतना तो नहीं पता, but yeah, quite a few. Quite a few. I cannot count them on my fingers for sure.
Has it changed the game? You know, Sachin Tendulkar sitting here, hundreds, plenty of runs. But imagine if you had the benefit of DRS. What do you make of the use of technology? And do you ever wonder, I wish I had it during my playing days?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved it without any doubt, because some decisions go in your favor, some decisions go against you as well. So I would have loved it, but I'm still not clear in my head. You know, when DRS players, either a batting side or a bowling side refers to DRS, the third umpire comes into play, and sometimes a batter is given out, and sometimes batter continues to bat, and the ball is still hitting the top of off, but the batter still continues to bat. I mean, if in reality, if the ball hits top of off, batter goes back. I mean, no way the bails are not going to be dislodged. Yes, because of technology, a lot of things are happening. The bails are heavier, and I just recently I saw a video where the bail was kind of dislodged. The lights also came on.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Players almost celebrated, and the bail went back again.
Yes.
So all these things are happening because of technology. But we are only pointing fingers at technology, that technology is not foolproof. So are humans. I mean, before DRS, there were blatant mistakes made. And because of those blatant mistakes, the matches were either lost or won because of some third person deciding your fate. So I completely disagree with the current format. To me, I'm very clear, if the ball is hitting the stump, it's out. If it's not, batter continues to bat. So
the umpire's call,
somebody is unhappy with the on-field umpire's decision. It may be the batter or the bowler. And that's why you go to the third umpire. So why are you going back again to the decision maker who somebody is unhappy with? They disagree with that decision.
Because they say it's not 100% proof technology, so let's go back to the umpire.
But, I mean, humans also made mistakes, right? Umpires, I have been part of many matches where it has cost us a game because of bad umpiring.
Tell us some. You remember something that's...
No, there are many games that way. I mean, you know, blatant mistakes. So those kind of mistakes, I mean, are, according to me, I mean, really hard to digest, you know, because in the end, it decides the outcome of the game. So what is so different between a human error and technology error? It is, if you've decided to go that route, you might as well go that route. I mean, it's like, I have this cup, thoda chai bhi dalte hai aur thoda coffee bhi dalte hai. It doesn't work. You need to either have tea or have coffee in that. But what we are trying to do is we are mixing both things. And I disagree.
Okay, we're running out of time. My dear friend and colleague Vikrant, he'll kill me if I don't allow him to ask a question. Go ahead.
Sachin, 20 years of the India Today Conclave and 20 years to that 2003 World Cup final between India and Australia. And maybe that's when the journey began for Indian cricket. So we just won the Border Gavaskar Trophy. We made it to the World Test Championship final, June. Could this be India's first ICC title in 10 years?
Yeah, I think we've played well, and we have a good team. We have a balanced team. Yes, in those conditions, like I said earlier, you'll have to see the conditions, you'll have to see the surface, overhead conditions, and then also the forecast comes into play. Like I said, in ODI cricket, the forecast will also come into play with the new things that I'm suggesting. Similarly here in Test cricket also, we'll have to understand overhead conditions for next 5 days and then accordingly pick the squad. It would be slightly challenging for a captain to have extra spinners in the team. So that balance we'll have to get it right. And I'm only thinking from India's point of view. Let Australians think what they want to do. I'm just thinking of what we should be doing. We stand a very good chance.
Supreji had a question, yeah.
सचिन, 2011 में इंडिया में वर्ल्ड कप हुआ था, उसके बाद 2023 में वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है। आप कैसे देखते हैं, 2011 में कैसी तैयारी थी, तब हम चैंपियन हुए थे, क्या 2023 में हम चैंपियन बन सकते हैं फिर से?
बिल्कुल, मैं तो ऑलवेज ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हूँ और यही सोचता हूँ कि 2000
जो पहले उस समय आपकी तैयारी थी, आप लगता है कि टीम उसी तरह से तैयार हो रही है अभी भी, जैसे आपने 2011 में तैयारी की थी?
आई थिंक मैं यही समझता हूँ कि सभी प्लेयर्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स काफ़ी क्रिकेट खेल चुके हैं, तो उन्हें पता है कि क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है। ऑफ कोर्स होम वर्ल्ड कप एक्सपेक्टेशंस अलग होते हैं, क्योंकि आप जब इंडिया के बाहर जाते हो तो थोड़ा बाहर वाला क्राउड भी मिक्स हो जाता है, बट दैट इज़ बिकमिंग लेस एंड लेस कि जहाँ भी जाओ। मुझे इंग्लैंड में कुछ समय पहले लोग कह रहे थे कि अरे लग ही नहीं रहा है कि हम इंग्लैंड में हैं, और ये इंग्लिश लोग कह रहे थे, मुझे ये लग रहा है कि हम इंडिया में, आई एम ग्लैड, फील एट होम, डोंट वरी। तो ये एक अलग एक्सपीरियंस होता है व्हेन द क्राउड गेट्स बिहाइंड यू। उनका सपोर्ट इज़ प्राइसलेस, इट्स मैचलेस, एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट द टीम वांट्स। प्रेपरेशन तो हर प्लेयर करेगा विदाउट एनी डाउट, सिर्फ फिज़िकल प्रेपरेशन नहीं मगर मेंटल प्रेपरेशन भी उसके लिए ज़रूरी होता है, क्योंकि आप जो सोचते हो उसे एक्शन फॉलो करते। सो इफ़ यू आर थिंकिंग राइट, देन it's seen that positive energy, that fluidity in your body, जो एक स्मूथ मूवमेंट्स होते हैं और कभी कभी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड मूवमेंट्स होते हैं, तो दैट इज़ सीन बिकॉज सम डेज यू आर थिंकिंग राइट, सम डेज यू आर नॉट, एंड इट्स ह्यूमन टू गो दैट वे, मगर वो दिखाई देते हैं। सो आई एम जस्ट विशिंग आवर टीम ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट, आई एम वेरी होपफुल।
एक बात और है सचिन कि लास्ट 2 BCCI प्रेसिडेंट्स जो हैं क्रिकेटर बने हैं, अच्छी बात है, पहले सौरभ गांगुली बने, फिर रोजर बिन्नी बने हैं अभी। क्या आप कभी BCCI में आएंगे या कभी आपको हम लोग ऐसा किसी रोल में देख सकते हैं?
मैंने इतनी ज़्यादा फास्ट बॉलिंग नहीं की, बिकॉज सौरव स्टिल कंसिडर्ड हिमसेल्फ एज अ फास्ट बॉलर। मुझे याद है जब सौरव ने टोरंटो में विकेट निकाले थे, तो सौरव मुझे ऑलमोस्ट कहने लगे, यार मैं थोड़ा और दम लगाऊंगा तो 140 तक जा सकता हूँ। ज़्यादा तो जा सकता है। उसने 2 दिन प्रैक्टिस की और पीठ पकड़ी उसकी, एंड देन आफ्टर दैट ही इज़ नेवर स्पोकन अबाउट 140। मैं 140 नहीं डाल सकता हूँ।
Okay, we are completely done on time, but before we go, another treat for everyone who's here. We've got a few images of yours. These are rare, unseen. A lot of these images of Sachin Tendulkar, probably they'll come in as a surprise to him as well. I want you to react on those. Quick ones, can we have those, please? This one, tell us what is happening here. I had to really dig the archives.
ये तो अंदाज अपना अपना की मूवी का मुहूर्त है।
अच्छा, मुहूर्त शॉट्स।
या दिस वाज शॉट, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, एट महबूब स्टूडियो। ऑल 4 of them, अभी ऑब्वियसली आई न्यू देम, मगर डिड नॉट नो देम पर्सनली, ऐसे कि अभी मैं जानता हूँ काफ़ी लोगों को, मगर उस समय मैं नहीं जानता था, इतना पहचान नहीं थी, बट आई न्यू कि ना ये ऑब्वियसली हमारे एक्टर्स हैं। आई हैड प्लेड आई थिंक इन पाकिस्तान, एंड बिफोर गोइंग टू न्यूजीलैंड उन्होंने मुझे पूछा था कि क्या आप आ सकते हो, कुछ नहीं करना है, सिर्फ नारियल तोड़ना है और कुछ नहीं करना है। तो I said, okay, ठीक है. That was my only occasion.
No, you were lucky because this holds the record for most home videos ever sold, this film. It was a cult film. They should have called you for more Mahurat shots after that. Next one. What is happening here and who are you dressed as?
I'm just checking कि अभी तो है नहीं ना mustache however. नहीं, this was on my first tour of Pakistan. We were not allowed to go out anywhere. So this was in 1989, and I was only 16, officially, genuinely 16. तो उस समय media and the team, we were staying in the same hotel, and we thought, why not get together? It was my first tour. It was never done before, but we decided to have Sunday club, और सब वहाँ पे आएंगे. We'll just have good food. Enjoy each other's company, mix around, because we were not allowed to go out anywhere. So in those days, ये सारी चीज़ें हुआ करती थी.
Who are you dressed as?
अभी हो रही कि नहीं, मगर
who are you dressed as? Is there somebody in particular or just
hair stylist? Oh, मेरी तो नहीं,
गब्बर सिंह
तो यही थी कि कोई ऑप्शन तभी उस समय कुछ हेयर स्टाइल वगैरह नहीं थी. आज I know there's a lot of attention paid to कैसे लुक्स है और क्या है. I did not think of that much.
Next one, talking about hairstyles. See that? That is a young Sachin. We remember the one holding the bat, but this is a rare picture of his.
Yeah, I'm a 4-year-old Sachin here. मुझे एक्चुअली स्कूल में और जहाँ जहाँ जाता था मुझे टीचर्स वगैरह भी साईं बाबा कहते थे क्योंकि मैं हेयर स्टाइल वाज लाइक दिस, मगर आई वाज एक्सट्रीमली अ नॉटी किड. यहाँ दिख रहा है कि ना सीसॉ पे हूँ मैं और स्लाइड पे हूँ और काफ़ी ऊंची थी ये स्लाइड, बट आई वाज काइंड ऑफ fearless. I mean, I always wanted to do all these things, always up to mischiefs, and my parents, I don't know how they stayed patient with me for so long.
That mischief is the one that made you a cricketer because you were sent to a cricket academy. So good on that. Next one. This is you playing the tabla. I know you're a big Kishore Kumar fan, a Zakir Hussain fan too.
Yes, they're great artist. I mean, Zakir Bhai, obviously, I mean, I've had the honor of meeting him, spending time with him. We had a meal together. I've been a huge fan of Kishore Kumar as well. But ये हमारा ऐसे ही हम experiment कर रहे थे. This was somewhere in the 90s. ऐसा दिखाई दे रहा है तो ये शायद कलकत्ता हो सकता है.
Okay.
And Sanjay loved singing. तो मैंने कहा कि चलो मैं कंपनी देता हूँ, तो आई कैन नॉट प्ले तबला. मैंने कहा कि जो भी तबला बजाए ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत हम कर सकते हैं. एंड संजय डजंट माइंड कि बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक क्या चल रहा है, वो उसका काम करता है.
Okay, the penultimate one.
Third one is Praveen Amre.
That's Praveen Amre, yes.
Third one is Praveen Amre. So I think this was Praveen's first India series. We played
he debuted
India.
in South Africa.
So he played in South Africa,
Yes.
and after that we came to India and played against England.
Okay. Penultimate one. Do you recognize, I don't know how many of you recognize the gentleman sitting to his right? That's correct.
उसके कपड़ों का क्या हुआ है?
Was he like shooting?
No, I didn't know. I mean, I was shooting a commercial. He came and said that, can I click a picture with you?
So he came as a fan?
Why not?
As a fan, not as a...
I met him after that. He's a wonderful guy, and I loved his work. He's very, very creative, very imaginative, and he's not shy of taking challenges, accepting challenges, doing different roles, and I thoroughly enjoy his acting. So I wish him all the very best.
Okay, final picture. For that I need you to get up because we're going to recreate this moment. It's 20 years of India today. It's 20 years of the most iconic shot ever played on the cricket field. Many fans have voted for this. This was a 60 hit of Shoaib Akhtar in the game versus Pakistan. And what we're going to do live is after 10 years or 20 years, we're going to get him to recreate that shot live for you. It's never happened. Just pose for us in that shot. Firstly, was that an uppercut? What was it? Shoaib Akhtar was bowling. High pressure game. 1st March, I think, 2003.
Yeah, I know. और उसके पहले बहुत sleepless nights हो चुके थे क्योंकि India-Pakistan game is always a big game. लोगों ने almost when they got to know close to maybe 10 months और 1 साल पहले ही बात करनी शुरू की थी, बाकी के गेम्स का जो भी हो जाए ठीक है, ये गेम जीतना है. तो I said, what do you mean? नहीं ये गेम जीत के आओ. तो उस तरह का प्रेशर था, एक्सपेक्टेशंस थे. वो ज़्यादा तेज़ नहीं है, ऐसे ही 150 पे डाल रहा था. अगर गलत टाइम पे आप ब्लिंक कर जाओ तो बॉल निकल जाता था. मगर these kind of shots are not planned. अगर आपको दिख जाता है बॉल and if you have time to play, then you go for it, and that is exactly what happened. कि मैंने देखा कि बॉल थोड़ा सा ऑफ स्टंप के बाहर है.
I'm going to get away because the camera people don't want me.
And short है, तो basically I'm going to just show you why it's hard to replicate. But saw the ball, picked the length. First I thought, shall I let it go? And I thought maybe बाहर है, I can do it. So two swings.
All right, Sachin Tendulkar, thank you so much for, pouring your heart out, giving us an insight in the man that Sachin Tendulkar is. Ladies and gentlemen, the first man to score an ODI double 100, the only one to get 100, Sachin Tendulkar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it off to Sachinism and his idea of India. I request Sachin to stay on stage. Nikhil, stay on stage. I would request Mr. Tendulkar to stay on stage as I quickly call upon Joynil Mukherjee, Executive Director, RPSG Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to, ladies and gentlemen, Sachin Tendulkar. Our session sponsor, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group.
Can I say a big thank you to the team that got the backdrop as well? Incredible. You know what Naveen and Nilanjan and Bandeep have been able to do. Sachin himself was very impressed. So big thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Tendulkar. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who might not be very interested in our next session, though I doubt if you won't be, there is also a breakaway session which we are holding in the Roshanara halls of BMW, by BMW, on sustainable mobility, new ways forward. So you can go there, but let me take you now to our next session. The Smokeless War, China's secret strategy to replace America as a global superpower. Implications for India and the world. This session is sponsored by Radico Khaitan. But before we get to the session, I want to play just a small film which showcases, with all its strength, our formidable neighbor, China.
संप्रभुता पर जिस किसी ने आंख उठाई, सेना ने, हमारे वीर जवानों ने उसका उसी की भाषा में जवाब दिया.
And we seek competition, not conflict. If China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country.
U.S. intelligence says President Xi gave the order China's military must be ready to take Taiwan by 2027.
Xi Jinping sits on top of the party sits on top of China, and China sits on top of the world. That's basically the program.
That's a small glimpse of the emerging superpower China, its implications for India and the world. The Smokeless War, taking it from here, I'd like to introduce our session's moderator, who's going to take you through with the session and introduce the guest speaker. Let me invite on stage Rahul Kanwal, News Director, TVTN, and Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, and Executive Director, Business Today on stage.
Long before China bared its fangs and started flexing its international muscles, one man was writing on China's 100-year marathon and its secret plan to replace the United States as the world's leading superpower. This was at a time when many in the Western world of academia and think tanks were still looking at China with rose-tinted glasses and seeing in Beijing a friend and not a threat. The theme of this year's conclave is the India moment, but there is a giant dragon hanging over that Indian moment, and that dragon lives in Beijing. To discuss the biggest threat to India's growth and to the global system at large, I am delighted to welcome to the India Today Conclave one of the world's leading experts on China, Mr. Michael Pillsbury. Mr. Pillsbury has been advisor to many US presidents. He's a consultant at the US Department of Defense. He's the director of Chinese strategy at the Hudson Institute, and he's known the world over for his prescient book, The 100-Year Marathon, China's Secret Strategy to Replace America as the Global Superpower. If you haven't read this, you absolutely must. Joining Mr. Pillsbury, for an Indian perspective, we have Manoj Kevalramani. Manoj is the chairperson of the Indo-Pacific Research Program and a China Studies Fellow at the Takshashila Institute, a public policy center. So welcome, and let's now talk about the biggest threat to the India moment. And can I get Mr. Pillsbury to look back at this book which came out in 2015, a lot of what America now takes as given, you've already written about way back. You talk about China replacing the United States as the world's #1 power by 2049. Are you still on track for that timeline? Is the timeline being advanced into the future? Has it been brought forward? Mr. Pillsbury, let's start from there.
Thank you. I think the Chinese are ahead of schedule. I underestimated how fast they would surpass America in various indicators. The Heritage Foundation actually next month is going to come out with a list of indicators where China has already surpassed America. Some of them are quite dramatic. When the Chinese launched a round-the-world hypersonic missile, we can't do that. We were quite certain China could not do that. When they went to the far side of the moon, we can't do that. We were surprised that China could do it. In the number of biotech areas, China has already surpassed us. So I underestimated two things. One was the progress of China. The other was I thought a coalition would form both inside America and around the world that would slow China down, that would say you're stealing too much, you're breaking the rules, you're doing things you never said before you would do. So there'd be a coalition. And the key member of the coalition would be India. That has not happened. No real coalition is formed against China's conduct anywhere in the world. And in particular, something called the Quad was formed. Initially, the media thought this was to talk about China. Australia, Japan, India, the United States. The heads of state would meet, the foreign ministers would meet. But actually what happened, in the joint statement that would come out of the Quad meetings, China could not be mentioned. One country that belongs to the Quad prevented the others from saying anything negative about China in their joint statements. So China's grown much faster than I thought, and the response from around the world has been much weaker than I thought. So if anything, the 100-year marathon is ahead of schedule, to answer your question.
So by when, in your estimate, does China overtake the United States and emerge as the world's global superpower #1? Is that inevitable? Can America still win?
You know, when you think about cricket and soccer and worldwide sports, there's a number of things that happen that billions of people watch. You know the score. It's up on the scoreboard. You can see the umpire make a good call or make a bad call. You know who the teams are. In the US-China or the India-China competition, there's none of that. There's no announcement. The score is not made public. And there's no umpire. That's the most important thing of all. There's no umpire. So the role of India today and the worldwide media in general is very important. They've got to describe what is the game that's going on, that's secret, that's behind the scenes. Which indicators should we watch? I didn't mention another surprise to me was nuclear weapons. The Chinese have told the world since their first nuclear test in 1964, we don't believe in nuclear weapons. Yes, we have a couple hundred, maybe, but that's only for defense. Now, just in the last 2 years, it's been announced by our strategic forces, China is having a breakout, what's called strategic breakout. They're building so many new ICBM silos that just 2 weeks ago, our key general said, China now has more ICBM nuclear weapons silos than America. This is a big surprise. But is there a worldwide coverage of the team players in cricket? Suddenly this has happened? No. You'll find it very difficult to find in any newspaper in the world or any TV show in the world other than yours that this is happening. Now, if the Chinese go for 1,500 nuclear warheads, which is the American military estimate, they're going for either parity or to surpass both America and Russia. Now, Indian nuclear forces it's secret, but let's say it's 100 or 200. If China goes for 1,500, that's a 7-to-1 superiority against the Indian moment that we're talking about so much today. But again, it's not covered as a cricket match or as a worldwide World Cup.
I can see Mr. Pillsbury is quite inspired by Sachin Tendulkar's session just before this. But one of your specializations really is to compare comprehensive national power. And if you were to give us your ranking, where do you see, relative to the United States, China stand at this moment? Where does India stand in your global matrix? And where do you see things move from here?
Well, the only places in the world that this kind of question is answered are secret places inside governments. The Russians have a unit that measures the balance of power. We have a unit that measures the balance of power. And so does India, frankly. So does China. I first got onto the idea of the book, The 100-Year Marathon, by visiting some Chinese experts who were working 20 years into the future. They were measuring what would China have to do to become the #1 power in the world. I could not find that kind of thinking in Moscow or Washington or Delhi or Tokyo. But the Chinese were thinking ahead, what exactly do we have to do to surpass all other powers? And they recruited the World Bank, of all people, to open its largest office in the world, 3,000 people in Beijing, to advise China what to do about their state-owned enterprises. And they came up with a phrase I'd never heard before, called national champions. At that point, China had 0 companies on what's called the Fortune 500 list of the companies in the world that are the most capitalized. Now, recently, China has surpassed America. They went from 0 to 140 of their companies on this list. America's about 120. India is much lower. This is a joke, actually, they even had a billionaires index. Who had how many billionaires? In the beginning of this process, China had 0. Guess what? 3 years ago, China has more billionaires than America. Now, some indicators are a joke. They surpassed us in beer drinking. Okay, I can live with that. But the measurement of the balance of power, I've heard people at the conference today talk about India's #5 or India's #6. That's what the Chinese were 30 years ago. And they had a series of measures to get up to #2 and moving toward #1. But again, this is secret work done inside governments. And the Chinese, to my amazement, you would think as their progress went from #6 to #2, you would think they would be like a good World Soccer Cup, take credit, say we're #1 and hope for applause. The Chinese stopped the World Bank and IMF from announcing that China's economy had surpassed America. They want to play all this down. They're very sensitive from their ancient literature. Never brag, never get a rival to rise up against you. So play dumb, play weak, which we still find them doing. Some of the scenes that showed the PLA marching, this is not what they prefer to present to the world. They like to show Chinese ballet, Chinese opera, Chinese art. There's a new policy that began in the last 10 years that Confucius is now the symbol of China. So Xi Jinping went to Confucius' hometown, signed some books, starts quoting from Confucius. This is what China wants to project. Don't worry about us. We're not going to become the #1 power in history. We're just raising people up out of poverty in China. And as we do that, by accident, we become the world's greatest power. So this is what we face.
Speaking of Confucius, Confucius says that there can't be two suns in the world, nor two emperors on the earth. Where do you think China sees India at this moment?
Actually, I know quite a bit about that because I used to raise the question of India with the Chinese. A lot of Americans thought over the last 50 or 60 years there would be kind of a horse race with China and India, the two horses. And everybody thought India will surpass China. Democracy, speaks English, rule of law, the Communist Party quite weak. So there was no contest. But then it turned out the opposite. China pulled way ahead of India in almost every indicator. So why did this happen? It looks like the American decision to invest heavily in China and to sell or give all American scientific discoveries to China, which we do by an agreement. Same thing with technology. We, the United States government, favored China over India for the last 40 years. And you'll find this discussed both in Dr. Jaishankar's book, The India Way, and the former Foreign Secretary Charan's book, How India Sees the World. The Indian government knew this. They knew that America was blocking the transfer to India of high technology since 1974 for various reasons. So even though we thought the Indian horse would win the race, in fact what happened is we helped the Chinese horse, which ultimately ends up 4 or 5 times larger and more technologically advanced than India. Now this has begun to change, but it's still not totally changed. Our trade with India still is not as high as with China. We're increasing our investment in China. Even after all the Xi Jinping aggressive moves, American investment in China is increasing. So the India moment is important, but there's also a China moment coming, which I believe they want to keep secret and play down. If they're so powerful now, they don't want a coalition formed against them.
Manoj, Michael Pillsbury's suggestion is that instead of waiting till 2049, China could emerge as the world's #1 superpower much before that, in the early 30s, which isn't too many years away from, just about 10 years away from now. He also thinks that China will inevitably win the battle to be the world's #1 superpower. Do you share that assessment? Or are you more skeptical?
Yeah, I think you can color me skeptical on that. Look, the best laid plans often end up facing reality. And I think China is in its early days of trying to emerge as a global power. You can compare different metrics of China's relationship and its comparative strength with regard to the United States. And it's quite strange, me as an Indian, saying that there is a stark disparity even today between the comprehensive national power between China and the United States. If you just look at military power projection, Beijing's ability to project power beyond its near seas is extremely limited. In the Indian Ocean, it's extremely limited. Its ability
to negotiate deals between countries is extremely limited. And I say that keeping in mind the fact that we've just seen some sort of an agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which China swooped in at the last minute to try and broker. But is that really a peace deal? No, it's an agreement to talk, as opposed to necessarily trying to start a new era in the Middle East.
Well, it's more than what the United States has been able to do. And speaking of military power, if you read Michael Pillsbury's book, he writes about the assassin's mace. The assassin's mace is essentially the use of asymmetric weaponry to take on the enemy. You're not fighting conventional weapon systems with conventional weapon systems. Michael talks about the assassin's mace. And they've got more than an adequate mace to be a very deadly assassin.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not, by no means am I trying to say that China does not have significant comprehensive national power. But I think if you're still going to compare China with the United States, there's significant daylight between them. Has that gap shrunk over the last 30 years? Obviously it has. And that is a matter of concern. I also sort of disagree with the fact that Beijing is trying to downplay its intentions. In fact, it's quite obvious that it's actually talking quite much more publicly about its intentions. If you listen to what Xi Jinping is saying, he's no longer downplaying what he believes he wants the world order to be like. If you look at what their projections for their own desires in terms of the global governance architecture that they want, his initiative on global development, Belt and Road, Global Security Initiative, and now the Global Civilization Initiative, all of those talk about a world that he wants to create. So I don't think he's downplaying that. I think he's learned lessons from the Made in China 2025 fiasco, which led to the response in the United States and the Trump administration on trade, because that sort of really crystallized the nature of the economic threat that China presented. But I don't think he's downplaying it. I think he's being quite clear about what he wants to do. But I don't think he today has the capability to achieve those goals of dominance. And I think there's some of that we need to measure some of that, and it needs to be a little bit more measured in our understanding of what China maybe desires to do and what it can do. I'd love to have $1 billion in my account. It's not there. So I think we need to keep that gap between intent and capability in mind, and that allows us to then respond in kind to try and shape the kind of behavior that we want from China.
You know, for those of you who haven't followed Michael Pillsbury's work, I just want to take you through the 9 key principles he lays out from the warring states era, which lie at the heart of his work and which give you a sense of how he thinks China operates, and as a fact it does. So the first is induce complacency to avoid alerting your opponent. For many years, Beijing did that. Manipulate your opponent's advisors. Be patient for decades to achieve victory. Steal your opponent's ideas and technology for strategic purposes. Military might is not critical for winning a long-term war. Recognize that the hegemon, in this case the United States, will take extreme steps, even reckless action, to retain its dominant position. Deceive others into doing your bidding, and this is something China is a master at. Wait for the maximum opportunity to strike. Be vigilant to avoid being encircled or deceived by others. And one of the mistakes in Chinese history that the warring states made is that the challenger oftentimes struck before its time had come, made the incumbent alert, and then helping the incumbent quash the challenger before the challenger could become the new superpower. Is modern day China repeating that mistake, or do you think they've learned from the mistakes of the last several centuries?
The correct answer is both. There is a debate in China that we can see indications of, that some people think Xi Jinping has gone too far, that he's a bit too open about China's goals. But I think overall, the Chinese, I know, are very sensitive to observe in the great powers of the world how strong is the China threat theory growing. They try to measure it. They know individuals. We know that their embassies keep track of who are China's friends, who believes in the China threat theory, who are the swing voters in between.
Are you a friend, enemy, or a frenemy?
Well, the Chinese say, you used to be our friend, when you delivered the Mark 46 torpedoes for our submarines in 1985, when you provided nuclear targeting data to China against the Soviet forces. President Reagan did the most to actually arm China, sell them weapon systems. So they want that Pillsbury to come back. They haven't given up hope. And there is a group in our country, the so-called G2 people. They believe the US and China have a destiny to work together against all the other powers of the world.
These are who you call panda huggers.
They just like the word G2. No G20, no G15, G2. That basically the two great economies of the world can have the world order be their work. China encourages that way of thinking. One time they proposed to Obama, they proposed again to Trump, something called the new model of great power relations. And at first, it sounded very good. The new model means the rising power doesn't get attacked or hurt by the hegemon. But the Obama team started asking, well, who is in the great power relationship? Is India included? They said, no, India is not part of the great powers. And as the Obama team learned more, they turned down the Chinese offer. They've made it again to the Biden team. So this is something to watch in terms of how the world perceives the rise of China. If it's still a friendly panda, then a coalition's not necessary. And the only Cold War will be over technology issues.
If you're sitting in India, I promise you, you're not seeing a friendly panda, you're seeing a lurking dragon.
You're on the front line with China. You know, we don't have a border with China.
Given all your expertise built over the decades with China, what's your best estimate, Mr. Pillsbury? When and will the People's Liberation Army attack Taiwan?
Well, it depends on Taiwan and America's way of talking about Taiwan. The deal that was made by Henry Kissinger in the beginning was we Americans and the rest of the world pretty much included, we will not take a position on who Taiwan belongs to. We acknowledge you Chinese think that Taiwan is yours, but we don't actually accept that. So if that changes, that's a cause of war for China to attack. Right now, the ambiguity about who owns Taiwan is what keeps Beijing from having to attack. But there are already voices around the world that say Taiwan is independent. So far, America is the only country that sells weapons to Taiwan. We don't have any troops there. We don't store ammunition. We don't have a formal treaty. The Chinese belief is if we change any of that, that's a cause of war. President Trump secretly put a few American Special Forces units, they're supposed to be secret, on Taiwan. That when the Biden team came in, this somehow leaked to the press, to the Wall Street Journal, as a matter of fact. And now there's discussion of increasing the number of American advisors on Taiwan, and possibly even having military exercises with the Taiwan forces.
I didn't really get a clear answer. Ceteris paribus, things being the way they are, in your best estimate, will the People's Liberation Army attack Taiwan, and if so, when?
If I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
Manoj, let me try and get your sense of this. Do you think Xi, in the manner in which he's speaking about his armed forces, the modernization, the world's fastest modernization that's ever been seen, is it inevitable, or are they just building a muscle at this moment which won't actually need to be exercised?
I think one of the strategies that you've described also in your book is the idea that you win without fighting. So, I mean, I'm sure push comes to shove, if there is an opportunity and if the stars align and if the United States' response is predictable in a certain way, perhaps. But I don't think this is something, I mean, I followed the discourse in the United States where you have dates from 2017, 2024, 2025. I don't think this is inevitable at any point of time, and I don't think it's likely in the short term at all. It would be incredibly foolhardy, particularly after the lessons that Xi Jinping is watching Russia learn in Ukraine. So I don't see that as an imminent threat, even from an Indian point of view, as to what's going to happen in Taiwan.
You know, we have many distinguished people in our audience here at the India Today Conclave, including the former Chief of the Indian Army Staff, General Naravne. General Naravne, can I get you to intervene on whether you think that Michael Pillsbury is right when he thinks China is winning, that the United States will no longer post the mid-30s be the world's #1 power, and where do you, as the man who's guarded India for so long, think India stands relative to the dragon across the Himalayas? It's working, sir.
I would like to put a question to Mr. Pillsbury. You have made a very compelling case with respect to China and where they stand vis-a-vis the US. And in that context, do you think that the US is unnecessarily getting embroiled in Europe and Ukraine, and in the bargain only playing into the hands of China?
Yes, I do. I think our focus should be the Indo-Pacific. It should not be Europe. There are too many warnings being given to both India and America that we can't just ignore what's happening. I myself think it was a mistake that our country aided China so much for 40 years and neglected India, or even worse, was even anti-India. That is slowly beginning to change. And I think cooperation between the United States and India is something that China fears will derail their 100-year marathon. They're very concerned about the Japan-India bilateral relationship, that this is beginning to involve security issues, military exercises. So China is not overly confident that they're going to win the 100-year marathon. And if Indian-American cooperation can grow over the next 10 years, if our support for Indian science, Indian technology, the Indian space program, frankly, getting India involved in arms control negotiations with China, right now China has no cap on their forces. And if they're going to break the Russian-American 1,500 nuclear warheads limit, it affects India too. So the possibility of slowing China's winning the 100-year marathon or making it never happen, if our growth and India's growth is above China's, they will never win the 100-year marathon. So in a way, it's in our hands, even though you and I are out of power right now, it's in our hands to slow down or even stop the 100-year marathon. But whether this will happen or not depends a lot on the cricket analogy. Can people tell that there's a game going on, that the umpire is calling things in the wrong way, and the score is looking bad? So far, nobody pays much attention to the global balance of power involving China, India, and America.
For a man who comes from a country obsessed with baseball, you picked up some cricketing metaphors very quickly, nicely done. You're going to be meeting India's Foreign Affairs Minister tomorrow, from what I gather. If you were advising the Indian government at this moment, given what you've seen of how China operates, what do you think New Delhi needs to do between now and the next 10 years to increase its national comprehensive power to be a more robust competitor to Beijing?
Well, first of all, Americans never should give advice to Indian cabinet ministers, but there is something we can learn from China. The Chinese communists had been in a war with America. There's various estimates, up to 1 million people killed on the Chinese side and the North Korean side, 20 years of hostility. But when the Chinese decided about the 100-year marathon, which is roughly 1978, 1979, they were ruthless for the next 30 years in bringing foreign investment into China. They hated the foreigners before this. But now when the Communist Party gave orders, if you and I wanted to build a cell phone factory in China, They would bring the infrastructure to us for free. Tax break, 10 years for free. All kinds of flattery. They did this across every technology sector they wanted China to grow in. It succeeded. Notice the way India treats foreign investors up until recently. Not very friendly. Mob scenes in front of McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken. This is foreign stuff, it shouldn't be here. The Chinese very quickly opened 1,000 Kentucky Fried Chicken stores. They opened several thousand McDonald's, Starbucks all over China. It's a miracle that the Chinese Communist Party was able to turn on a dime. Okay, the foreigners were all bad and evil before, now we welcome foreign investment in the extreme. That worked beautifully for them. I'd love to see that happen in India as well.
Okay, so we're out of time. I could go on because that's how fascinating and devious everything to do with Beijing is at the same time. And very few people are as clear-eyed about China as Michael Pillsbury is. Manoj Kevalramani, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks also, Mr. Pillsbury. You'll be around, so if you have any more questions on China, feel free to walk up to Mr. Pillsbury during lunch or any of the breaks. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute honor to have you here at the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our speakers. This session was brought to you by Radico Khaitan. And I'd quickly call upon Mr. Ramar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. You can also buy their books, get them signed too at the Author's Corner in the atrium right outside Roshanara Hall. Thank you, Mr. Pillsbury. Thank you, Mr. Kevalramani. Thank you, Rahul. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you are tweeting. Our hashtag is hashtag India Today Conclave. To quickly take you through what else you can expect on the sidelines of our power-packed two-day India Today Conclave in our 20th edition, well, we also have plenty of breakaway sessions, trust me, to get you up to speed on what's taking place outside in the other halls while we continue to power through our day one at the conclave. More so, right outside the Shah Jahan Hall, a very special cover shoot for our audiences. We have a conclave photo booth, so do make use of that. Do post that picture with the hashtag India Today Conclave. Also, what we do have at the Shah Jahan Hall is a special exhibition by India Today AI, where we've taken some of our best covers over the years and we've had AI reimagine it. Quite spectacular. You might want to go and check those out. Let me take you through our next session. Electric Dreams, the little chip in a giant ambition, the tough journey to Atma Nirbharta. This session is brought to you by National Internet Exchange of India. To get your own free .in domain and personalized email, please visit the Nixie desk at the Shah Jahan Hall. To take it from here, may I please invite sessions moderator Siddharth Zarabi, managing editor, Business Today TV, to come up on stage and introduce you to our next speaker.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you here with me. Anil Agarwal, the chairman of Vedanta Resources. I would like to call him the mining baron of India, and I don't know if he will agree with that description because he's set his eyes on something far more interesting and beyond mining, which is turning sand into our dreams of connectivity, into what is called chips. And the first question really, Mr. Agarwal, that I want you to answer and tell our audience here and those who are watching us across the country, how did you decide to venture down that dream of turning sand into silicon wafers and powering electronics, communications, and the digital age which India has embarked upon?
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Arun Puri, Kali, to organize such a event which is whole world is watching. It's amazing what India Today does. I thank all of you for an ordinary person to gather and we have to interact. But before that, I must salute our Prime Minister and this government. Because of them, मैं इतने सालों से 27 सालों से मैं बाहर रहा, मैंने अपने आप को इतना अच्छी पोजीशन में कभी नहीं देखा। आज ये हमारा दिन आया है और ये सरकार हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की वजह से आया है। So thank you very much for that. आपने कहा mining, all is mine. Everybody is mine. That's how I look at it. So, मेरे दिल में कभी भी नहीं रहा कि पैसा कमाना है, या शुरू में तो पैसा ही चाहिए था, लेकिन जैसे जैसे टाइम गुजरता गया, कुछ डिफरेंट करने का, कुछ कर गुजरने की इच्छा हरदम रही। और जो भी काम किया उसमें इतनी ज़बरदस्त तकलीफ़ें आई हैं, आप उसका विश्वास नहीं कर सकते हैं। इतनी मैंने काम चालू किया, एक छोटी फैक्ट्री लगाई बॉम्बे में, दत्ता सामंत की यूनियन थी, कॉपर का प्लांट रत्नागिरी में लगा रहा था, पहला कॉपर का प्लांट, वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम आई, नेवर गिव अप, टूटीकोरिन में लगाया, हिंदुस्तान का 50% कॉपर बनाया, हिंदुस्तान का फर्स्ट प्राइवेटाइजेशन किए में हाथ लगाया, भारत एल्युमिनियम नवरत्ना लेने के साथ में ही 2 महीने की स्ट्राइक हो गई। वाजपेयी जी की गवर्नमेंट थी। हर काम जो मैंने किया उसमें फाइबर ऑप्टिक लगाई। कोई भी काम ऐसा करना चाहते हैं जिससे कि सब लोगों का विकास हो, कंट्री का विकास हो। आज हम 2 चीज़ है जिसमें कि हम सबसे आगे जा रहे हैं, जो कि डेवलप कंट्री बोलती है कि आपका काम नहीं है जी। जैसे आप रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी बोलिए, हाइड्रोजन बोलिए, हम अग्रसर हो रहे हैं, हम सबसे ज़्यादा आगे हैं। आज चिप्स डेवलप कंट्री बोलती है आप नहीं लगा सकते हैं, ये हमारा काम है, आप प्रोडक्ट बनाओ। लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक सपना रहता है, उन्होंने कहा कि चिप बनाना है। टेक्निकल आदमी तो बहुत मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन जिसमें साहस हो, जिसमें कुछ कर गुजरने की इच्छा हो, वो चाहिए। पैसा तो आता है, पैसे की तो लाइन लगती है। जब हमने ऑयल एंड गैस लगाया, हिंदुस्तान में ऑयल गैस बन नहीं रहा था, लोगों ने कहा 15-20 बिलियन कहाँ से आएंगे, पैसों की लाइन लग गई। आज मेरे को कई लोग बोलते हैं कि डेट, अरे यार डेट की क्या बात करते हो। आज तक अनिल अग्रवाल का एक पैसा भी कहीं इधर से उधर नहीं हुआ, प्रॉफिटेबल हम लोग काम करते हैं। तो ये चिप बनाना भी हमारी दुनिया बदल देगा। हमारे हिंदुस्तान का आज टाइम आ गया है कि हम फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड में चले जाएं। वो गाना है ना, एक गाना है, मेरे अचानक ही ध्यान आया, छोड़ो कल की बातें कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर से लिखेंगे हम मिलकर नई कहानी। हम हैं हिंदुस्तानी, हम हैं हिंदुस्तानी, ये काम है।
ये आपने बहुत अच्छा एक पॉइंट बोला, एंड द choice of song is also very excellent, but I want to come back to that point. आपने 22 साल पहले जब भारत एल्युमिनियम लिया तो आपने उसको खरीदा। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, in 2023 if I were to ask you, did you make the right decision या लेने के देने पड़ गए सरकारी कंपनी खरीदने के बाद?
जो सिर पे कफन बांध के चलते हैं वो लेने के देने कैलकुलेशन नहीं करते हैं। हम लोग बिहारी लोग हैं, बिहार से आए हैं, तो कोई गिनती करके नहीं आए थे क्या खोया क्या पाया, लेकिन कुछ कर गुजरेंगे। भारत एल्युमिनियम, मैं अपने बाबूजी के साथ में रेणुकूट जाता था, 14-15 साल की उम्र थी, पटना से बनारस, बनारस से शेयर टैक्सी में रेणुकूट जाते थे, और मैं एक ही इच्छा रहती थी, बाबूजी 7 आदमी बैठते हैं टैक्सी में, एक टाइम में 4 आदमी बैठ के जाएंगे। और रेणुकूट की फैक्ट्री जब देखता था तो आंखें चकाचौंध हो जाती थी कि एल्युमिनियम की ऐसी फैक्ट्री हो सकती है। और एल्युमिनियम बनाया। आज वर्ल्ड की लार्जेस्ट एल्युमिनियम प्रोड्यूसर वेदांता है। जब आप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो ईश्वर साथ में देता है आपके, वहाँ कैलकुलेशन नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ कैलकुलेशन है 2 से 2 4 हुआ, 4 से 4 8 हुआ। वहाँ आपकी इच्छा, आपकी मंशा क्या है, अपने लिए है कि सबके लिए है, वो देखी जाती है। तो लेने के देने तो लगता था, बट आज बाल्को जो हमने ली थी तो 1 लाख टन की थी, आज हम 6 लाख टन माल बना रहे हैं और 10 लाख टन माल अगले साल बनाएंगे। बहुत अच्छा लगता है। आज छत्तीसगढ़ की नाक है, हम जान हैं बाल्को।
जी, आपने हिंदुस्तान जिंक भी लिया है, बट आई वांट टू कम बैक टू द इशू ऑफ your plans for semiconductors. On the 19th of January in Davos, you had told us that the groundbreaking ceremony of the plant will happen in 30-40 days. And the plant, as we all know, is happening in Gujarat, outside of Ahmedabad. That is the plan that has been announced. And Maharashtra was very upset. So at least tell us now, what is the status, when is the groundbreaking happening, and वहाँ बनाएंगे क्या?
ये अपने हिंदुस्तान को हम लोग फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड में कैसे लेके जाएं? क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो क्षमता है, जो हमारे यहाँ व्यापारी है, जो हमारे यहाँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, जो लगन है, जो रिस्क लेने की ताकत है, आज गवर्नमेंट समझ रही है। तो जब मैं सिलिकॉन वैली जाता था, 50% इंडियन थे, सारी दुनिया को चलाते थे। एक ही तमन्ना रहती थी कि हिंदुस्तान में एक सिलिकॉन वैली बननी चाहिए, उससे बड़ी बननी चाहिए। बात भी उसके सामने करनी चाहिए जो समझे, नहीं तो लोग पागल बोलेंगे। लेकिन मन में तमन्ना थी। जब इस गवर्नमेंट की इच्छा हुई कि हम ये सिलिकॉन वैली बनाएंगे, तो मैं सबसे ज़्यादा अग्रसर रहा, सबसे ज़्यादा आगे रहा। ये सिलिकॉन वैली का मतलब क्या है? सिलिकॉन वैली का मतलब है, चिप्स का मतलब क्या है? आपका हार्ट विच इज़ द पावर, आपका माइंड विच इज़ द चिप्स, और आप जिससे देखते हैं वो है ग्लास। ये सारी दुनिया को बदल रहा है। और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। हर चीज़ में सिलिकॉन वैली काम आती है, चाहे प्रोडक्शन बनाना है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है। तो ये हमारे इस गवर्नमेंट का सपना, हमारे मंत्री भी बहुत अच्छे, अपने जो आईटी के मिनिस्टर हैं अश्विनी वैष्णव, बहुत स्ट्रांग है। तो इनका सबका सपना रहा। और हम लोगों ने मोदी जी के साथ में मैं जापान गया था, तो 5 साल पहले वहाँ एवेंस्ट्रेट बोल के एक जापानीज़ कंपनी थी। दुनिया में खाली 4 कंपनियाँ ही इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ग्लास बनाती हैं, सेमीकंडक्टर का प्रोडक्ट। एवेंस्ट्रेट हमने ली, जिसकी फैक्ट्री जापान में, कोरिया में और ताइवान में थी। करीब 4000 आदमी काम करते हैं। उससे हमें बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस आया। हम ऑलरेडी ग्लास में थे क्योंकि हम ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बनाते हैं। मेरी बहुत इच्छा है कि घर घर में कनेक्शन ऑप्टिकल फाइबर का हो। और हिंदुस्तान गवर्नमेंट का यही मंशा है
जी
कि पूरे देश में, चाहे वो एजुकेशन हो, ट्रेडर हो, मीडिया हो, फाइबर ऑप्टिक में, तो हम ऑलरेडी ग्लास में थे
जी।
तो आप सबका बहुत बड़ा सहयोग चाहिए। आप सब लोग तैयार रहिए, क्योंकि हम सस्ता माल बनाएंगे, अच्छा माल बनाएंगे, इनोवेशन करेंगे। 100 कंपनियों ने हम लोगों के साथ में MOU साइन किया जापानीज कंपनी में टू क्रिएट ए क्लस्टर। कम से कम भी 700-800 कंपनियां और आएंगी, आप जैसे लोग आएंगे, क्योंकि हमारे प्रोडक्ट जो बनाने में प्रॉफिट नहीं है, लेकिन ये फंडामेंटल रॉ मटेरियल है जिससे कि आप जो चाहे वो बना सकते हैं। तो सपना देख लिया है, आगे बढ़ गए हैं। अब आगे बढ़ गए हैं तो थोड़ा टाइम, आपने कहा 40 दिन में इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले थे। हमारे मोदी जी इज़ ऑलवेज इन हरी, बट ये अप्रूवल लगती है, वो अप्रूवल लगती है। हमारे जो ऑफिसर्स हैं गवर्नमेंट के, वो देखते हैं 5 साल के बाद कोई फाइल नहीं खुल जाए, उसको पक्का रखते हैं, वो करते रहते हैं। जो भी टाइम लगाएंगे, जब हम लोग तैयार बैठे हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम लोग अच्छी तरह से करना चाहते हैं, ये काम पक्का होगा। लेकिन जब भी होगा, ये एक सपना जो हिंदुस्तान ने देखा है कि हम हर जगह पीछे रहते थे, आज रिन्यूएबल में, आज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में, सेमीकंडक्टर में हम दुनिया से आगे जा रहे हैं।
जी जी।
तो गुजरात हमने सेलेक्ट किया है, ज़मीन भी बहुत अच्छी मिली है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी बहुत अच्छा है। होपफुली बहुत जल्दी, हम तो कोशिश कर रहे हैं 2-2.5 साल में प्रोडक्शन हो, साथ साथ में जो इकोसिस्टम है वो भी साथ साथ में डेवलप हो।
जी। आपने स्टार्ट में ये कहा कि इंडिया इज़ इन अ स्वीट स्पॉट। एक सवाल जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, आपके बारे में नहीं, बट एक पिछले दिनों में एक वाकया जो चला, अडानी समूह को लेके काफ़ी चर्चा हुई अबाउट देयर डेट एंड देयर फाइनेंसिंग एंड कई सारे मुद्दे उठाए गए। आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसी चैलेंज क्या केवल एक समूह विशेष तक है, और इज इट अ लार्जर इशू विद रिस्पेक्ट टू आवर स्टोरी?
देखिए, ये तो चलता रहेगा। हमने देखा है अमेरिका में कोई भी बिजनेस चला, IT बिजनेस चला, बैंकिंग बिजनेस चला, कुछ आगे जाते हैं, कुछ पीछे जाते हैं, कुछ के डेट कम होते हैं, बेसी होते हैं। लेकिन ये जो पहल हुई है, जैसे कि 100 बड़ी कंपनियां खड़ी हों, 1000 कंपनियां नंबर 2 में खड़ी हों, वो टाइम हिंदुस्तान का आ गया है। हम लोगों को डिले नहीं करना है, सबसे बड़ी बात है। तो ये जो डेट का है, हिंदुस्तान का व्यापारी ईमानदार है, हिंदुस्तान के एग्जीक्यूटिव अच्छा काम करते हैं। अगर किसी भी कंपनी में अगर इंडियन CFO है, उसकी शेयर की प्राइस ऊपर जाती है वर्ल्ड में। ये जो ऑरा चला है आज का हमारा, उसको हम कैश करें। हमारे बच्चे सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छे बच्चे हैं मेरे हिसाब से पूरी दुनिया में। तो ये जो आपने बताया, लोग हिंदुस्तान को आगे आने नहीं देना चाहते। आप विश्वास रखिए, हिंदुस्तान आगे आएगा तो हज़ारों लोगों के आंसू निकलेंगे। बहुत सतर्क होकर हमको आगे बढ़ना है, क्योंकि और कोई जगह ही नहीं है दुनिया में जहाँ की लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी है, जहाँ की कोई, दुनिया में आप बाहर जाइए ना, सब रो रहे हैं, सारा एक ही हो गया है, मी और मी। एक टाइम आएगा वो अपने बच्चों को भी ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, मेरा ही ध्यान रखो। आज हिंदुस्तान ही एक ऐसा है, अपने परिवार को साथ लेके चलता है, अपनी फैमिली को साथ लेके चलता है। ये बहुत बड़ा कारण बनेगा जिससे कि हम दूसरे अमेरिका बन जाएंगे। मेरे को इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं लगता है। ये जो आपने बताया अडानी का 100 कंपनी आएंगी।
आपके डेट पे भी सवाल उठे हैं। देयर हैव बीन क्वेश्चंस ऑन योर डेट एंड योर एबिलिटी टू रेज फाइनेंसिंग एज वेल इन द रीसेंट पास्ट।
आप देखेंगे तो ये तो बात, ये तो मैंने कहा ना, लोग कहते रहते हैं। आपको मैं अगर गिनाना चाहूँ, हाँ, तो मैंने ऑयल एंड गैस में आज $22 बिलियन लगाए, $22 बिलियन कैश। मैंने एल्युमिनियम में $17 बिलियन लगाए हैं, जिंक में $20 बिलियन लगाए हैं, आयरन ओर, स्टील, फेरोक्रोम, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर, तो मैंने तो $100 बिलियन लगाए हैं। टोटल डेट, हर जगह का डेट लेके देख लीजिए तो मेरी 13 बिलियन की डेट है। 5 बिलियन मैंने लास्ट ईयर कमाए हैं, अगले साल 10 बिलियन कमाऊंगा। लोग मौका खोज रहे हैं कि कैसे, एक भी पैसा आज तक कोई डिफॉल्ट नहीं हुआ है। मेरे पिताजी ने मेरे से वादा लिया था, मेरे दादाजी ने वादा लिया था कि किसी का पैसा भी रखना नहीं है। तो ये बात तो जो आदमी आगे बढ़ेगा उसके पीछे से लोग खींचेंगे खींचेंगे। हम लोग तो दारा सिंह की कुश्ती देखते थे, जब तक मार नहीं खाता था वो दारा सिंह तब तक दूसरे को मारता नहीं था। तो हम लोग तो मार खाने के लिए तैयार ही हैं, मारो ना भाई जितना मारना। गवर्नेंस में प्रॉब्लम नहीं करना, अपने गवर्नेंस में प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो, आप आगे बढ़ते जाओ। कोई डेट जो जिस कॉस्ट में हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट लगाते हैं, हिंदुस्तानी जो प्रोजेक्ट लगाता है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आता है, हम लोग के पास जो आदमी लॉयल आदमी यहाँ रहते हैं
जी,
उसका कोई मुकाबला नहीं है
जी।
तो डेट की बात भी लोग करेंगे, पर्सनल बात भी करेंगे, और अच्छा भी है बात करें।
चलिए, आपने पर्सनल बात कही है, एंड आई मस्ट टेल आवर ऑडियंस दैट मिस्टर नरेंद्र अग्रवाल had once said that I am not a billionaire. I want you to explain this statement, because you have also said that what is taken from the Ganga has to be returned to the Ganga. तो इसका मतलब समझाइए कि आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं, और आप बिलियनियर हैं कि नहीं हैं आज की डेट में?
मैं डेफिनेटली बिलियनियर नहीं हूँ। आज मैं ये मैं टाई नहीं पहनता, ये टाई इसका एग्जाम्पल है। आज मैं मेरा लाइफ का जो मैं सपना देखता रहता हूँ कि हमारे 8 करोड़ बच्चे हैं 6 साल के आसपास के, उन सबको संस्कारी बनाना है, उनको पढ़ाना है, न्यूट्रिशन मील देना है। हमारी 2 करोड़ महिलाएं हैं, वो हमारे यहाँ, हमारी लड़कियां तो ज़बरदस्त हैं, बट हैज़ बीन एक्सप्लॉइटेड। उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाना है, जो 10-15-20 हज़ार वो कमाने लगे। 2 लाख बच्चों ने, मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, ये हैंड पेंट टाई बनाई मेरे लिए और आज भेजी है, और मैंने ये टाई पहनी है। तो मंशा यही है कि 13 लाख आंगनवाड़ी जो है उनमें उनको नंद घर का नाम दिया है, और उस नंद घर में बच्चे सक्षम हों। अगर 6-7 साल तक के बच्चे अगर संस्कारी हो गए, संस्कारी का मतलब क्या है? हिंदुस्तानी संस्कारी हैं कि माँ बाप को रिस्पेक्ट करो, नेबर को रिस्पेक्ट करो, डर निकाल दो, लेकिन रिस्पेक्ट करो। यू आर नॉट ए बॉडी, यू आर ए सोल। ऐसा उनको बचपन से ही सिखाएंगे तो आगे जाके वो बड़े से बड़े बन जाएंगे। ये मेरा अल्टीमेट एम है और इसी में मैं लगा हुआ हूँ, और यही मेरे को करना है। तो बिजनेस के बिना तो कुछ होगा नहीं, और साथ साथ में पैरेलल इसको भी हम करते जाएंगे तो हमारा काम आगे बढ़ता जाएगा।
आगे बढ़ना ज़रूरी है, और डर के आगे जीत है। जाते जाते अनिल जी, आपने एक गाना सुनाया, तो आपके फ्यूचर के जो प्लान्स हैं, योर एम्बिशंस फॉर द फ्यूचर, इफ़ यू हैड अ सॉन्ग दैट यू कुड शेयर विद अस एज वी वाइंड डाउन दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन।
फ्यूचर का कौन सा सॉन्ग है बताओ भाई। लेकिन मेरा यही है कि हिंदुस्तान में एंटरप्रेन्योर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेंटर बनना ही पड़ेगा। हमारे घर, हम लोग 700 बिलियन का इंपोर्ट करते हैं, हमारे पास जितना पैसा है, मैं जब 15 साल पहले बोला कि हमारे पास सब कुछ है, आप ये इंपोर्ट क्यों करते हो, लोगों ने मेरे को गालियां दी, मेरे पर अटैक किए। आज सारे लोग बोल रहे हैं माइनिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है और कहीं जॉब क्रिएट हो रही है। हमारे यहाँ, मैं जोलॉजिस्ट हूँ बाई प्रैक्टिकल, हमारे यहाँ लार्जेस्ट ऑयल एंड गैस है, हमारे यहाँ लार्जेस्ट गोल्ड है, हमारे यहाँ कॉपर है, पोटाश हमारे यहाँ है। अभी आप देखिए उड़ीसा 5,000 करोड़ उनका रेवेन्यू था, हमने उनको परस्यूट किया, बात की, आज उनका 50,000 करोड़ रुपया रेवेन्यू हो गया है। उनको पता नहीं चल रहा रुपया मैं कहाँ खर्च करूँ। राजस्थान एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ की धरती में ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है जो इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो नहीं है। उसको हम बाहर निकाल के लेके आएँ, चाहे वो पत्थर हो, चाहे ऑयल हो, गैस हो, कॉपर हो, एनीथिंग। और उसमें जितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट डेवलप होगा, आप देखिएगा हमारा हिंदुस्तान 90% मिडिल क्लास हो जाएगा, 90% मिडिल क्लास हो जाएगा। और हर स्टेट में जिस तरह की आज प्रतिभा चल रही है, आप देखिए आज हम टैक्स का पैसा देते हैं, बहुत सारा पैसा पब्लिक सेक्टर में चला जाता है। हमको इतना डिस्क्रिपेंसी रहती है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर जाती है गवर्नमेंट में, उसका बिहेव, और गवर्नमेंट की कंपनी जाती है उनका अलग रहता है।
जी,
गवर्नमेंट हैज़ नो बिजनेस, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने कहा है कि नो बिजनेस टू बी इन अ बिजनेस। ये कंपनियां कम से कम भी जो गवर्नमेंट की कंपनियां हैं 3-3, 4-4 गुना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा सकती हैं। हम एक भी आदमी को रिट्रेंच ही नहीं करेंगे पब्लिक सेक्टर से
जी,
और उनको भागीदारी भी देंगे
जी।
तो मेरे को लगता नहीं है कोई डिस्प्यूट होगा। ये आज हमारा समय है, एक ही चीज़ करनी है, हमें समय बर्बाद नहीं करना है।
समय बर्बाद नहीं करना है, और हमारा समय भी इस सेशन का समाप्त हो गया है। आपने गाना नहीं सुनाया, शायद जाते जाते अगर आप मेरे से सहमत हों तो आपको ये पंक्तियां याद आ रही होंगी, सरफरोशी की तमन्ना हमारे दिल में है, देखना जोर कितना बाजुए कातिल में है। क्या बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनिल अग्रवाल, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम।
दिल में है, देखना है
जोर कितना बाजुए कातिल में है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर टाइम, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, this session was brought to you by National Internet Exchange of India. Do put your hands together for Mr. Anil Agrawal, Chairman, Vedanta Resources Limited. What we are going to do, ladies and gentlemen, now is to break for a 45-minute lunch. Lunch is served at the Shah Jahan and the Mumtaz Hall. We'll reconvene with our post-lunch session.
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle. Mango. Green chili. Tops pickles. अब 51 flavors में. Tops. इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट. ये किचन कुछ खास है. कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है. कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है। पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है। और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है। देसी क्या, चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है। दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है। तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए। टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट।
We dared to see India differently, to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow, today. We are NEC. We dared to
We've got a mental...
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi's social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle. Mango. Green chili. Tops pickles. अब 51 flavors में. Tops. इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट. ये किचन कुछ खास है. कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है. कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है. पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है. और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है. देसी क्या चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है. दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है. तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए. टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट.
We dared to see India differently, to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow, today. We are NEC.
Sit in and watch our mentalist who's coming up next. Well, you know, if it's not your cup of tea, do step out. We have a breakaway session by Hitachi. It's on connecting humans with humans, how technology driven by green and digital is accelerating innovation to touch billions of lives. So that's going to start at 3 p.m. It will be at the Roshanara Hall. So make your way there just in case you don't want to sit through our next session. So for that breakaway session, that's going to be at the Roshanara Hall. It'll start at about 3 p.m. But right before that, we're going to power into our post-lunch session. It's a show and tell, the art of self-belief, reading minds, and psychological illusions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into our post-lunch session, show and tell, the art of self-belief, reading minds and psychological illusion. To take it from here and to introduce you to our next speaker, I want to invite on stage sessions moderator Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, thelullantop.com and India Today Hindi.
चेक चेक। देवियों और सज्जनों, लंच के बाद की सुस्ती को दूर करने का वक्त आ गया है। आपने अपनी जिंदगी में अब तक बहुत सारे जादू और चमत्कार देखे होंगे। आपके बगल के गिलास से गुलदस्ता उगा होगा, किसी की टोपी से कबूतर निकला होगा, किसी की जेब से घड़ी, लड़की हवा में उठी होगी या फिर समंदर में गायब हो गई होगी। पर ये वो जादू हैं जो मंच पर दिखते हैं। उससे भी बड़ा एक कर्तव्य है जो आपके दिमाग में होता है। किसी को पता नहीं चलता कि हमारे दिमाग में क्या सीक्रेट है। और तब मंच पर आता है एक माइंड रीडर और वो आपको बताता है कि आप इस वक्त क्या सोच रहे हैं। अगले कैबिनेट रीशफल में आपका नाम होगा, अप्रेजल कैसा होगा, कौन सा शेयर खरीदना है, इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के लाइनअप में क्या होगा, या फिर इंस्टाग्राम पर आपकी पोस्ट पर वो ज़रूरी लाइक आ गया या नहीं जिसके लिए पोस्ट या रील डाली गई थी। माइंड रीडर को सब पता है, इसलिए कुर्सी की पेटियां बांध लीजिए, क्योंकि अब मैं मंच पर आवाज़ दे रहा हूं उस लड़की को जो 7 साल की उम्र से स्टेज पर मौजूद है, 25 साल से परफॉर्म कर रही है। सोशल मीडिया पर दुनिया की सबसे ज़्यादा सब्सक्राइब्ड मेंटलिस्ट, इल्यूजन एक्सपर्ट सुहानी शाह।
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Namaste. I know you guys have just had lunch, guys, but we can do better. Namaste. Okay. If anyone has seen any of my videos ever, or whatever I'm going to perform over here right now, it's important for me to clarify that whatever I do, it's an art form called mentalism. It has nothing to do with any supernatural power or Devi Shakti. I do not read minds. I only give an illusion of reading minds. So stop sending me messages and DMs asking me about your partner's password. That's not what I do for a living, guys, okay? Now, I'm going to talking about messages, talking about DMs. I think nowadays, our conversations have somehow become much easier, or let's say more expressive, because of the use of emojis, correct? Do you guys use emojis? Interesting, always, yeah. Now, I've got some smiley balls over here, and mentalism always happens with other people. It's not an act I can perform by myself, so I'm going to call 5 people from the audience on stage. We have the chairs set for you. But you know, I don't want to decide who's going to walk up on stage, so, Saurabh ji, I want to throw the 5 balls in the audience. Niharika, can I have the tags? Anywhere you want. Niharika, can I have the tags? Wow, sorry, this is having fun with it. Hello ma'am, welcome on stage. Hello, welcome on stage. We have 3rd person there. 4th, walk up on stage, sir, walk up on stage. And that's 4. Walk up on stage, walk up on stage. Okay. You can leave the smiley balls. You can leave it there. I'll take that from you. You know, this act is all about choices and decisions that we make. They can be random or they can be conscious. It depends on you. I've got some tags. They are numbered with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You walked up on the stage first. Take whichever you want. Pick number 2. You wear this around your neck. There are 5 chairs. Can all of us stand like one step ahead? One step ahead. You have taken your tag. I want you to sit on any of the chairs that you want. We have 3. Okay. You wear it around your neck. You have 4 chairs remaining behind. You can sit on any one you want. And also there's 1, 2, 1, 5, and 4. Whichever you want. You wear it around your neck. Any of the chairs that you want. Hello, ma'am. You could go with 5. Any of the chairs. What's your name, sir?
I'm Gaurav.
Gaurav, you have only number 4.
Perfect.
Sorry. You have only 1 chair. Sorry.
Thanks.
This is a little unfair with Gaurav. Gaurav didn't get an opportunity to choose his tag. Gaurav also did not get an opportunity to choose his chair. It's a little unfair with Gaurav. And I don't like unfair stuff. I'm a very fair person. Just for Gaurav, can I request all 5 of us to stand up again? Ma'am, can you wear this tag around your neck? You know, we'll play music for 5 seconds. When the music is being played, I want us to just walk around over here. As the music stops, Gaurav, you sit on the chair that you want first. From the remaining 4 chairs, you guys can decide which one you want. Fair? Fair? Okay. We are not playing musical chairs. Okay? It's a childhood conditioning. We see chairs, we listen. Just walk around. Gaurav, you can't go back to the same chair, Gaurav.
Yeah, I mean, I made it even more fairer.
You know, I've got 15 minutes and you wasted literally 7 seconds of mine doing that.
My apologies. But I like this chair.
Should have told me this first.
You didn't ask me.
I made 5 people stand up and walk around for you, Gaurav. But that's fine. Thank you so much. You can have a seat there. So now there's a number being made over here. 1, 3, 2. Ma'am, can you wear this tag around your neck? Yeah. 1, 3, 2, 5, 4. 1, 3, 2, 5, 4. I did not make this number. You did not make this number. They did not make this number. It just happened. We are going to remember this number till the... No, it's just next 5 minutes. It's not that important. Okay. After the tags and the numbers, I've got 5 envelopes. But before that, ma'am, you. What's your name?
Anchal.
Anchal. I want you to choose anybody from the audience and who you feel a connection with. Okay? Can I have the diary with emojis in it, please, Niharika? Okay. This could be somebody you know. This could be somebody you do not know.
I already have someone here with a connection. So, do I need to choose him or somebody else?
Choose somebody else. It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Him.
Him?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I request you to walk up on stage, please? And can I have the envelopes? I've got a book with a lot of emojis in it, okay? What's your name?
Vibhor.
Do you mind holding the mic?
Yeah, sure.
Vibhor, book of emojis. Some very popular ones, some not so popular. Each page has a random emoji on it, yeah? Each page has a very random emoji. Okay, Vibhor, when I showed these, ma'am, you can have a seat. Vibhor, when I was showing these emojis, did you, in your mind, think of the emoji that you use very often?
No.
Is there an emoji you use very often?
Yes.
Is it any way possible I can know that emoji?
You can try.
Of course I'll try. But is it any, have you told this to me or any way possible? Have I happened to you? No, I don't do all that.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Think about that emoji in your mind. You got 2, 3 in your mind.
Only one now.
Now. You changed your mind like twice, thrice. You got one before and you got one now. Both of them are very different. Which one should I reveal? The one you got before or the one you got now?
Now.
Did you think of a face palm by any chance?
Yes, I did.
The previous one was a bald baby, but that's fine. That's right, right? That's right. Oh, okay. I need you here. I want you to take this book.
Okay.
I want you to hold it nicely and open to any one random page. Any one. It has to be absolutely random. Close it. Show it to everybody what you... No, just show it to everybody. It's a corn emoji. This was a 100 sign. This was a crying sign. But you chose a corn emoji. I want you to stand right here. I've got these 5 envelopes, which I'm going to give to everybody sitting right there. Can you hold the mic for me?
You need help?
No? That's fine. 1, 2. Do you want to mix them up?
It's okay.
Do you trust me?
I'll put this on top.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 for each one of you. It's absolutely random. Absolutely random. No, I'm just playing around. I don't know what's in one of them. Okay. Now, ma'am, you chose Vibhor to walk up on stage. You could have chosen anyone. Okay? And but you chose the corn emoji. It could have been anyone. One page up, down, it was a different one. He chose a corn emoji. If things had to connect, then the envelope that you have and the emoji that's in that envelope should match. Correct? Would that be surprising? Let's check this. Can I request you to open the envelope? Show the emoji to everybody. Gaurav, you're not supposed to open that, no? Then you tell me that I don't ask you. Wait, everybody hold on. Okay, few people in the audience who thinking, oh, you gave the envelopes later and all that. You think everything's random. Nothing is random, ever. You could have chosen anyone. You could have picked up any. There are almost more than 50 emojis over there. You got an emoji of corn. You got an emoji of corn. This envelope has been here right from the start. Correct? Nothing is random. I knew you were going to choose Vibhor. I knew he was going to stop at the corn emoji because here is the corn emoji, everybody. Thank you, Vibhor. Thank you for joining me on stage. Round of applause for Vibhor, everybody. But, you know what? Can I request all 5 of you to remove the board from the envelope? You do not need the envelope anymore. You can just throw that away. Show what emojis have you got to the audience. No, the emoji. That's like a flag, that's like a calendar, that's a corn, that's something, that's a wave. All of them have got a different emoji. That's not important. Can you turn the board around and show the number behind that? That's 1, 3, 2, 5, 4, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to walk up to Gaurav. Gaurav, you had the option of sitting on any of the chairs. You chose this one twice. Can I request all 5 of you to stand behind the chair you chose? And Gaurav, why did you choose this one? What is your obsession with this chair?
It was just random.
Random. Nothing is ever random. What's the emoji in your hand?
Wave.
What's the emoji behind your chair?
It's wave again.
That's a wave emoji. Not all of them have a wave. We'll help you turn this around. You have a clear. This is like a clear sign. CL. That's a clear sign, ladies and gentlemen. Can we turn this around? Can we turn that around? That's a corn emoji. That's a calendar emoji. That's the flag emoji, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Can I request you guys to do one last thing before I thank you and ask you to take your seats? Can you show the emojis to the audience, and can I request all 5 of you to stand right here, center stage? You can leave the envelope. We don't need the envelope, just the emoji. Okay. All the decisions were made by them. Saurabhji threw balls for which these 5 people were chosen to walk up on stage. You chose your tag. You could have picked up anyone. You had options of all 5. You could have sat on any chair that you wanted. Okay, you could have picked up any envelope that you wanted. All the decisions were in their hands. Even if one decision would have been different, this entire thing wouldn't have been possible. And what's going to happen next would have been absolutely impossible, because nothing is random. This moment, you and I over here, we are here today because of all the random decisions we have ever made. That's what made today possible. You have an Indian flag that represents India. You have a calendar that has today's date. You have a corn, you have a clear, you have a wave. Everybody, this is India Today Conclave Wave. That's India Today Conclave, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all 5 of them, ladies and gentlemen.
आप ही के लिए फिल्मों में गाने लिखे जाते हैं, जादू आते हैं तुमको सारे.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Please sit. Any chair, you can choose.
I can choose the one I want.
7 साल की उम्र में हम लोग नर्सरी की राइम या टेबल याद कर रहे होते हैं, और 7 साल की उम्र में आप स्टेज पर थी. How is that journey? It's been 25 years.
It's been 25 years and a journey has been incredible. आज जो भी हूँ, जो भी सीखा, जितना कुछ आता है वो उस जर्नी की वजह से ही आता है. Whole credit goes to the parents and everybody who supported me on the way, because parents काफ़ी visionary है. उनको बोला जब कि मुझे 6 साल की उम्र पे जब उनको बोला मुझे जादू करना है, कन्विंस किया तो उन्होंने बोला बर्थडे या स्कूल पार्टी में नहीं, बड़ा स्टेज शो करेगी. लाइक ओके. एंड सो यू नो पेरेंट्स इतने विजनरीज थे, उन्होंने अपना टाइम, एनर्जी और मनी इन्वेस्ट किया मेरे अंदर फॉर सो मेनी ईयर्स टू मेक मी हु आई एम टुडे. एंड इट्स द जर्नी हैज़ बीन एब्सोल्युटली इनक्रेडिबल एंड क्रेडिट गोज टू एवरीबडी हु सपोर्टेड मी.
People often get confused between magician, illusion and mentalist. What's the difference?
Magician, illusion, mentalist. Magic parent category है. उसके नीचे सब कैटेगरीज में illusion, mentalism, street magic, pickpocketing. जैसे अगर आप जर्नलिज्म होता है, उसके अंदर बहुत सारे जॉनर्स होते हैं. एडवर्टाइजिंग होगा, ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग होगा, स्टूडियो होगा, आई एम श्योर और भी सारे होंगे. तो हर वो व्यक्ति जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग करता है वो जर्नलिस्ट होता है, पर ज़रूरी नहीं कि हर जर्नलिस्ट ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग करता है. Similarly, every mentalist is a magician, but not necessarily every magician is a mentalist. It's just a genre of magic. Magic is the parent category.
I have to ask this question, though you hate this versus binary. Lately, you were very popular on TV news media, because एक बाबा जी हैं जो कुछ दावा करते हैं और फिर आपको भी बुलाया गया और आपने लोगों के माइंड पढ़े एंड देन यू क्लियरली सेड कि ये एक आर्ट फॉर्म है।
जी।
आपकी लाइफ उस सारे अपीयरेंस के बाद कैसी रही, स्पेशली ऑन सोशल मीडिया, बिकॉज यू डेल्ट विद इट एंड दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट यू शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस।
My experience has honestly been, the word would be interesting, incredible, because first time ऐसा हुआ था where I felt I'm so demanded suddenly, because everybody wanted like an opinion. अच्छा आप अभी हमारे साथ करके बताओ, अच्छा आप ये बोलो, आपने, people had so many questions and I realized how much am I going to go out and speak more about it, but मुझे जितना support मिला, you know, people who came out and wrote amazing things about me, they called me up and told me such amazing things about it. So the journey was very incredible. बहुत कुछ सीखा. I saw how media works, how I need to present myself. सबसे अच्छी बात जो मुझे लगी, my biggest takeaway from the entire incident what mentalism, magic एक art form है, वो घर घर तक पहुँचा. जो हमारे देश की एक प्राचीन कला है, जो मैं मानती थी कि भूल गए हैं लोग, I think वो वापस आई एंड घर घर तक पहुंची एंड that has been my biggest win in the entire story.
सबसे अजीबोगरीब रिक्वेस्ट जो आपको सोशल मीडिया पर आती हो, सवाल रिलेटेड?
मेरा माइंड रीड करके बताओ, हमारे मेरे को ना आई गेट वेरी फनी, मेरे अगर इनबॉक्स और कमेंट्स में कुछ कुछ बहुत फ़नी होगा. जैसे मेरे आईपैड का मैं पासवर्ड भूल गया, वो बहुत सारी पिक्चर्स हैं, आपको जितने पैसे चाहिए ले लो, बस मुझे पासवर्ड बता दो. टू वेरी सीरियस वंस, मेरी मॉम कोमा में है, आप बता सकते हैं कि वो क्या सोच रही है, मेरे बच्चे को ऑटिज्म है. तो फ्रॉम फन टू सीरियस आई हैव गॉटन, मेरा इनबॉक्स भरा पड़ा है उन सब चीज़ों से.
Would you like to share that particular incident when you were performing and somebody walked up to you कि मैं बहुत बीमार हूँ?
पानी वाला.
Yeah.
दिस इंसिडेंट चेंज्ड माई लाइफ. मैं 13 साल की थी, मेरे नासिक में शोज़ हो रहे थे. मैं बहुत ट्रेडिशनल तरीके से शोज़ करती थी पहले, एक महीना एक शहर में हर रोज़ शो करना, जादूगर सुहानी, ग्लिटरी क्लोथ्स, 30 people to assist me. आफ्टर माई शो अ जेंटलमैन केप्ट वेटिंग एंड मुझसे मिलने आए. I'll tell this in really short because it's a very long story. वो चल नहीं पा रहे थे, somehow he walked up to me और वो कुछ बोल नहीं पा रहे थे. तो मैं किसी तरह, वो जिस तरह से बोल रहे थे उसे समझने की कोशिश करी, तो समझ पड़ा that he has lost hope to live life. He has drank mosquito repellents already. He's not in a good state of mind and health as well. And he told me that I am his last hope to live life. और अगर मैंने ठीक नहीं किया उनको जादू से, तो वो नासिक में जो ब्रिज है वहाँ से कूद जाएंगे. Everybody remember I'm 13 years old, okay? And मुझे सिर्फ जादू करना आता था, अभी भी ज़्यादातर जादू ही करना आता है. तो मैंने मैजिक से थोड़ा सा पानी अपीयर किया, एक मटका पड़ा था उनको दिया और बोला हैव दिस यू विल फील बेटर. उन्होंने पानी पिया, ऐसे कुछ किया एंड देन ही सेड मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था. तो मैंने थोड़ा और पानी ऐसे अपीयर किया, गिव इट टू हिम, आस्क्ड हिम 2 सिप सुबह पियो, 2 सिप रात को पियो, आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. बिकॉज मैंने डॉक्टर्स को यही सुना था बोलते हुए, तो दैट वॉज माई नॉलेज देन. आई गिव इट टू हिम, ही वेंट बैक. नासिक के बाद हमारे शोज चलते गए. मैं औरंगाबाद में थी. आई गेट अ पोस्ट कार्ड इन मराठी ट्रांसलेटेड टू द वाटर हैज़ चेंज्ड माई लाइफ, यू हैव चेंज्ड माई लाइफ, आई हैव स्टार्टेड टेकिंग डॉक्टर ट्रीटमेंट, आई एम फीलिंग मच बेटर. आप एंड लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स अबाउट हाउ दिस is such a good thing that has happened in his life. I was more surprised than anybody else because मुझे पता है कि मैंने तो उनको सिर्फ सेम सिंपल पानी दिया था जो हम रोज़ पीते हैं, but how his belief, his faith turned water into something so miraculous that cured him. So the power of faith, placebo effect and things like that, I was understanding in my life there.
सुहानी, हमारी कॉन्क्लेव की थीम है द इंडिया मूवमेंट. बहुत सारी लड़कियाँ कैमरे के उस पार आपको देख रही होंगी, आप लगातार स्टेज पर परफॉर्म कर रही हैं. इंडिया मूवमेंट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि देश की सारी लड़कियों को मौके मिलें और वो परफॉर्म करें. व्हाट विल बी योर मैसेज?
आई फील लाइक हमेशा हम वही मैसेज दे पाते हैं जो हमने सीखा है. मेरे माँ बाप ने जब मेरी परवरिश हो रही थी, मेरी अपब्रिंगिंग हो रही थी, तो कभी ट्रीट नहीं किया ऐसा कि मैं लड़की हूँ. मेरे को और मेरे भाई को सेम अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिली है लाइफ में. तो जितनी भी लड़कियां मुझे लगता है लड़कियों में तो बहुत क्षमता, उनकी पोटेंशियल अनलिमिटेड है. तो लड़कियों को तो मुझे कुछ नहीं सिखाना, यार आप तो बहुत समझदार हो. लेकिन जितने उनके आसपास लोग हैं ना, बस उनके माता पिता जो है, उनके आसपास जितने भी लोग हैं, अगर आप किसी भी तरह किसी भी लड़की को कहीं पर भी दबा रहे हो, चाहे वो आपके घर में हो, आपके नेबरहुड में हो या इंटरनेट पे हो, वो गलत है. हमें जब वो करना हम बंद करेंगे, लड़कियों को क्या ज्ञान देना है, लड़कियों को सब पता है, उनको बहुत कुछ आता है।
लड़कियों को सब पता है।
आई थिंक वी हैव गिवन मैसेजेस टू विमेन अ लॉट, उनको बहुत मैसेजेस दे चुके हैं हम लोग। आई थिंक इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट कि अब उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज दी जाए।
ग्रेट। सो बिफोर वी रैप अप दिस सेशन, किसी और का भी आप एक बार माइंड पढ़ना चाहेंगे? सो मैनी।
ओ, यहाँ पे कितने लोग कितनी सारी चीज़ें सोच रहे हैं। जब मैंने इनसे इनका फेवरेट 2-3 सोचे थे वही में, तो मैनी पीपल ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड थिंकिंग ऑफ अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंट थिंग्स। जैसे वो वहाँ पे, मैं यहाँ पे थी तो वो वहाँ पर बैठे हैं।
साहिल?
हाँ, आपने किसी को थोड़ी देर पहले मैसेज किया था, आपने उनके बारे में सोचा? यस, नो? यू डिड, राइट? डू यू वांट मी टू गो देयर?
या।
ओके। आपका नाम है?
साहिल जोशी।
आपने किसी के बारे में सोचा था जिनको अभी आपने थोड़ी देर पहले मैसेज किया होगा या कुछ?
जी।
करेक्ट। क्या आपने उनका नाम, मतलब इधर भी बैठे हैं सौरभ,
हाँ।
अब आपने इन्हीं को भेजा था, पता नहीं, पर क्या आपने किसी सौरभ को वो मैसेज भेजा था?
जी।
करेक्ट, यू थॉट ऑफ सौरभ एट दैट टाइम?
That is correct.
दैट इज करेक्ट। थैंक यू सो मच। यहाँ पे इन्होंने किसी चीज़ के बारे में सोचा। somebody over there, sir, maybe there, हाँ, वो हाथ ऊंचा कर रहे हैं। आपने किसी के बारे में सोचा था? अगेन, तो क्या हुआ जब मैंने इधर हूँ तो सब लोग अपने बारे में, वहाँ पर भी किसी ने सोचा? एवरीबडी इज नाउ रेजिंग अप द हैंड। वहाँ पे किसी ने सोनाली के बारे में सोचा था? कैन स्टैंड अप, लुक दैट पर्सन स्टैंडिंग ओवर देयर, थॉट ऑफ सोनाली। सर, आपने किसी के बारे में सोचा था? वर यू थिंकिंग ऑफ सम ऑफ योर फ्रेंड? वाधवा, अनिल वाधवा, अनिल वाधवा। ओके वी शुड स्टार्ट।
थैंक यू सो मच सुहानी। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आप इसी तरह से हिंदुस्तान की इस प्राचीन विद्या के जरिए दुनिया में देश के झंडे गाड़ते रहें। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much,
everybody.
A round applause for Suhani. And how blown are you? Raise up your hands. How blown are all of you after that session? All right. Suhani, do stay on stage. Suhani, stay on stage while I call upon M.K. Kemu, Executive Director, Life Insurance Corporation of India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Suhani Shah, mentalist, psychological illusionist. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Suhani Shah. Put your hands together. She's got you entertained. She's entered your mind. She's practically translated it for you. Thank you. Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you. Thank you, Suhani. With that, viewers, let me take you now to our next session. The Blueprint Moonshots, Risk-Taking and Betting on New India. Insider notes from an industrialist, from a mentalist to an industrialist. Taking it from here, I'd like to call upon the session's moderator, Abha Bakaya, editor and senior anchor, Business Today Television.
Big round of applause for my notable guest, Sanjeev Goenka. Could I please have you on stage, sir? Welcome. So Mr. Goenka is, of course, chairman at the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and he's no stranger to the conclave, but there are so many exciting new developments to discuss with him as he continues to be at the forefront of driving new businesses, change, pursuing his passion, and really giving an insight into how the Indian economy is shaping up and heading towards that multi-trillion mark. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
So, Mr. Goenka, let me start off. You're one of the oldest standing business houses with legacy businesses that have been around for centuries. You know, it's a business house that has been there for 200 years with legacy businesses including CESC, Spencer's, Carbon Black. And now you're making this huge shift to the new era businesses, from IT to media, FMCG. What's driving this change from what you yourself have earlier referred to as government interventionist industries to non-government intervention-led industry?
Well, frankly, legacy gives you a sense of values. It gives you a certain kind of convention. But all these values and conventions have to be used to move forward and not to bind you down. So we took a conscious decision a few years ago to move from government intervention-intensive businesses to new age businesses. And we started this journey with getting into BPO and IT-enabled services, then into FMCG, Ayurveda, and sports. So it's a totally different genre compared to what we did in the past. And we are now looking at chemicals in a very big way. So it's completely reprofiling the portfolio that we've had.
Absolutely. And whether it be in the new age businesses or even in the kind of experience you've had, let's take a look at a shorter time span of the last 10 years. How would you say the economic landscape has changed? Where you're seeing a more conducive scenario for entrepreneurs, or is it a more challenging scenario for entrepreneurs?
I must say this, and I say this in all sincerity. The government led by Narendra Modi has made it possible for entrepreneurs, for industry, to think big, to work without any challenges. The ease of doing business is fantastic. The sheer vision, the scale of the repositioning, of reimagining that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister bring to the table is unparalleled. And I think it gives us that inspiration, it gives each one of us in industry that inspiration to not only move ahead, but to reset our scale and to look at the world as a market and to try and see how one can get into global leadership, if not at least globally competitive positions.
Global is the word, and we'll of course get to hear from both those big voices setting the agenda for the Indian economy here at the conclave itself. But talking about scale, and I want to get further into FMCG on account of that, in your vision of scale, because when you first chose to enter this particular industry, there were a lot of questions from market analysts wondering why an industry like FMCG, which is already crowded, where the margins are thin, why would an industry house like yours choose to enter this segment?
It was something that was actually recommended by McKinsey. Okay. And so it was not based on whims and fancies. European guilt-free snacking didn't exist in India. And so to that extent, it was a pioneering effort. But I must confess that it's been a difficult journey. And it's not exactly the easiest journey. We've now, from guilt-free snacking, we've got into Indian ethnic snacks, to personal care, and you will see a few more products. And it's an extension of this which takes us to Ayurveda. And we are now looking at Ayurveda in a new age version, in a modern version, in an easy to consume version, in a form, in a format that the world understands and relates to.
Mr. Goenka, I don't think anything you do is at a whim. You've always been an entrepreneur that's talked about the sustainability of business, looked at cash flow, valuation, not been one for debt, and that's always held you in good stead. Tell us, what would be your advice to entrepreneurs of today who are chasing these high valuations, who are in a completely different game as they explore opportunities?
Well, they are so much more successful, so I think I should be taking advice from them, not the other way around.
Okay, that was a good dodge. It will circle back to that. But Okay, an entrepreneur out there that you perhaps admire, old economy, new economy, someone whose acumen or achievement you have found has been, something that you look up to and you would also like to follow. Any entrepreneur that comes to mind?
Mukesh Ambani.
All right, Mukesh Ambani, and why? Yeah, I mean, I know, but I want to hear it from you.
So many reasons, but his skill in execution, his vision of scale, his vision of perfection, his compassion, his ability to reach out to people. I mean, I can go on, and I don't think too many people from India can even dare to think like him. But even if we get to a fraction, we would have done very well.
The one area there you did take a risk, and I know sports is a passion, but when you bought the IPL team just a couple of years ago, the Lucknow one, there was a lot of furor around the valuation, what you paid for it, and I think in the last series they came third. So I'm wondering, a year or so later, where we're at in terms of how you're assessing that investment.
I didn't think it was a risk. I was fairly convinced, and I remember Rahul grilling me for 20 minutes on a show on the valuations and why I bid what I did. I think subsequent events have just validated to the rest of the world my numbers.
All right, so where do you see the IPL team being in terms of ROI, let's say, in 2 years' time? What are your ambitions for the team?
As a team owner and I think there are two roles. One is that of the investment, and I think we already stand at a significant premium to the amount I had bid for. And just a few days ago, there was this fairly large American fund who expressed a fairly strong degree of interest at attractive valuations. Not that we are sellers, not that we will sell, not that we can sell. But having said so, it just sort of validates that it's worth much more than what we bid. One. Two, in any sport, you want to win. And so I've heard lots of people say getting off to the playoffs in the first year was a great achievement. I don't think so. I think in any year, you can't win every year. But the aim has to be to get an aim for the cup each year. And I think the tournament begins 2 weeks from now, and it's going to be our focus to look at the cup.
Okay. All the best with that. Talking about risks, though, any risk that comes to your mind that you've taken that's either worked or hasn't worked, but one that you could share a learning from for the audience here?
So several years ago, and it was when I was beginning my career, almost beginning my career, I was a young kid, and I bought into this power company in Calcutta. 12 to 14 hours of power cuts. I really had no clue what I was getting into. It was needing an investment of about 10, 11 crores. I knew my father would say no, so I went to my mother. And mothers being mothers and sympathetic and thinking more from the heart than the mind, she convinced my father. And when I went in, my first day in that office, in that building, when I was entering, there were a few thousand workers outside, and they had a funeral pyre. And they had my effigy, and they set that, they lit that funeral pyre. And they said, Sanjeev Goenka Murdabad. It was then that the reality sank in. It was a huge risk, 12 to 14 hours of power cuts every day. And if you couldn't lick that, you'd been booted out of the city. That's a risk which worked out and which has paid off handsomely. There are several others which haven't, but I'd rather not think about them.
Always look on the bright side. Okay, let's talk about football. That's been a passion for you. How did you get into football? Because versus cricket, there's actually a deeper connection there. And this is something that you've been pursuing for even longer.
So I knew nothing about football and this league. And one of my friends who's sitting right here came to me and said, you know, there is this proposal and would we like to partner? And I frankly thought that because it's this gentleman and I hold him in very high esteem, I said yes. But then it became a passion. And I think over the last few years, we've been in the league, in the ISL for 10 years. Out of 10 years, we've got to the playoffs 8 times. Tomorrow is our 5th final. We have won 3 titles. Hopefully tomorrow will be the 4th.
Another passion for you, of course, is music. Saregama is a legacy business, of course. Part of that also was Carva, where, you know, when we saw surprising success with some of those, you know, legendary songs, you also knew the singers very well, Rafi, Kishore, Lata. Which are some of your favorite melodies? I'm not sure if you're going to be singing for us, but which would be your favorite melodies?
I'm not as melodious as Anil Agarwal, so I'm not even going to try. But yes, you know, Lataji was a great friend of my mother's. And we grew up seeing in her an aunt. And she would stay at our home in Calcutta. And so we've heard her doing riyaz, we've heard her just sitting and humming. My daughter, who now runs Saregama, is sitting here. And she was 4 years or 5 years. And Lataji took her through this journey of Jack and Jill went up the hill, and for 1 hour she was doing nursery rhymes with her. I actually wish we had those recordings. But for me, some of my favorite songs and some things that I listen to virtually every week, if not more frequently, are the songs of Aradhana. From Kora Kagaz Tha Ye Man Mera and Mere Sapno Ki Rani Kab Aayegi. To, I mean, and I keep listening to them and I just keep, it's so relaxing, it's so de-stressing. And Kishore, Lata, I think the duets are absolutely fantastic.
Nostalgia. And your other passion, of course, is cooking. And this one was new to me. I didn't know too much about this. But what do you treat your family to at home and how often?
My cooking thing stopped when my daughter got married. I used to cook to spend those few hours on a Sunday morning with her. So my father, my mother, my wife, my daughter, my son, I. It was just family bonding time. And they were the only people who wouldn't judge me. What I cooked was trash. And they still, out of affection, ate it. So for me, those were very special moments. Those were moments that I treasure. And once she got married and moved to Delhi, I stopped cooking.
All right. I think that's an invite to come back home more regularly. So, as an entrepreneur who's, you know, really built, you know, a business house over the last many years, a sustainable legacy, how would you today view value creation? What would be the kind of advice that you could give to young entrepreneurs? Because today, one huge change is that everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. They want to create something, and they feel that they can. What would be your advice to them on how to pursue their ideas, build businesses, and build sustainable businesses?
You know, some of the highest value creators have actually hit upon very simple ideas. It's fundamentally, if you see, it's all easier to consume. It's all in the space of easy to use, call it whatever you might. So whether it's, yes, you can say it's sustainable, it's energy efficient, it's environment friendly, but it's all things which are easy to consume. So if you look at the mobile phones, they become so much easier to consume, and one instrument gives you almost everything. So it's about actually ease of living or ease of consuming. And I think that is where the highest value creation happens. So that is why when I talk of Ayurveda, we are looking at how do we make Ayurveda and deliver Ayurveda in a form that's easy to consume.
Do you feel that there is a global opportunity here? And what are the steps it's going to take to get there? We all talk about it a lot, and we hear that even, from the Prime Minister himself. His vision is to have a far more reaching impact for India and the global economy. But what are the steps to actually making that happen?
Several. I think to begin with, we don't have enough data of proven successes, and that's vital. Second, the form of consumption of Ayurveda is almost innovative. So you take a powder, you add honey to it, then you stir it, then you don't take something for another 30 minutes after that, etc., etc., etc. It's cumbersome. So how do you make it easy to consume? How do you get the world to relate to those products? So for example, we've launched Chyawanprash in the form of gummies. The world is familiar with it. We've launched Chyawanprash in the form of toffees. We've gone in for a diabetic range of Ayurveda products. And there are lots of research going on different products. So the technology is there, the formulation is there. How do you deliver it in a manner that is easy to consume? And that gives you the confidence that consuming this is going to either increase your wellness or cure you of certain ailments or whatever. And I think it is the credibility, the track record, and the ease of consumption. These are the three key factors.
We have seen quite a remarkable pace of growth, for the new lines of businesses in the last 2-3 years. What is the kind of top line, even if not numbers, the kind of hyper growth that you're anticipating with this venture?
I wouldn't really like to publicly give a number, but we have our own internal targets. And it's a struggle with our team because they think they're far too ambitious. But I don't believe they are. So.
All right. But you're looking at, if in this, no numbers, not even a ballpark, like 10, if not a percentage, 10x, 20x, or,
the base is low. Yeah. So a 10x, 20x is not good enough. It'll have to be much more.
Much higher. Okay, so no numbers on that. Okay, in terms of the kind of challenges, though, to building some of these new businesses, share that with us because there will be some insights and learning there as well for others who are in the same field.
To begin with, they guzzle capital. Yeah. Secondly, I think it's about communicating to the people about the advantages of these products, which are legacy products, which are old products, which have been proven for centuries, but data has not been captured to show their efficacy. And people have always viewed it as a means of last resort. When nothing else works, you go to this. So change the mindset from the last resort to something that I would actively consider. And I think that is a transition that we have to make. Once we do that, the rest will follow easily.
Okay, are you an active user and follower of these practices?
I have now begun to do it.
Okay.
I wasn't earlier.
And are we seeing results? Are you feeling the results?
I'm very happy with what I'm consuming.
Okay. In terms of in terms of the kind of awareness building campaigns, you've got Virat Kohli on board as well. A lot of attention being given to drive home this messaging. Anything else exciting coming up because you're talking about all these new launches? Anything that you can share with us?
New launches, new products, I think is becoming a way of life for us. So in terms of personal care, there are lots of new products which are getting launched, all of which are completely natural and paraben-free and blah, blah, blah. In terms of ethnic snacks, we've launched a range which is 40% lower on fats and calories as compared to anything else that exists. In terms of Ayurveda, I've already spoken a lot. In terms of music, you will see a lot of innovation going on. I don't think we are ready to announce them yet, another 2-3 months. Karwa was the first major innovation that we did, and it's been a resounding success. But yes, there is more on the way for sure.
You have so many multiple businesses, multiple hats. Is it difficult to choose a favorite sometimes? If I had to ask you to choose a favorite or one that you spend most time on.
If you have more than one child, can you choose a favorite?
All right. But where do you enjoy spending most of your time right now?
It depends upon the situation, and there is no fixed area where I'm spending most of my time. Sometimes it's, in fact, most often it's situation-led or demand-led. So sometimes it's where you have the biggest problems. Sometimes it's where you believe that you need a lot of intervention to drive pace of growth. Sometimes it's just situation-led. So for example, when the IPL season gets underway, then every day we have a game. I would willingly spend half an hour with my management team and the team. So it varies, it changes.
And do you have a favorite player?
My favorite player is not in my team.
Who is the favorite player? I'm sure the cricket buffs already know this, but it's new to me.
I'm not answering that.
All right, so IPL, football, all of this, of course, is going to be a super exciting season over the next few weeks and how that rolls out. We're also looking forward to hearing the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister here at the conclave. And I must ask you, just in terms of where you see India on the global map over the next few years, its dominance, its influence, and as a robust economy, particularly at a time when we're seeing so much uncertainty around the globe.
It fills my heart with pride to see when the world around us is crumbling, India is actually standing up and doing well. Few years ago, when you went outside, nobody gave an Indian too much respect. Today, when you go and you say, I'm from India, you are given respect. So I think Modi ji has taught the world to respect India. So I think that's a huge achievement, which maybe 65 years or 68 years of independence prior to Modi ji did not succeed in doing. Second is, India is becoming a true world manufacturing hub. 3, India is becoming the world's talent hub. 4, I think they are very clearly working towards building infrastructure, which makes India a wonderful place to live in, work in. They are easing rules, simplifying them, and making the ease of doing business even greater. So all in all, I think what this government has done and what they've provided us is a phenomenal opportunity. It's for each one of us to not only commend them, but to take advantage, to go ahead and implement this vision, to actually make sure that corporate India comes forward, puts its best foot forward, invests, and delivers.
Absolutely. Invest, whether it be CapEx, whether it be, in new businesses, entrepreneurs, and coming back to that, if you are looking at a next generation of entrepreneurs, Mr. Goenka, would it be an individual, a profile, an industry? Would you stay away from tech? How would you look at investing in the next generation?
So we've started a venture capital fund. It's a small one at this point in time. And we started with investments in FMCG companies, and not startups, but second phase startups. We made some 9 or 10 investments. And from the time we invested first to now, all the companies that we invested in are trading at about 4 to 5x the values that we sort of invested in. It's a very strong professional team which is handling this. We are now going to get, so far we've not looked at funds from outside, but we will now go out and accept funds from others, because we are confident that we've cracked the ability to make this succeed. We will also be launching a green energy venture capital fund. So that is going to be our next venture. We haven't spoken about it, so this is actually the first time we're talking about it. And we will be launching this in the next couple of months, actually.
That's very exciting. Are you going to give me the size of the fund? Some numbers.
I think I've given you, this is the first time I'm making this announcement, so that's with you. But this is something that my son is handling, so he will announce the greater details. But I think we're still about 2 months away.
Okay, super exciting green energy venture capital fund being announced by the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and waiting for further announcements for that. You've heard it first right here at the India Today Conclave. And with that, a big round of applause for Mr. Goenka. Thank you so much for sharing details across your businesses, sports, and varied other developments. It was fantastic speaking to you.
It's been a privilege, and huge thanks to Arun and Kali and Rekha. It's an honor being here always. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Mr. Goenka as I call upon Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman Ambuja Neotia Group, to come on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Goenka, Chairman RPSG Group. Do put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. An engaging session there. Thank you, sir. The next session's one for women empowerment. It's a session I'm very excited about. And to take you through that, our next session, Hijab, Hate and State, the fight for human rights and feminist churn within the Muslim world. We've got 4 women coming up next with 4 very interesting, very diverse points of views when it comes to the feminist order in the Islamic world. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next session, Hijab, Hate and State, the fight for human rights and feminist churn within the Muslim world. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon our session's moderator, Shoma Chaudhary, consulting editor, India Today, to come up on stage and introduce our panelists.
Good afternoon. As Preeti said, we are all really excited to have this session because, all our perceptions and our conceptions of the world really depends on where you're shining your torchlight and spotlight. And, across the world, Muslim women find themselves refracted through the state, the family, male voices, political constructs, and it's very rarely that you get to hear Muslim women and the diversity of Muslim women speaking for themselves. By and large, there's a stereotype around Muslim women that they're oppressed, they're restricted by the structures of the religion Islam, by Muslim cultural norms, and by the states and countries in which they belong. So last year, the feminist upsurge in Iran, the Women Life Freedom movement caught everybody's eye, and that's become the lever within which to look at the diverse spectrum of Muslim women voices across the world. So I'm very, very excited to have this, and I want to first call on stage Sanam Nagrahi Andalini, who is an Iranian feminist who's been working in the conflict zones across 40 countries. She has an organization for conflict and peace management. She's also been responsible for the UN Resolution 1325, which focused on women's role in peace making and in conflict zones. So Sanam, please come on stage. I'd also like to call on stage Fawzia Kufi. I'd like to call on stage Fawzia Kufi, who is the first woman deputy speaker of Afghanistan. She's also the only woman who's ever negotiated with the Taliban in Doha, and she's an Afghan feminist. Fawzia has a fascinating story, which I'm just going to tell you in 2 lines, because when she was born, she was actually abandoned and left out to perish and die. She survived that. And she has grown to then survive several assassination attempts, when she was a political leader in Afghanistan. And as I said, she was the deputy speaker, negotiated with the Taliban, and now is a voice for Afghani women and the Afghan political situation across the world in the UN. And so big hand of applause for Fawzia. And next, I'd like to call up Shiba Aslam Fehmi, who's an Islamic scholar and feminist in India. She's a journalist. She ran a column called Gender Jihad, which is very interesting, and is a very important voice for the Muslim women in India. So Shiba, welcome. And I'd like to call Ruha Shadab on stage, who's a doctor, a Harvard Medical School graduate. She moved from being a practicing doctor to public policy, health policy. And Ruha is unique in that she has created an incubator for Muslim women in India to enable Muslim women to take more senior leadership corporate positions and in entrepreneurship. So it's a really unique thing she's doing. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. So I wanted to start with you, Sanam, because as I said, the women's movement in Iran when Mahsa Amini was killed, the Women Life Freedom caught the world's attention. The Western media and other media described it as this absolute watershed moment. Is it really that in Iran's internal life, and what makes it so?
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in India, so it's a delight to be here with you. Yes, it is a watershed moment, not because it's the first time that we see in the world that women are leading a revolution. We've seen women in Yemen and Sudan and other places being at the forefronts of revolutions against dictatorships. What's extraordinary about what's happening in Iran is that it is the culmination of 3 generations, so my mother's generation, my generation, and now it's the age of my daughters and younger even, coming into the streets. And what's really extraordinary is that the unifying message is a feminist message: women, life, freedom. It's about women's rights. And what we're seeing for the first time, I think in the history of the world actually, is that men are standing shoulder to shoulder with women, together fighting. And this clarion call of women, life, freedom has unified people across geography and across economic divisions and across, as I say, gender and religion and so forth. So that's what makes it a watershed moment. And when you have 10-year-olds supporting it, you don't change their mind to go backwards. So I think that's why the regime has a challenge on its hands.
So very quickly, Sanam, because I want to bring everyone else in, that at the center of this is the idea of the hijab, and we have this image on screen, which is the stereotype of what Muslim women are really experiencing. So how do you and Iranian women see the hijab, and what is it really a metaphor for?
So a couple of things. If I go back to my grandmother's generation, Reza Shah, the Shah's father, deliberately made the hijab illegal. In 1979, they made the hijab imposed. I think fundamentally what Iranian women, and I would say I work with women in 40 countries around the world, What we're saying is, leave us alone. We make the choices for ourselves. My body, what I wear, how I deal with my reproductive rights, etc. These are all choices that we make for ourselves. And there are two factors. One is we want to have the right not to just be focused on ourselves, because I think that's a distraction. We want to be able to deal with peace and security and environmental issues and the big issues out there, like men do. And that's my work. And the second thing is that the hijab has been both a symbolic and a physically oppressive garb. Women in Iran have pushed it back over the last 40 years. It started very tight and it's now gone back. But it's also still the tip of the iceberg, because really what matters is changing the legal framework and changing the laws which make me, for example, half a witness in a court, for example, right? So it's really shifting the laws to bring genuine equality across the board.
Right. So I'm going to come back to, if we have time, Sanam, to ask how the state responded to these protests. But Shiba, I want to bring you in over here. Sanam just spoke about how the hijab really is a restrictive symbol, and women have always had this very dialogic pushback on it. But then if someone tries to pull it off you by force, then they, like her grandmother and her mother, have been pro-hijab as well as anti-hijab, which is very interesting. Now, similarly, you call yourself an Islamic feminist and not a Muslim feminist. Why is that, and what's the distinction?
Thank you, Shoma. Well, this is very important. This is the basic foundational question, how Islamic feminism is different from Muslim feminism. And what is feminism stand within the framework of Islam. So Islamic feminism is a very rigorous scholarship-based knowledge project that informs the world that it is about the reclaiming of what has already been ordained or given to the woman. And we are saying that we don't want anything from the clergy. We don't want any concession or anything. We just want whatever has been given already 1400 years back, when those things were unknown to rest of the society, rest of the civilizations. We want to reclaim that. And within that, there is a lot of radical aspects also, which even the regular Western feminists are not espousing right now. So I'm very comfortable saying this because there is this understanding that feminism means something very Western, something very alien, something that is not suited to cultural societies. But Islamic feminism is talking about the original divine text, the tradition of Sunnah and Hadith. And from there, they are asking the clergy that I am ready to learn Islam from you, but I am ready to teach Islam as well. So better you don't try to monopolize the religion for your own patriarchal ways. So this is simply put, it is like this.
So Shiba, I think that's a really important, like Sanam said, that this whole focus on the woman's body, the hijab, etc., forces women to just focus on this, a reductive conversation, rather than be part of decision-making on other things. But it's again interesting that while Iran women were pushing back on the hijab, in India recently, there were pro-hijab protests in Karnataka. So help us understand how the hijab is playing out in India and why are women pro-hijab. And just one question to that is that typically it's very hard for women to fight because there's the state and then there's the family, there's male, there's majoritarian language. So how do women negotiate this?
The question of hijab in India is really an artificial and political question for Muslim women, because nobody is forcing Muslim women to give up their choice of attire, to give up what they want to wear or they want to remove from their attire. So when the Karnataka hijab controversy erupted, we were really surprised that in India, no woman, whichever community and religion she comes from, has been asked to dress or undress herself as per the whims and fancies of some feminist project or liberal project. So when this whole controversy came up, we were surprised that how come during the election period, this whole, the PFI and the right-wing, local right-wing brigade, the way they were acting in tandem and creating ruckus. And my question was that why, when you are allowed to wear whatever you want to wear, what is your insistence resistance to wear Arabic-style abaya inside the classroom. You can come up to the school in whichever abaya, hijab, niqab, whichever attire you want to use, you can come in that. But inside the classroom, if you don't allow an institution to impose its discipline and its uniform, then what is this whole talk about having a campus and an institution?
So, Shiba, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you short because I want to bring in the others. There's a very important question there, which is that, a lot of people feel uncomfortable to speak about reform within Muslim cultural practices because you feel then you're playing into majority debates or the stereotype about Muslims. And I'd like you to speak about that. But before that, I want to bring Fawzia in. Fawzia, you were very upset about the framing of this panel. You kept saying that hijab, hair, these are absolutely not the concerns of Afghan women, and yet we interpret the Taliban as being extremely restrictive, and the entire political project of the Taliban is in many ways to control the woman, first and foremost. So why did you not like the framing of the session, and what are the key Afghan issues that you would like to put on the table?
Thank you very much, Shoma. It's a great opportunity to be here. This is my first time after Kabul collapsed, and this is the closest I could get home. I could get to Afghanistan. I came last morning early, and the airport was very emotional because it reminded me of my trips of 4 or 5 times in a year when I was in Kabul. Obviously, I missed those times. Yes, the reason Shoma called me this afternoon that you're my troubled friend, because I was like literally in a fight over the topic of the conversation with her. I agree the way you put it, but I think the struggle women of Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan are now making is beyond their appearance. It's for the basic human rights. And I think what these extreme governments do, no matter their extreme of any kind of religion, is they retain their power by suppressive measures, by suppressing the nation. If it's an Islamic extreme government or any other government. And therefore, I think, if you ask about your social policy, if you ask about your economic policy, if you ask about service delivery to the nation, you don't see that much, laws and policies approved on that, as you see more laws and more policies on repressive measures. In the case of Afghanistan, it's also so true. Since the Taliban have taken power in August 2021, which we all remember those images, they have issued 36 edicts, only 36, eliminating women's rights, from the rights to education, to the rights to work, to mobility, to their appearance, and obviously a lot of edicts on controlling the woman appearance. It's not even about that. They suppress women because they think that's an easy object. It's an easy entry point. They create an atmosphere of fear so that they could control their power. And some of these extremist groups, the reason for their existence is that misinterpretation of their religion. In many cases, what Taliban do actually is in contradiction with Islamic principles. Because, for instance, their decision on banning girls' education, that's not happening anywhere in the world. How could you deprive a generation for their gender from their basic Islamic and fundamental rights? And the world is silent. And the whole world is silent because they think it's okay. The governments have that right to suppress and deprive women or population from their rights. I think it's about control, and I think it's about these powers' survival. So in the case of Afghanistan, the moment Taliban try to open up, the moment they try to respect the citizens, they will be dissolved. So unfortunately, women are being used as an easy object. In Afghanistan, our story is beyond hijab. Yes, women of Afghanistan want to have their scarf, but meanwhile, they want to go to the office, they want to go to school, they want to go to university, they want to be able to be respected as a human being. And that is the point that is missing in the international arena, which is sad because, remember,
Fawzia,
discrimination there could reach to your own borders, as I see it's happening, because obviously if we take suppressive measures, it's like two sides.
Fawzia, I think you're making a really important point, which is common to all three of you, that it expresses itself in different ways, but at the heart of it, this is like trying to push women into a rabbit hole so that they don't participate in life. And you're really like a canary in a coal mine, you know. What's happening with women is symptomatic of much larger authoritarian structures and loss of human rights across the society, you know. I'm going to come back, hopefully we're going to have the time, that there is a stereotype that this is not just about political structures. People have this, prejudice against Islam itself, that even the religion is restrictive. And all three of you have spoken to me about Wahhabi Islam and how worried all three of you are. I hope we have time. I want to draw Ruha into this conversation. Ruha, you've entered this debate from a very different door, which is economic power. You know, you're really worried about how there's an absence of Muslim women across the board in senior leadership positions. Can you tell us how you got triggered? You know, you were a doctor, Harvard graduate. You could have been doing everything else. You come into social entrepreneurship, trying to raise up women who don't have opportunity. What was your trigger?
Thank you for having me. My trigger was something that I realized in my 20s. It was, I did my 2 + 2 is equal to 5, like realizing it was more than these two separate stories much later. And what my 2 + 2 was, I was, I'm the middle child in a family of 2 brothers and a sister.
We're going to run out of time.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And my brothers and I got a lot of education, and my father is a doctor, my mother is a homemaker. And we would still joke at home that we get the brains from my mother. My mother is an incredibly intelligent person who, when we were in Saudi Arabia, ended up being the first Indian woman to win the chess championship in her district multiple times over. But she's also someone who did not complete her high school. And for me, in my head, these were two separate stories. You know, like incredibly intelligent woman, and didn't complete her schooling. And much later did I realize what that really means, right? It's untapped potential of Muslim women that continues to be a challenge in India. And then if all of us aren't contributing to the most of our potential, it's holding the country back.
Right. So, you know, you've shared that this was your mother, that was a personal trigger, but you also found that when you were applying to Harvard, there were no mentors who were Muslim women. So you've incubated about 300, fellows who've got entry now. But you did a survey where, you made women apply to 1,000 jobs. And the survey showed that there was a 47% bias against Muslim women. You know, that if a Hindu woman or any other name applied, and a Muslim applied, that there was a 47% bias in a Muslim woman getting a call back. How has that shifted did you share that data with any corporates or others? How have people responded, and has there been any shifts?
Yes, so people have responded positively to it. So just a summary of the study, we created 2 resumes, Priyanka Sharma, Habiba Ali, applied to 1,000 jobs.
Just because, don't tell us the modalities, we're just taking your results. How did people respond to that?
So we had a lot of companies reach out to us showing interest in this. And I think that's what was powerful, is we don't talk about the Muslim issue. We don't even call it the Muslim issue. At best, it's minorities or the M word. So putting this out there actually sparked a lot of conversation. We've been invited to several companies to share our findings and to share ideas on how companies can be more inclusive and religiously diverse in our country.
Right. So, very quickly, can you three address, I'm going to come back to you, Ruha, with, how it impacted, say, the men in the family when you have helped women pass through the doorway. But before that, this little shard of a thought that all three of you have addressed about why is it that there's a kind of general perception about Islam being very restrictive, and all three of you have spoken about how Wahhabi Islam is now become the window through which, so tell us about that, Shiva.
So yes, I'll talk about it, but adding to what she has said about the profiling. See, we in India in a very precarious situation. We want to bring in reforms inside the Muslim community, but because of the Islamophobia that is so rampant now in India, every now and then there are calls of Muslim genocide. Even they are calling 20 lakh Muslims have to be killed, etc. So because of that reason, it is so difficult to talk about reforms within the community. It is always, we are in a siege mentality that we are under attack, and we should not be talking, and we should wait for the ideal time. That ideal time never comes. So when are we going to put forward our own issues? That is one thing I wanted to add to that. Now, secondly, what you are talking about Wahhabism is, see, the fountainhead of Wahhabism, that itself is changing now. The MBS phenomena in Saudi Arabia, everyone is surprised at what is happening over there. So this, the Indian clergy find itself at a loss of words even, because they don't know now how to talk about those principles or those ideals. For them, the Islamic ideal type was Saudi Arab, and now Saudi Arab is changing. So things are changing for good. Globally, I hope things change good for our good in India as well. And when we talk about gender rights, gender justice, fairness, it is about all the genders, not just one gender. And that is something very important I wanted to underline within Islamic feminism. Right.
Sanam, I asked you about how the state responded to the protests across the board in Iran.
So the state has used fear tactics. This is what they always do. They crack down heavily, then they back down a bit. They back down a bit on the hijab at the moment in certain wealthier areas. But they've also used fear tactics, and we're worried about sexual violence in jails, both the practice of it, but also the use and the threat of it. So we've also heard about the poisoning in the girls' schools, and we're wondering why they haven't been investigated. It's been going on since November. So that's what's happening. But I just wanted to just go back to this point about Islam and what my grandmother was the third of 8 wives of my grandfather. She taught herself how to write. She wasn't taught how to write when she went to school. She became a widow with 6 children under the age of 16 by the time she was 40. And in 1953, she sent my mother to school in England, who was 12 years old. And the letters that she was writing in 1953 were, you have to be able to earn your own living because you don't know what happens to the men in your lives. So you can't rely on men, your father, your husband, and so forth. This is the story and the narrative of Muslim women that exists in all of our societies. We need to do social archaeology to bring these stories back, because the idea that women are meant to be hidden and not educated and so forth is absolute nonsense. And it is, a lot of what's happened is that the extremism of Wahhabism that was a fringe has become normalized in Sunni society, and in Shia societies, it's Islamist. What we worry about is Islamist attitudes, not Islamic or Muslim, but Islamist, which is political ideology, which is inherently related to the suppression of women.
Right. So, Fawzia, this is a question that I want both Sanam and you and Sheba, if we have time, is there acceptance? So, are you and your voices, would you say that it is symbolic of how, by and large, Muslim women feel? Or is there buy-in in Afghanistan from any large sections of Muslim women? Do they accept the restrictions? Do they feel that that's a part of a culture they want to belong to?
Absolutely not. I mean, this is the narrative Taliban use. They claim that this is our part of religion or our culture. But we know that the society in Afghanistan has transformed really, at least over the past 20 years. And now the protests are not only limited to Kabul, small in number, obviously, not comparing to any other country. But given the circumstances in Afghanistan, that is enormously courageous, act when you see these women protesting, even in very conservative areas. So I think what they try to link to culture or religion is just to maintain power. And there has always been, in a way or the other, some means of protest. And I think one of the eventual threat to Taliban's existence would be from the women movement, because they know how to fight, but they don't know how to handle the group of protesters. They don't know how to handle this civic, resistance against them. And in fact, you see in many, for instance, my own way, I protested when Taliban first time came. I was in Kabul, and they imposed burqa, burqa, which is not even Islamic, on women. While in West, they, ban women from wearing burqa. It's about controlling women in any context, any society. I didn't wear a burqa because for me, I never actually spend money to buy a burqa, because I thought it's not even about your appearance. By making you to wear what they want to wear, they want to control your progress. They want to control your, talent. And that is the problem we women across the world have. Actually, by talking about our lipstick, by talking about our scarf, by talking about the color of clothes we have, no matter how strong you are in politics or in art or in journalism or wherever you are in science, they don't talk about that, but they talk about what lipstick you wear, because that way they can target you. And that is our global phenomenon. It's a global fight. It's not limited to Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, we have the extreme form. And that's why I think we all must stand against that extreme, because that extreme can provoke extremism in your own country and can provoke extremism in the West as well. So therefore, it's a response, like reaction. Therefore, we need to stand in solidarity against any kind of misinterpretation of religious beliefs or cultural beliefs on citizens, because that's a global fight we have to stand together.
Thank you so much, Fawzia. You know, we're out of time. We haven't even begun to really dip into all your experiences. But I think it was just like opening a little bit of a window to many other different kinds of voices than what one hears in the mainstream. I just want to leave all of you with a couple of things. Ruha had shared that, you know, from the work she's doing, one of the women who really became a fellow of this incubation program. The fathers, brothers, uncles are the ones who are called to speak at this ceremony. And one of the fathers, who has come from a lower middle class family, he said that his daughter, taking the step without his knowledge, entering into a larger world, he said, through my daughter, my world has become larger. You know, that was his tribute to her program. So I think that really deserves a clap. And equally, Shiba, you know, something she's not been able to speak of is that Indian Muslim women are quite ready for reform, and in the midst of a political climate, which is, like she said, not comfortable, makes you feel you're under siege, but they want the reforms. And she was saying, why is it that the obscurantist patriarchy and clergy have to be the ones that the Indian state is speaking to, rather than women like this, who represent the true surge and churn within the community. So,
for Indian Muslim women, this is the best time. Whatever the problems are, but still the way we have been able to articulate our own issues, it has never been like that in the times of my mother or grandmothers. So this is the best, and I'm very hopeful of our future in India. Thank you.
On that note, as I said, this is just windows into a very large world. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming here, and more power to all of you. Thank you. You know, Sanam had just said one other thing. She said that the Women Life Freedom movement, despite the huge repression of the state, remained peaceful. And she said, it's strange, across the world, 40 countries that she works in, she said when women lead a movement, it's always non-violent. They may join a violent movement, but when they lead a movement, it's always peaceful and non-violent. So more power to women. Thank you so much.
Well, warm applause, please. I'll request you ladies to please stay on stage while I call upon Dr. P.C. Sabu, General Manager, SBI, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to all four of you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these four women who've joined us today. Thank you, ladies. Like Shoma said, more power to you. Keep the good fight going. Thank you. All right, we're for him to come up on stage and introduce you to our speakers this evening.
May I request Amitabh Kant and Mr. Thagarajan, if you could come. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And after that fascinating and really interesting session on women's rights, we have another very exciting session, and that looks at India Unbound in 4 critical areas: democracy, demography, digitization, and deglobalization. Now, each of these 4 Ds, as these are called, there is a revolution of sorts that is happening across the country. And to discuss the challenges ahead, as well as the progress and maybe regress, we have 2 eminent speakers. Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, former CEO of Niti Aayog, and a secretary to government. And PTR Thiagarajan, Tamil Nadu's erudite finance and human resources minister. PTR, I'm going to start with you on this. And let's look at the first D, and that is democracy. And India prides itself as the world's largest democracy, and Arun talked about it in his opening speech this morning, that we have overtaken China as the most populous country in the world as well. And yet, even as we speak about it, there is a raging debate in Parliament, with Rahul Gandhi being censured by the ruling BJP for his critical remarks about Indian democracy when he went to the UK recently. Just yesterday, he said that whether I'm allowed to speak or shut up is a test of India's democracy. So, Finance Minister, how do you look upon India's democracy? Is it a democracy on the ascent, as the ruling BJP and many others would like to classify it? Or is it on the descent, as Rahul Gandhi and others describe it, some even calling it an electoral autocracy?
Yeah, for me, I think democracy is at the heart of everything, right? I mean, if we go back, and I don't want to sound partisan, so I'm going to talk more philosophically. I'm happy to become partisan if you ask me the right question. But right now, I'll say, I think it is now beyond doubt that democracies where you have strong, independent institutions, where there is a vibrant opposition, where there is accountability, this kind of a democracy, high rates of growth and good social progress go together. I think that's beyond doubt. There used to be a question, does economic activity drive institutional kind of superiority or the other way around? I think right now we know it's not a chicken and egg problem. The more you have robust, independent institutions, the more you have a vibrant opposition, the more there's accountability, the more likely that you are to get not just a better society, but also a better economy, faster rates of growth. From that perspective, I would have to say that it's not a subjective opinion on almost any scale, anywhere in the world, that our democracy has not been progressing in the last few years, probably regressing. Institutions are becoming less independent, more kind of aligned with the central axis of power. So I don't want to get into instances, but broadly I would say that the quality of our democracy leaves a lot to be desired and is going in the wrong direction.
But let's also get you on what you so-called partisan, but let's see your views on Rahul Gandhi and what he said, and should he be censured by the BJP on this?
Look, I don't think any party gets the right to censure, right? Either the speaker censures, and usually that's for things that are said in the House. What is said outside the House should be kept outside the House. If you exceed the parliamentary code inside the House, the speaker has the right to make a censure. You cannot take comments made by somebody outside the House, bring that into the House and start making an issue of it unless you list it as a debate and get everybody to speak. Just because you have a majority, you cannot decide what is an acceptable subject and not an acceptable subject to be debated in the People's House. Right? There has to be some norm.
And what is your personal views about Rahul Gandhi and what he said? Do you think they were defamatory of the country?
I will restrict myself. Democracy. If it is a democracy, there should be equal opportunity in the House, and the censure or lack of censure should be for things that are said in the House. Why should I opine on anybody else's private statement outside the House? Every citizen is entitled to that. That's not subject for political debate, right? At least not in the House, outside maybe.
But you didn't say, do you agree with him or not?
It is not my job to have an opinion of what he says. I'm telling you the quality of our democracy is deteriorating, and that's unilateral in most assessments. This particular instance, I don't see it's my job to comment. It's not my day job as a minister, right?
Okay. All right, I'm going to come back on to you on democracy, but Amit, let's bring you in. You are negotiating with 20 countries under the G20, and you've dealt with both democratic countries as well as autocratic countries in this. In your opinion, what is the advantages India has as democracy when you compare it with the rest of them? What are the big things that you see? What are the beneficial things? And would you like to also join this debate about freedom of speech and where does this thing end or begin?
So I've been negotiating with about 20 plus countries, G20 plus the invitee countries over the last 1.5 years now, including the Indonesian presidency. I think all these countries view India as very lively, as a very vibrant democracy. For them, the political narrative is important, and they view India from the perspective of the fact that you've got a prime minister who's got democratically elected the second time and has a very high level of acceptance by the public at 70% plus even now, after 2.5 years. Secondly, to my mind, democracy is also about the kind of developmental work you've done to transform the lives of citizens in terms of providing electricity, in terms of houses, in terms of roads made, in terms of implementing the aspirational district program in some of the most backward districts of India and change the lives of those citizens. Everything else, to my mind, is secondary to that. You, within a democratic framework, if you are able to, say, provide 30 million houses, which is like providing a house to every single Australian. You've provided 110 million water connections, which is like providing a water connection to every single German. And you've provided almost 243 million toilets, which is like providing toilets to every single person in Brazil, and made 55,000 kilometers of roads in a democratic setup through an electoral process. You've elected people, and you've provided 2.5 billion vaccinations, all through democratic process by digitalizing your process. That's a great achievement, and we should focus on those achievements.
You know, we can actually go through this whole session talking on democracy, but I will circle back to this subject again. And let's deal with the other 3Ds, because they are also very critical in what we're looking at in terms of India's growth. And let's talk about, this is a much talked about subject, the demographic dividend. Now, there is a huge eligible working population, and India is probably going to have the largest because China is declining. And 59% of our population is between the ages 20 to 60, which is the working population. Now, have we exploited PTR, in your opinion, the advantage that is there, or will this, because we have not done the kind of things that we've done, really become a curse rather than a dividend?
Yeah, I think there's a window of opportunity where we will have this kind of average age be in our favor. Places like Tamil Nadu, we're already past that. We're past the peak. Our birth rate is now only about 1.6 TFR. So we're already aging population. Without migrant labor, we cannot function, and that's why we're very conducive and open to it. But as a country, and particularly, and there's a great disparity, right? If you take like the northern states, the TFR is still 3+, in some cases 3.5+. So there, unless you can create job opportunities fast enough, you're going to have a problem. That's very clear. If you look across the span of history, having a lot of unemployed youth is a precursor for social unrest. So I think, at least as far as my state is concerned, we still have a lot more to do, but we are not in a desperate situation where we have a lot of unemployed youth. The youth unemployment rates are probably, in the 10, 12%. But if the statistics that I read are accurate around the country, as high as 25, 30, higher than that, surely that becomes a problem. If not now, sooner rather than later, that becomes a problem. So I think job creation, for example, in our state, we are focusing a lot on skilling beyond gross education. which is the highest in the country. Enrollment in higher education is double the national average, right? It's 52%. Yet we have a lot of people who are not capable of getting employed immediately upon graduation or in the right field and so forth. So we focused a lot since we came to power 2 years ago on upskilling and finding partnerships where we can pre-certify people in required skills, not just in India, but in places like Australia or Germany, so that we can have direct employment opportunities in places where there's a shortage of labor, and we can move our people into that high end of the labor spectrum, you know, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 starting wages kind of jobs.
No, I'm glad you mentioned skilling, and Amitabh, this is something I'd like to ask you about, because if you looked at, I mean, critical to this demographic dividend is how much skilled manpower you have. And if you looked at the statistics, it shows that compared to other countries, India has barely 3% of its total labor force that has done some kind of vocational training or the others. Whereas if you look at China, it's around 20%, and as you get to developed countries, 40% and above. What does India need to do? You were head of Niti Aayog. You had handled a lot of these issues. Why haven't we moved quickly enough? Because the demographic dividend, according to experts, began from 2010 onwards, and we knew it was coming. Did we fall behind, and what needs to be done now?
So Raj, important point is that out of a population of 1.4 billion, we still have a billion plus people below the age of 35, and the demographic dividend, if you look at entire India, the average age will be about 29 right till 2070. So you will have a very young India, but critical to what you said is that you need to create formal jobs. You can't be growing at very high rates of 9 to 10% with 42% of your population dependent on agriculture. So you need to move population from agriculture to very sustainable urbanization. And I'm a great believer that urbanization creates better quality of life. It's a center of innovation. It's a center of growth, and it enables you to create good formal jobs. It's very, very important that many states, and particularly the eastern part of India, need to do this manufacturing-led urbanization. And that's very critical in the days to come. So many of these things, to my mind, improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, the government of India has done a lot on several of these issues in terms of a new education policy, but we must realize that several of these subjects are state subjects. We are a very large country. We are bigger than 25 countries of Europe. Every state has to deliver on learning outcomes and health outcomes, and much like the southern part of India has done. And these states need to excel on skilling. Because that's a massive opportunity, and they need to really push the limits on good manufacturing-led urbanization, and that will create the right quality of jobs. But there's a massive opportunity of actually providing 25 to 30% of the workforce of the world by 2070 to the rest of the world from India. And that's a massive opportunity in terms of skilling.
Now, shouldn't, you had mentioned that skilling is education is a state subject. Shouldn't industry start moving on it? Shouldn't there be this matching thing that's to happen? And look, the Modi government is now going to be 9 years old. They actually did a good thing by combining human resources with skill development. Otherwise, they're separate ministries. Why hasn't that worked? I mean, it's 9 years, and you should have had one generation coming out from that, or many, if you're just doing vocational education.
So the objective was that when you train people, you skill them through the private sector, through the industry councils. The objective was that the private sector will pay a higher wage to the skilled worker rather than the informal worker. And industry should pay that because you're getting a skilled worker. That ability of the industries to pay a much higher wage level to the skilled worker hasn't actually happened in reality. And I think it's for the industry associations to really push for that in a very big way. Because a person who spent time on getting skilled must get a higher wage rate. And that is what has happened in Germany. That is what has happened in all areas, in all countries where skilled workers were really used as apprentices in the manufacturing process.
Now, I mean, we could have also dealt with this in much detail, but let's move to the third D, which is digitization. And here, India certainly leaps ahead of others in terms of bridging the digital divide. And we've seen that there's this old saying that earlier we used to have more temples than toilets. Now we had, and then the stage came where we had more toilets than temples after the Swachh Bharat scheme. But now we seem to have more mobile phones and cell phones than toilets and temples. So there is a revolution that's there. And Amitabh, maybe you could begin, and then PTR, I'll get you onto this. How can we leverage this phenomenal thing that's happening? And where's the great advantage we have?
So, Raj, my belief is that it's a remarkable story. It's very unlike the big tech model of United States, where Google, Microsoft, Apple led the revolution with their own citizens' data. It's very different from the GDPR model of Europe, where they laid emphasis on privacy, but not on innovation, and therefore innovation has got impacted in Europe. But in India, we built up digital identity for every Indian. And between 2015 and 2017, we opened 500 million bank accounts. That means 55% of the bank accounts during that period were opened in India. Every second bank account was opened in India. We seeded the digital identity, Aadhaar, and your mobile number to that. And therefore, Indians started doing fast payments from their mobile. I've not used my debit card, credit card. I've not been to a bank. I've not used my ATM machine. For the last 4 years, my mobile is my virtual bank. And India does 11x more digital payments than what United States and Europe does. We do 4x more digital payments than what China does. It's a huge story. Doing 2.5 billion vaccination, totally paperless, cashless, digital during the COVID period is a remarkable story. And building up Diksha and Swayam and all this, because these are open source model, these are open APIs, they are interoperable, on top of which the private sector innovates. India is the only country where PhonePe competes with Google Pay in the market space. India is the only country where Paytm competes with WhatsApp in the marketplace, and 40 apps compete with each other. So this is a remarkable story. The challenge is that if you look around the world, there are 4 billion people without a digital identity. There are 2 billion people without a bank account. There are 133 countries which do not even have a digital payment mechanism, a fast payment mechanism. And this model which India has built up, to my mind, is the future of the world. Most tech innovations in the past have come from the developed world, but this is a model built by India. And this model needs to be taken as a business model across the world and to change the lives of citizens in many countries of the world.
I think we should applaud India for that, let's put it that way. Amazing work. PTR, coming to you. Your chief minister is known as the dashboard chief minister. He has a dashboard where he tracks every single development that's happening across it. How can a state like Tamil Nadu leverage that? What is the advantages and what are the disadvantages? Have you seen any lacuna that you find that needs correction?
Let me answer this more as a former banker than anything else. While I agree with the notions and the ideas that my friend has stated here, in the parliament, I think a few days ago, there was a reply that the cash in circulation today is twice what it was at the time of demonetization, twice in actual value. So something is not quite universal. I agree. I was a banker. I've seen what electronic transformation can do. It is as good or better than in any other country. The RBI has a lot of credit for this. This was true even 10 years ago. The payment model in India was, or 20 years ago, better than most countries. Where we have a problem is there is still a divide, and that is in a state like Tamil Nadu, which is the most urbanized state in the country. 50% of all people live in cities, and yet we don't have as good access. We are just going to announce in this budget a special program to provide last mile access to the villages and to everybody. So first of all, access is not universal. Second, a lot of people don't have the basic kind of capacity. So we moved a lot of our things online. You see, when you have a lot of people-to-people interactions, there's room for rent-seeking, malfeasance, all kinds of complexity. So we moved a lot of services online, including getting like your life certificate for your pension, including getting your other government documents and so forth. And we found some people just don't have the capacity to reach through the online portal. Particularly the older, poorer people don't have access yet. So we have now found mechanisms to take the service to their house. So, you know, we have to be a bit thoughtful. There is still a digital divide, maybe not nearly as bad as it used to be. But in our government, we are trying our best to first get everybody online, second, move as many services as possible online, and remove the need for physical buildings, for personal interaction, for any kind of downside that arises from it. But I think somewhere in the total payment model, as good as we are, we still need to get a lot better, because the volume of cash, for example, let's give the contrast. When I was a banker globally in Kenya, when Vodafone announced the M-Pesa, within something like 5 years, 65% of the economy was transacting on one platform. Right? So I think that level of reach we have still not got, so there's room for us to improve, particularly through inclusion and better access and training in remote areas. Urbanization will fix a lot of problems, but you'll always have rural areas, so you still got to have some program for that.
Well, I could have continued, but we have barely less than 5 minutes for the fourth D. And I think this is a very important D, because we are looking at a massive trend, they say, of deglobalization. And many thought it was because of COVID, but studies show that even before COVID set in, you had this process of deglobalization happening, starting from 2011. And the economists talked of it and called it slowbalization. More currently, we are not looking at a total deglobalization, but maybe a regionalization that they call it. So Amitabh, you've been dealing with G20 countries. This is something that India is very, India has advantages. It has just moved into the globalization phase, wants to benefit from all the foreign exchange that's coming in, plus the supply chains. And yet, there is a regressive movement. Countries are becoming insular and protectionist. What does India need to do?
Raj, I'm a believer that India needs to grow at rapid rates. We need to grow at 8% plus for the next 3 decades, year after year, to be able to lift a very young population above the poverty line. But that would require us to be productively very, very efficient, become very competitive, and penetrate global markets and exports. So what has happened in the world is that the global value chains have got disrupted. And the global value chains were very coupled with one country. Let me not use the word decoupling, but there was a monopoly built up. So if you look at the top manufacturers of the world, in several areas, 90% plus production was happening in one country. Now, because of geopolitics, there is going to be a breakdown of that. And therefore, this is also an opportunity. This is a huge opportunity for other countries, including India. And India has demonstrated its ability to attract investments. Our FDIs have grown, Apple, Samsung, all of them are manufacturing. So we need to get into sunrise areas of growth. These are the areas which are going to drive economies of the future, whether it's electric mobility, whether it's battery storage, whether it's mobile manufacturing. The whole world is going to see a massive amount of disruption in a vast range of sunrise areas of growth. But let me also tell you that globalization has lifted vast segments of population above the poverty line across the world. And therefore, there is, if you want to make a difference to the world and actually accelerate the pace of growth, and it's important to understand this because 1/3 of the world is under recession right now. 75 countries of the world are facing a global debt crisis. So the world needs to grow. And the answer to that is good globalization by demonopolizing production and opening up the opportunities for many other countries of the world. And therefore, countries like India must focus on becoming, as we've done so far, becoming more and more productively efficient and attracting investments from all over the world. This is our opportunity. This is a huge, huge opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We should never lose this opportunity.
But you also, I'm coming to you, Peter, but Amitabh, I'd just like to finish this. You also have this trend, what they call MAGA, Make America Great Again, which Trump talked of, right? And we also have Make in India, and if we try to make an acronym of that, it would be MEGA, Make India Great Again. Now, how do you resolve this contradiction? On one side, you're saying, let's globalize, let's exploit the value chains. On the other side, let's make in India. You start protecting your domestic industry. America is doing that. How do you resolve this contradiction?
Let me first say that when Make in India was designed, and you go back and look at those principles, it was never meant to be protectionist. It was meant to make India competitive and make India a very integral part of the global value chain. Very, very integral to the global chain. Whereas if you look at the United States new acts, Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, some of them look to be very protectionist in nature. They say that we'll give you subsidy if you make in America. That has never been the case. What we are saying is, even with the production-linked incentive scheme, what we are saying is that you go bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger for the next 5 years and penetrate global markets. So Apple is manufacturing not for the domestic market here. It's doing it so that it can export more and more. And that is what we've done. We said you go and penetrate global markets.
I'm glad you mentioned Apple, and that I want to bring you into this, PTR. How do you view this trend of deglobalization? Tamil Nadu has benefited. I mean, Apple is in many ways moving out of China, if you want to call it regionalization, and coming and setting up its largest factories in your state.
I'm not sure what I can say in 5 seconds.
No, yeah. We'll give you a minute.
Well, I think there are 4 or 5 things here. First, we should remember that globalization is secular, but at a kind of historic level, it's also cyclical. There used to be the age of empire, there used to be the age of Roman Empire, colonialism. So the extent of globalization actually goes up and down. It's not, always going up. In 20 years, 30 years, going one way, then goes the other way, then comes the other. Second, the overall volume of globalization doesn't kind of discriminate between bilateral trade or the shift away from China towards India that our colleague is talking about. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. Third, the value of globalization is inarguable. Mathematically, you will show that the more there is barrier-free trade and access, you will get greater growth, no question. The downside of globalization is unless governments are particularly focused on it, such rapid increase in growth will also lead to increases in inequality and stratification of society, and you're likely to find a lot of people get disgruntled, as you're seeing in the Western economies, because people at the lower level of skill have completely lost out on the benefits of globalization, and big investment bankers and corporates did really well. So we have to do it carefully. But I completely agree in an overall perspective that this is a wonderful opportunity. I can't think of a better time for India as a country, given the macro trends around liquidity still being quite high, around the de-risk China kind of movement, around the geopolitical instability everywhere else. This ought to be India's moment. What worries me, and this includes me as Tamil Nadu, I'm not just talking about the union government, what worries me is, are we doing enough to actually capture this opportunity, and are we dedicating the right level of attention and resources, because this window won't stay open forever.
And execution as well.
And so, it is a golden moment, probably better than any other time. Are we doing enough? I'm not that comfortable. I think there's a lot more we should do, and we need to grasp the moment while it's there.
Well, finally, there's a conclave moment that we talk about, and we have just 30 seconds for that, which is, I'm looping right back to democracy, because democracy is central. Without it, this nation will not drive itself at all. And so, Amitabh, I'll come to you first. What is it that you like best about Indian democracy, and what is it that you'd like to change about Indian democracy?
I think the election process, at that size and scale, 1 billion people voting. You go to Gir land, there are 40 tigers, there's one human citizen there. And the election machine goes there to get his vote. Or you go to Siachen, where just the soldiers, you go and people vote there. No democracy in the world provides you this process of voting for elections, which Indian electoral process does. It's a matter of immense pride that we are a vibrant, lively democracy of this nature.
And what is it that you'd like to improve, change, or dislike about Indian democracy?
I'm a great believer in social indices. I would like to see that all these states need to improve education, health, nutrition, which are very critical for long-term growth of India.
And PTR, what is it that you like most about Indian democracy, and what is it that you don't like about Indian democracy?
I like its diversity. I like that it has so much scale. I'll just give you one example. I was at the Indian Express or some conclave, and they said, you're a leading voice of dissent in India. And I said, it's awkward that the finance minister of a large industrialized state who ought to be the system is seen as a dissenter. It says something is structurally wrong. So I like that it's got that much diversity. And that is great, and for the scale of our country, that's wonderful. I would like to see a lot more independent, strong institutions including people like me, accountable, holding all those in power accountable to a greater degree than we have now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've run out of time. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amitabh. Thank you, PTR.
Thank you, gentlemen. I request you to stay on stage as I call upon Vitesh Barar, Marketing Director, BMW India, Abhay Dange, Director, Press and Corporate Affairs, BMW India. Both gentlemen do come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to put your hands together. Mr. Khan and Mr. Tyagarajan. Thank you, Mr. Chingappa. Start in the next 10 minutes. You can do that. If you're not interested in our next session, I'm sure all of us spoiled for choice here. Okay, so let's directly get into our next session. For those of you who want to go to our breakaway session, that's at 5 p.m. To tell you a bit about our next session, it's another show and tell. Remember the Mentalist, just post lunch this time around. It's rhythm and swag, the unfiltered storm girl, and satire in 5 languages. Who is she? Well, I'm going to call upon stage our sessions moderator, Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, thelallantop.com, and India Today Hindi to introduce you to our next panelist. Once again, for those of you 5 p.m., our breakout session right at Jahangir Hall, Bertelsmann Stiff Tongue Roundtable, How Can India Make G20 More Effective? But from here, let me call upon my colleague Saurabh.
शाम की आमद हो चुकी है और समय हो चुका है कि आप सब लोग अपना अपना ध्यान एक बार फिर से अपने सबसे ज़रूरी खिलौने अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन से हटाकर स्टेज की तरफ लगाएं। आप इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस 20वें एडिशन में आर्मी चीफ को सुन चुके हैं, देश के चीफ जस्टिस को सुनेंगे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स को सुनेंगे, अलग अलग इंसानों को सुनेंगे। लेकिन अगर एक रोज़ भगवान ये इरादा करें कि उन्हें आपसे बात करनी है, तो उनकी आवाज़ क्या होगी, उनके बोल क्या होंगे। मैं मंच पर आवाज़ दे रहा हूँ हिंदुस्तान की कमाल की रैपर सृष्टि तावड़े को।
हेलो, कौन बोल रहा है? हेलो 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 यार, ये मुंबई का नेटवर्क।
Do not hang up.
तेरे राज खोल रहा हूँ, तेरा अच्छा बुरा पाप पुण्य सब बोल रहा हूँ, तेरी चिकनी चुपड़ी बातों में ये सच खोल रहा हूँ। भगवान बोल रहा हूँ, भगवान बोल रहा हूँ, तेरा अच्छा बुरा पाप पुण्य सब बोल रहा हूँ, दुनिया के आगे तेरे सारे राज खोल रहा हूँ।
Stop. Oh, thank you.
So chill kind of guy. आप सारे रैपर्स की बड़ी कमाल की स्टोरी होती है. आपकी स्टोरी के बारे में जब हम जान रहे थे तो हमारा ध्यान स्कूल की स्लैम बुक पर अटक गया. सबकी ख्वाहिश होती है इतनी कमाल की चीज़ें भरें कि बड़े हों तो पलट के वो बुक देखें अपनी अपने दोस्तों की तो मुस्कुराएं. पर आपकी स्टोरी ऐसी नहीं है. व्हाट्स योर स्टोरी?
So I've had no friends throughout childhood and जो दोस्त मुझे लगता था कि मेरे दोस्त है बचपन में उनमें से कोई एक स्लैम बुक भर रहे थे. जब मैं स्कूल में थी हम सब स्लैम बुक भरते थे. तो किसी ने अपने स्लैम बुक में ये लिखा था अपने पेज पे कि ऐसे क्वेश्चंस होते कि थिंग्स आई लव, तो ये अपना क्रिकेट, फूड, व्हाटएवर, एंड देन थिंग्स आई हेट. उसमें एक ही बात लिखी थी व्हेन सृष्टि टॉक्स, विच वाज ऑब्वियसली वेरी मीन एंड वेरी डिसहार्टनिंग. और वो रह गया मेरे साथ, मेरे दिमाग में आज तक मुझे क्लियरली याद है वो मोमेंट, वो विजुअल जब मैंने वो बुक पढ़ा था, क्योंकि मुझे पढ़ाया गया था ज़बरदस्ती कि ये ले पढ़ तेरे बारे में क्या लिखा है. तो आई कैन नॉट फॉरगेट इट एंड मेरे दिमाग में छप गई है वो चीज़. एंड इट हैज़ हैड एन इफेक्ट ऑन मी थ्रू आउट लाइक माई चाइल्डहुड एंड टीनेज कि मैं काफ़ी अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट रही थी. मैं बात मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था मुझे कहीं पे भी बात करनी चाहिए नहीं, किसी को पसंद आ रही हूँ नहीं. इस बात का बहुत टेंशन लेती थी कि कहीं पे भी मैं फिट हो पाऊँगी, किसी को मेरी बात सुननी है नहीं सुननी है. यही सब सोचने में पूरा चाइल्डहुड और टीनेज निकल गया. एंड सडनली आफ्टर 20, लाइक आफ्टर माई टीनेज, आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग एंड माई पर्सपेक्टिव टूवर्ड्स लाइफ चेंज. सब कुछ मेरा हर चीज़ को देखने का तरीका बदल गया. अचानक बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया आफ्टर आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग. एंड आज के डेट पे मैं अगर यहाँ पे पहुँच गई और कोई मेरे को सुन रहा है तो इवन ऑल्सो उस लड़की जिसने भी वो लिखा था उसको डेफिनेटली कोई नहीं सुन रहा है. तो उसका नाम तक नहीं पता है किसी को, और वो पता तभी चलेगा व्हेन सृष्टि टॉक्स. So, yeah.
पर ये बचपन में हमारे साथ जो होता है अच्छा बुरा, ये हमेशा हमारे साथ रह जाता है, क्रिएट्स एन इम्प्रेशन. आपके गानों में ये कैसे रिफ्लेक्ट होता है? आपका एक चाइल्डहुड से रिलेटेड सॉन्ग है बहुत पॉपुलर.
हाँ जी. तो लाइक मोस्ट आर्टिस्ट एंड मोस्ट ह्यूमंस, बहुत सारे मेरे अभी तक की ज़िंदगी के ट्रॉमेटिक इवेंट्स है. उसमें से एक सबसे मेजर इम्पैक्ट जो मुझ पे रखता है वो मेरे बचपन में आई गॉट अब्यूज्ड बाय आवर मेड फॉर 3 years. आई वॉज गेटिंग अब्यूज्ड एवरी डे. एंड उस बारे में मैंने वो गाना लिखा था बचपन नाम का.
If you can give some detail that how your parents were working and everything so that they get the context.
Sorry?
If you can give more details कि कैसे आपके parents working थे and how she used to be.
So basically मेरे माँ बाप दोनों हमेशा से, जब से मैं पैदा हुई तब से दोनों भी वर्किंग पेरेंट्स हैं और हमारे घर में हमेशा स्टे एट होम मेड रही है. तो व्हेन आई वाज 4 years old हमारे घर पे एक न्यू स्टे एट होम मेड आई थी जो कि लाइक शी हैड एन अफेयर विद समबडी रिलेटेड टू अस. एंड जस्ट सो मैं किसी को बता ना दूँ, मैं अपने माँ बाप को बता ना दूँ उनके बारे में. तो ताकि मैं अपने माँ बाप को बता ना दूँ उनके बारे में, तो मुझे डराने के लिए उन्होंने मुझे मारना शुरू किया था हमारी मेड ने. और फिर वो रीज़न 1-2 दिन बाद चला गया और उनको बस मज़ा आने लग गया मारने में. तो उन्होंने 3 साल तक काफ़ी अलग अलग तरीके निकाले. वो नहीं होते, वो बुक्स नहीं होते 101 ways to die, वो था उनके पास कि 101 ways to kill a baby. उन्होंने सब कुछ कर दिया जो जिससे मैं एकदम ट्रॉमेटाइज हो, जो ज़िंदगी ख़त्म हो जाए, वो हर चीज़ ट्राई कर ली उन्होंने. घर के सारे चीज़ों से मार लिया. एंड लाइक नाउ आई कैन रियली talk about it very easily because I have already talked about it 1,000 times. So I've gotten over it, obviously. But it has had a lot of, obviously it has had a lot of impact on my life. और in one way, I would like to give myself credit कि इसमें से जो लेना चाहिए था वो ले लिया और मैं आर्टिस्ट बन गई.
Yes, you must, क्योंकि सारे ट्रॉमा के बाद, सारी सफरिंग के बाद, we have to bounce back. पर ये फिर आपके गाने में कैसे गाया? If you can hum those lines.
अच्छा गा सुना तो वो? जी. ठीक है. Shit, रोगे तो नहीं? आपको पूछ रही हूँ. परिवार में थे हम 4, मैं, आई, बाबा, काम वाली दीदी. मुझे दीदी के पास रखा गया तभी से. When I and बाबा thought I'll be safe and दीदी के हिस्से का she'll be paid, बदले में मुझको संभालेगी every day. Anyway, it was sadder than jail any day. Funny है, don't even smile. ये मेरे बचपन की स्टोरी है, not such a fairy tale. जब ऑफिस जाते आई बाबा तो घर पे एक मेहमान चुपके से आता. वो मुझको तो बाहर बट दीदी को अंदर के कमरे में जाके सुलाता. बोले थे आई बाबा, न शक किया, बोले वाए बौदा. और मैं बस 4 की थी, ये चीज़ें मेरे पल्ले पार की थी. हमारे ही घर में हमारे ही बिस्तर पे दीदी के मिस्टर की यादें. वो मेरे आई बाबा जैसे साथ साथ होंगे रिचर ये वादे. उन दोनों के रास्ते में मैं ही थी जब वो पास में थे. वो बोला शटर माउथ, तब शाउट लाउडर, हिटर दिखा दे. फिर मुझको डराने पूरी आफ्टरनून मारा, मुझे सर फोड़ा रंगे खून से हाथ और आंखों से बोली बस एक ही बात, मम्मी को बताना नहीं. मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था. बचपन कहाँ गया मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, कोई खा गया. मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था. बचपन कहाँ गया मेरा बचपन कहाँ गया, अब भी तो यही था, कोई खा गया.
बचपन से बड़े हुए SNDT कॉलेज पहुँचे, मास्टर्स किया लिटरेचर में और इसी सिलसिले में एक रोज़ डेटिंग ऐप पर भी पहुँचे. डेटिंग ऐप पर आपको अच्छे और बुरे लोग मिलते हैं, आई होप. लेकिन आपको करियर काउंसलर मिल गए. क्या सलाह दी उन्होंने?
तो मुझे ये आदत थी क्योंकि जब से मैंने राइटिंग स्टार्ट की थी तब से मैंने अपने सारे दोस्तों को, मेरे परिवार वालों को, सबको ऑलरेडी परेशान कर दिया था हर चीज़ सुना के कि आज मैंने ये लिखा, आज मैंने वो लिखा है. और लोग एक पॉइंट पे आके इरिटेट हो गए थे क्योंकि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा लिखती थी. बिल्कुल ही कोई काम धंधा नहीं था मेरे पास लिखने के अलावा. तो सारा दिन लिखती थी और सारा दिन वही सुनाती रहती थी. तो मेरे ज़िंदगी के जान पहचान के लोग तो एग्जॉस्ट हो चुके थे. तो इसीलिए मैंने डेटिंग ऐप को चुना कि वहाँ पे बहुत नए लोग हैं और उनके पास बहुत टाइम है क्योंकि वो डेटिंग ऐप पे है. तो वो सुन ही सकते हैं. तो उनको सुनाना शुरू किया डेटिंग ऐप्स पे. एंड उनमें से ही कोई हसल का फर्स्ट सीज़न शायद उन्होंने देखा था तो उन्होंने सजेस्ट किया कि जिस तरह का रैप तुम लिखती हो वो टीवी पे आने लायक है तो आ जाओ. तो मैं आ गई.
ये इतना सिंपल नहीं था. 60 डेज की विंडो थी ऑडिशन के लिए फॉर्म भरने की और ये रोज़ फॉर्म भरती थी जब तक कॉल नहीं आ गया.
तो जब से मुझे पता चला कि ऑडिशन स्टार्ट हो गए उस दिन से लेके जब तक ऑडिशन ख़त्म नहीं हो गए और मुझे कॉल नहीं आ गया, कंफर्म नहीं हो गया सब, हर दिन मैं 4-5 बार वो फॉर्म भरती थी ताकि अगर एक आध बार में मिस हो रहा है, रोज़ उनको कम से कम मेरा नाम 4-5 बार दिखे तो मैं हो ही जाऊँ सिलेक्ट. तो मैं रोज़ भरती थी फॉर्म 4-5 बार.
ये आप जिस प्रोफेशन में हैं जिसे रैपर कहते हैं उसमें एक टर्म बहुत यूज़ होता है डिस करना. थोड़ा इसको एक्सप्लेन करेंगे क्योंकि आपका डिस से रिलेटेड गाना बहुत वायरल हुआ है.
हाँ, तो उसकी भी आयरनी भी आपको बताऊंगी. डिस कल्चर एक पार्ट है रैप कल्चर का कि जिसमें यू बेसिकली मतलब मैं बहुत अग्री नहीं करती उससे, इसलिए मैं उसको ढंग से डिफाइन नहीं कर पा रही क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में वो जस्टिफाइड ही नहीं है.
बेइज्जती करते हैं सामने वाले की?
हाँ, बेइज्जती करते हैं. तो वो कल्चर मेरे इसमें जस्टिफाइड नहीं है, मेरे माइंड सेट को मैच नहीं करता. तो मैं उसको जस्टिफाइबल वर्ड्स में नहीं बोल पाती हूँ. हाँ, लेकिन बेइज्जती करते हैं जिसमें और मेरा गाना जो वायरल गया था वो उसका कॉन्सेप्ट ये था. ऑल्सो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात मैंने अभी एक हफ्ते पहले नोटिस की उस गाने के बारे में ही, मैं नहीं तो कौन के बारे में, कि कोई एक है, आई थिंक वो साइकोलॉजिस्ट है या कोई है, वो डॉक्टर है. देयर इज सम मैन, वो डेफिनेटली ही नोज़ व्हाट ही इज़ टॉकिंग अबाउट. और उन्होंने अपने एक वीडियो में कहा कि अगर कोई बोले मैं नहीं तो कौन, और अगर वो बार बार मैं नहीं तो कौन बोल रहा है तो आपको समझ जाना चाहिए कि उसको नार्सिसिस्टिक पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर है. Which is not the point of the song at all. बट ठीक है, उन्होंने अपने मतलब मेरे पूरे गाने में से एक लाइन को लेके ये जज किया है कि या फिर ये उसमें से समझा है या लोगों को समझाना चाहा है. बट इफ़ यू लिसन टू द एंटायर सॉन्ग तो आपको समझ आएगा कि उसमें का सटायर क्या है. उसमें जो मैं कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रही हूँ वो मैं कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रही हूँ. मैं एक्चुअली में ज़िंदगी में हर जगह मैं नहीं तो कौन नहीं करती हूँ. इवन दो हो भी सकता है वैसे, लाइक व्हाई नॉट. बट हाँ, तो दैट सॉन्ग उस पूरे गाने में बेसिकली मैंने हमारे शो पे जितने भी लोग थे उनमें से काफ़ी लोगों को शाउट आउट दिया है. मतलब काफ़ी लोगों की तारीफ़ की है 2-4 लाइंस में जैसे मुझसे हो पाई. और आई ट्राइड टू शो कि ये डिस कल्चर हाँ रैप सीन के लिए ज़रूरी नहीं है. आप किसी के बारे में बेइज्जती करने के बदले किसी के बारे में अच्छा बोल के भी यू कैन मेक गुड आर्ट आउट ऑफ इट एंड यू कैन एंटरटेन पीपल. वो पॉसिबल है और वो हो गया पॉसिबल. देखा
that song so that they get the reference, people who are not familiar.
उतना ही वो यार लेकिन उसमें वो पूरा गाना छोड़ के मैं आपको बादशाह भैया वाला पार्ट सुना रही, क्या, क्योंकि लोग उन्हीं को जानते हैं, बस उनके थ्रू मुझे भी जानेंगे. I'm kinda getting a vibe that everybody wanna hear about बादशाह भाई. वो बादशाह भाई को कभी डिस नहीं करते तो मेरे पास अभी कोई रास्ता नहीं. इन्हीं के बारे में इन्हीं के गानों पे ज़माना चला दो. सैटरडे रोज़ाना चला दो. उन्हें भी मज़ा आता मेरे वाले गानों में, तो डीजे वाले बाबू मेरा गाना चला दो. ये मैं क्या कर रही हूँ इंडिया टुडे पे.
आप कमाल कर रही हैं, आई कैन अश्योर यू.
थैंक यू.
इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव का ये 20वां साल है और हमारा थीम है द इंडिया मोमेंट. रैप इंडिया के लिए काफ़ी नई चीज़ है. आप इसमें किस तरह का फ्यूचर देखती हैं अपना, अपने साथी आर्टिस्ट का? हाउ पीपल आर डिस्कवरिंग दिस आर्ट फॉर्म?
मैं भी इंडिया और रैप के लिए बहुत नई हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अब तक मैं डेफिनेटली काफ़ी ऐसा बिगिनर लेवल पे हूँ रैप के. बिकॉज मैं रैप सीन के बारे में और रैप की टर्मिनोलॉजीज़ के बारे में ज़्यादा कुछ जानती नहीं हूँ. मतलब मुझे रैप का ग्रामर या फिर आर्ट का ग्रामर नहीं आता, लेकिन मेरे पास बातें हैं बोलने के लिए, और वो रैप के ज़रिए हो या चाहे गानों के ज़रिए हो या चाहे स्टोरीज़ के ज़रिए हो, हर तरीके से बोलना पसंद है मुझे. तो इट्स जस्ट लाइक अ प्लेजेंट ब्यूटीफुल एक्सीडेंट कि एज अ रैपर मैं पॉपुलर हो गई वाइल आई वाज राइटिंग अदर थिंग्स एज वेल, क्योंकि मैं और भी चीज़ें लिखती आई हूँ. बट रैप के शो पे जाने के बाद मतलब मुझे काफ़ी चीज़ें समझ आई कि इसमें कितना स्कोप है, कि जितना मेन स्ट्रीम बॉलीवुड म्यूज़िक या फिर जो हम पॉपुलरली सुनते हैं जो म्यूज़िक, उसमें जितना स्कोप है उतना ही स्कोप रैप में है, बस वो अब तक एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया गया है. और आई थिंक अब तो लोग मतलब करना शुरू कर चुके हैं. मैं अपनी तरफ से करने वाली हूँ कि मैं मेरी तरफ से ये कोशिश है कि इस साल और अगले साल जैसे हम मेन स्ट्रीम म्यूज़िक सुनते हैं स्पेशली, और मेरा फेवरेट वो है कि 80s और 70s के गाने जो है ना, जो आज तक लोग सुनते आ रहे हैं, मैं उस तरीके का रैप लिखूँ बनाऊँ कि लोग 50-60 साल बाद वो सुनना चाहे. क्योंकि अभी तक कोई रैप के बारे में ऐसी बातें कर नहीं रहा है. मैं चाहती वो करने लग जाए, तो वो मैं बना लूँगी वैसे गाने की वो बातें हो जाए.
बिल्कुल. हिंदुस्तान में जो कल होगा उसकी इमारत आज इस स्टेज पे रची जा रही है. सो बिफोर वी एंड दिस सेशन, एक आपका बहुत कमाल का गाना है, मेकिंग फूल आउट ऑफ यू. कैन यू प्लीज सिंग दैट फॉर अस?
डेफिनेटली. कैन वी लाइक हैव द म्यूजिक फॉर इट?
India to come up on stage and present our small token of appreciation to this extremely talented young individual.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shrushti Taude. Thank you, Shrushti. Thank you, sir. All right, so what we're going to do now is take a quick tea break, but we reconvene at the Shah Jahan Hall, not here, ladies and gentlemen. 5:30, we reconvene for our post-tea session at the Shah Jahan Hall. It's about a quick 15-minute tea break, and we reconvene at the Shah Jahan Hall. Do not come here. We need to get this hall sanitized for the Home Minister's session. So we'll see you at the Shah Jahan Hall at 5:30 p.m.
Good evening. We were hoping to interview Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. As you all know, he's the mayor of Kyiv, he's former world heavyweight boxing champion. And last year when we got to Kyiv, the war started on the 24th of February. A week before that, the India Today team, as you all well know, Aaj Tak, we take great pride in saying, "Hum sabse tez hai." We were the first channel to get to Ukraine and report from Kyiv. But we were hoping to interview Mayor Vitaly Klitschko started. There were troops who were going to the front lines. As you're all aware, Kyiv champions and the largest last year in Eastern Europe with a population of war started on the 24th of February. Million people. A week before that, the India Today team, city, as you all well Russia, know, Aaj Tak, we take great pride in saying, very close to Ukraine culturally. Once a part of the Soviet Union and report from Kyiv. But we're hoping to when the Mayor Vitaly Klitschko started. There were troops who were going to the front lines. As you're all aware, Kyiv champions and the largest last year in Eastern Europe with the 24th, we were still waiting, wondering what will happen. Will negotiations work? Anyway, they say until the first bullet is fired, people hope that diplomacy will succeed, people will negotiate, and an effort will be made to ensure that the war doesn't actually happen. But it did. Missiles were fired and Kyiv was targeted. There was a multi-pronged offensive where the Russian forces, they came in from the north, from Belarus. They came in from multiple sides and they tried to take Kyiv. There was this big siege. Vitaly Klitschko was the mayor even then. Come, Preeti. And
you know what I'm going to do is we're going to just play out a quick AV for those of you, I'm sure there are very few, who haven't seen Gaurav's own reportage during the Ukraine crisis. So we're going to just play it out and then Gaurav will take it over. Let's try and keep it interactive. We have 10 good minutes. Throw us your questions. I'm sure Gaurav will be more than happy to take some of them. And then we go back into the Darbar Hall. But let's look at, you know, we call him General Sawant in our studios. But let's look at Gaurav Sawant's reportage from Kyiv.
India's most watched war reporter. In here, more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We're being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Here's reports on every Indian front. Reports from amidst shelling and strikes. The only reporter in the true war zone. Gaurav Sawant is back on assignment. But that's who I wrote to this reporter. Across Poland and Ukraine, he's on duty.
As the world marks a month of this war, Gaurav Sawant keeps you posted.
These are anti-tank mines.
The Ukraine reporter every Indian is watching. India Today, no compromise.
So this was Gaurav's reportage. It's been a full year since the Ukraine war, Gaurav. You know, we're very sorry that our guest, the mayor of Kyiv, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, wasn't here. But what have been your endearing images of the war?
The way the people fought. You know, I've covered the Kargil war and there are several generals here. General Joshi is here. He was in the Kargil war. There are several other generals who are here. I've seen our soldiers fight right on the front lines, the way they took Tiger Hill, the way they took Tololing. I've actually similarly seen Ukrainian soldiers fight. The difference between Ukraine and what we saw here was citizen soldiers in Ukraine, Preeti, a very large number of civilians. They may be software engineers, they may be school teachers, drivers, nurses, doctors. They were all at the front line with their weapons, with very basic training. In some instances, just 10 days of weapons training, and they were right there at the front lines, and the front lines kept changing. Very, very fluid front lines. Again, when we were in a place like Mariupol, which was very extensively shelled, those areas, Preeti, you had more civilians defending it than frontline soldiers who were actually trying to defend their borders and not the second line of defense.
You know, it's as close possibly that we've seen war, you know, in a foreign country, Gaurav, through you, through some of our reporters who were there. I'm sure we'll be joined by my colleague Geeta as well soon. But for those of you who have any questions for Gaurav that you want to ask, he spent a sizable time in Ukraine. You know, we can make this session, only this session, a little interactive. We have 10 minutes, but shoot on. Does anybody have any questions for Gaurav? There. Ma'am, go ahead.
Go on, ma'am. We'll try and get a mic to you immediately. Just give us a moment. We'll try and get a mic to you. Ma'am, we're just getting a mic to you.
Everyone has their own agenda, as we common people are made to understand, that it's these countries that are just trying to sell their weapons and they want the war to carry on. What's your take on it?
Ma'am, right now, again, what perspective are we looking at? The Ukrainian perspective is that they're fighting for their security, they're fighting for their motherland. And I've seen that on ground. They are fighting to ensure that the Russians don't take over Kiev. But is this a fight that the Americans are selling a lot of their military hardware? The industrial complex is making a lot of money, and there is no denying the fact, even as we speak right now. Why is it that the Ukrainians are very busy? There is a massive offensive that's about to start. It's called the Spring Offensive. This is where Ukraine also intends to take the battle into the Russian-held territory. So what they're trying to get is, while the Americans are giving them the Patriot missiles, they're trying to get the Bradley fighting vehicle, the Stryker fighting vehicles. These are the armored personal carriers to take your troops forward. They're trying to get the Leopard tanks, the Challenger tanks, the M1 Abrams. So you're right, it's all about weapons. It's also a lot about ammunition. There are so many generals sitting here. They'll tell you can fight a war, you need weapons and you need numbers. Numbers to last the war a period. Who would have thought that this war would last 1 year and longer? It's actually becoming an endless war. The tragedy for Ukraine right now is the West is giving them weapons to stay in the fight. They're not giving them weapons to win the fight. So they'll stay in the fight, perhaps endlessly, or till the time the Russian industrial complex, military industrial complex, is unable to service the Russians, ma'am. So this is actually becoming an endless war. The preparation right now, and I've been speaking to a number of officers in the Ukrainian army and other analysts in Ukraine, they say they are trying to get numbers right now, get enough to last them through the summers, push the Russians back as much as they can, whether it's on the multipolar axis. So there are two axes on which they can go. One is go south, one is go east, and regain some of their lost territory. That's their strategy. Will it work? We really don't know, because the casualties are massive. More than 2 lakh soldiers on either side have been killed and injured. So the casualties, can you imagine? 2 lakh people dying in under 1 year in war. It's one of the worst wars that's being fought right now in Europe.
2 questions. One is, the footage that you showed, is it all your footage that was live, shot by you and your team?
Most of it. Most of it. But then there were also agency cameras, locals who were shooting it while it was happening, and then, on their mobile phones. Now, a lot of information comes through images that have been taken on mobile phone then and there and circulated.
Right. My second question was really that, do you see it being ratcheted up? You're seeing slowly the more and more sophisticated weapons coming, the Leopard tanks, the M1 Abrams, stuff like that coming in. So the next level could be aircraft, and do you not see that as an escalation?
The Ukrainians are desperate for the fighter jets. In fact, you have a large number of Ukrainian fighter pilots currently undergoing training in the UK, in parts of Europe, and some even in the United States of America. But what fighter jets? They've all been trained on the MiG-29s, all on the Soviet origin Russian aircraft. Will they fly the F-16s? Clearly not right now. President Zelensky is very keen he gets the F-16s. His point is, if you give me the F-16s, I'll take this fight into the Russian camp. But the Americans are not giving him the F-16s. When you talk to any Ukrainian officer, any Ukrainian political leader, member of parliament, they say, give us longer range weapons, we'll take this fight and we'll regain the territory lost in Donbass region. We'll retake even Crimea. They want to retake Crimea. Can that actually happen? So the Americans are from behind the scenes directing this war in a certain way. the Ukrainians are fighting it in a certain way. What's very interesting is even when we were on ground on now, you have two sets of officers or soldiers fighting this battle. Those who've been trained in the Soviet era, those who fight the battle like the Russians, and those who've been trained by the NATO forces post-2014, much smaller units, more agile, able to hit behind enemy lines, and there's often a clash between these two on how to take this battle forward.
Thank you.
How much influence do you think the Chinese aid to Russia would have on this war?
Sir, that actually will be a game changer either side should that happen. There are reports that the Chinese President Xi Jinping will be meeting the Russian President, President Putin, and then also interact with President Zelensky. Now, will that bring peace or will that bring weapons and systems to Russia to prolong this conflict? And then you have the world very clearly divided between Russia, China on one side, and the Americans and NATO forces on the other side. Now, should that happen, this war will go on for a very, very long time, sir. Because if India were to perhaps play a role, India, when you speak to Ukrainians, they say that we would trust the Indians. As far as the Chinese are concerned, they are much closer to the Russians. Everyone knows that no limits partnership that they've spoken of, sir.
Well, thank you, Gaurav. And we are sorry, but I'm glad, Gaurav could throw some light on the ongoing Ukraine war. But sorry that our guest couldn't make it, but there was an ongoing war and he had to actually go and meet the president, so it was a last-minute thing. May I request you all to please kindly make your way back to the Darbar Hall. The sanitization for the Home Minister's visit is over. Our next session, in the next 10 minutes, we commence from the Darbar Hall. The Darbar Hall, ladies and gentlemen, is the same hall where we've been conducting our sessions through the course of the day. So please make your way back to the Darbar Hall. ideas of justice, why are we so divided, and how to fix it. To introduce you to our panelists, I'd like to call upon the session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Group, on stage.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today Conclave, where I'm privileged to be joined today by a very special guest. We live in a world of growing polarities, of divisions, where politics in particular is seen to be more conflict-ridden than ever before. Society, in many ways, is divided, and democracies are in a seeming crisis. But why are we so divided, and what will it take to fix it? To answer that crucial question, I'm joined today by a very special guest. Professor Michael Sandel is described as a rock star political philosopher at Harvard University. His videos attract millions of views on YouTube. His 2020 book, The Tyranny of Merit, calls for a re-examination of notions of merit, of privilege and individual liberties, and in the process sheds a lot of light on possibly the most far-reaching political phenomenon of the last decade, the rise of populism and the decline of liberal democracy. That's as true of the United States in many ways as it is certainly true of this country at the moment. Professor Sandel, welcome to the India Today Conclave. Wonderful to have you.
Rajdeep, thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
Okay, let's start with the question that troubles many people, the seeming crisis of liberal democracy. This is not just Rahul Gandhi saying it at the moment. Lots of academics in academic environments say it in a more complex manner, that democracies in several parts of the world, liberal democracies on the retreat, and are seeking explanations for it. You seem to put it in, certainly in the tyranny of merit, partly to the failure of meritocratic elites and their inability to put what you call the common good above their exaggerated sense of self. You want to explain that right at the outset to an Indian audience, where it is the so-called Lutyens elite, what the Modi government calls the Lutyens elite, the children of old elites and privilege that are under attack in this country, much as America's East Coast elites are they responsible in a way, their failures, for the failure of liberal democracy and the rise of populist autocrats?
My answer, Rajdeep, may require some explaining because it may not be popular here. My answer is yes. Liberal elites and mainstream political parties who governed for 40, 50 years missed the rising anger and resentment of a great many people who felt excluded, who felt they had no voice, and who felt looked down upon by liberal, meritocratic, technocratic elites, well-educated elites. Let me begin by one seemingly strange quote from Donald Trump when he was campaigning in the primaries in 2016. He won a primary election in one state-in, he said at his victory speech, "I love the poorly educated." Now, to the ears of liberal elites, that seemed very strange, a strange thing to say. But he, like many authoritarian populist figures, understood the politics of grievance and resentment and was therefore able to ride and to cultivate and tap into a sense of backlash against the reigning political parties and liberal elites, and we are seeing this in countries around the world.
So you're saying that the failure of the progressive elites, and you're saying they failed,
yes,
has led to anger and resentment among those who felt left out.
Yes.
And what we are seeing today is the revenge, in a way,
yes,
of the working class in the United States, of groups within this country who felt they were not being given their due or were being looked down upon or looked with condescension, yes, by the liberal elites. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and there are two dimensions to this backlash. One of them is a sense of being looked down upon by well-educated, well-credentialed, hubristic elites who believed that their success was their own doing, the result of their education, and by implication, that those who struggle must deserve their fate too. That's the harsh way that meritocratic attitudes towards success work. But if I could add, there's one other dimension to this, which is they also neglected, these elites did, the need for identity and belonging and community and a politics of the common good. And so that left the way open, kind of moral emptiness, a void to be filled by hyper-nationalists.
Explain this concept of common good, because it recurs in several of your books. You seem to suggest that the politicians of a particular type failed the common good. And, in the Indian context, it would be the grand old Congress party, which for years ruled the country in the name of the people, but failed the common good. And they've been now today, in a way, pigeonholed as the Latvians elite. And you have the rise of a new type of politics as a result. What is this common good that you believe needed to be satisfied for liberal democracy to endure?
It's an important question because the autocratic populists who tap into the politics of anger and resentment do assert a kind of unitary authoritarian notion, homogenizing notion of the common good. So it's tempting to say the common good is the problem. We need a politics of fair procedures, a kind of more technocratic politics that doesn't traffic in contested notions of the common good. That's dangerous. I think that response is a mistake. I think the better response is to articulate an alternative, more pluralistic conception of the common good. Because, well, let me take one step back if I could. For years, I've been critical of a kind of purely liberal, secular, technocratic approach to politics, because I worried that it failed to speak to people's legitimate hunger for community, belonging, identity, patriotism, pride. These are all aspirations connected to a politics of the common good. Now, when mainstream or progressive or liberal political parties fail to articulate a sense of belonging and pride and patriotism and community that orient people in the world, then there is a dangerous vacuum that's created. Dangerous because invariably it's filled, and we see this today around the world, that longing for meaning and community and for the common good will be filled by narrow, intolerant, fundamentalist or hyper-nationalist politics. And that's what we've seen in democracies around the world.
But in a sense, therefore, are you saying that the only answer to the failure of liberal democratic politics is the rise of hyper-nationalists to fill this vacuum? I mean, the danger is the common good that you speak about.
Yeah.
Even the hyper-nationalists today say that we speak for the common good.
Yes.
You know, that we are here to, in a way, ensure that every Indian will be treated equally. We will give you the same benefits that the elite privilege had. They also speak the language of the common good.
They do.
But they speak it through the language at times also of hate and bigotry.
Yes.
I'm going to strengthen community identity, Hindu identity in some other parts of the world, and Islamic identity. So identity politics, Professor, is dangerous.
It is.
While you're pointing out the weaknesses in the liberal project,
yes,
are you in a way offering an alibi almost for the rise of hyper-nationalism?
Not an alibi, Rajdeep, but a diagnosis. And there's an important difference between an alibi and a diagnosis. Identity politics is dangerous, and we've seen the dangers, and the dangers could deepen and worsen. But the answer to the dark forces that can be unleashed by identity politics, the hyper-nationalism and the ethnocentrism and the identification of community in negative terms, the solution to that is not to abandon the field of identity politics. It's not to abandon patriotism or community or belonging, because politics has to articulate a conception of what's shared, of common purposes and ends, of what holds us together as a society, of what sources of pride we can take in our tradition. And the real question is whether identity politics will be pluralistic and open to contestation and debate. That's the healthy kind of identity politics. Or whether it will be given over entirely to the narrow, enclosed, negative, harsh authoritarian definition that will result if pluralist progressive forces don't identify for themselves an affirmative conception of what it is that holds societies together, of what we can take pride in, of what the common good actually means.
So you're calling for a kind of citizen civic nationalism in a way.
Yes.
You know, wherein those in power or those who wish to be part of power also have to, in a way, to use a term in your book, contributive justice. You've got to contribute to society, you've got to give back, you've got to respect people at the bottom of the pyramid and reach out to them, not just resort to slogans.
Exactly, yes. And one of the, I think one of the most important human needs, one of the most fundamental human needs, is the need to be needed by one's fellow citizens, to feel that one's contributions, whether they be contributions made by people with fancy degrees or by people who are making important contributions to our everyday lives without fancy educations. People want to feel that their contributions are recognized and respected and made the basis of dignity. And when that doesn't happen, the divide between winners and losers deepens, and it comes to poison our politics and set us apart. And this is what I refer to as the tyranny of merit, which would otherwise seem a paradoxical idea. The tyranny of merit deepens the divide between winners and losers.
In a sense, when you use that word tyranny of merit, what you're saying is that there are people who believe they've arrived. Yeah. Whether they're the Latvians elite or the East Coast elite who've gone to a Harvard or went to St. Stephen's College and believed that they had arrived in the world. They haven't actually arrived because of necessarily their merit, but they've arrived perhaps because of networks and privileges, and they perhaps forgot that somewhere along the way. and thereby got disconnected with the people whom they claim to represent.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yeah, yes. In recent decades especially, we've seen this, Rajdeep, as globalization has dispensed its rewards very unequally. We know that there's been a growing gap between rich and poor, but that's not the only problem. The deeper problem has to do with the changing attitudes towards success that have accompanied the widening inequalities. Those who've landed on top have come to believe that their success is their own doing, the measure of their merit, and that they therefore deserve the rewards and the influence and the power and the prestige associated with their own efforts. Here's another way of putting it. The tyranny of merit describes the tendency of the successful to inhale too deeply of their own success, to forget the luck and good fortune that helped them on their way, and that leads to looking down on those who struggle. And those looked down upon notice. They notice, and they feel a loss of dignity. And that opens them to a backlash against elites, and that's what fueled the rise of Donald Trump. And you will tell me whether there is a certain parallel in India.
I won't tell you about the parallels in India, because that is for you to explore over time. But let's for a moment, look at it in the US context, because there are enough examples in this country as well. For example, during the 2016 presidential campaign in the US, when Hillary Clinton used that famous term, basket of deplorables, to describe racist, homophobic, sexist backers of Trump, that remark may have cost her votes, because Mr. Trump was then able to build on the angers and resentments of those who felt that Hillary Clinton was talking down to them. But at the end of the day, aren't the values that the liberals represent important enough? Are we saying that we should not sort of call out those who are xenophobic, those who are racist, those who in some way go against constitutional values? Should we not call out someone who's an outright bigot for being one?
We should call out racists and xenophobes and bigots and misogynists. Yes, we should, but in calling them out, we should not comfort ourselves with the thought that the only reason that these voters don't support us is in virtue of their, for some, not all of them, racism and bigotry and xenophobia, because that lets us, and here I'll use the term us broadly, it lets us off the hook too easily. It prevents us from engaging in a kind of critical self-examination about other aspects of our politics, mainly to do with the economy and with attitudes towards success, with our technocratic assumptions, our meritocratic hubris, not really connecting with the legitimate aspirations, and not really addressing the legitimate grievances that are entangled with these dark aspects of populist politics. So this is very difficult. It's not easy to disentangle the dark xenophobic aspects that draw people to authoritarian hyper-nationalist figures from the legitimate grievances about the loss of dignity that also animate the backlash. Do you see what I'm suggesting?
Yeah, and in a way, it almost reflects also the arrogance, or the hubris of the liberals, who seem to believe anyone with a different viewpoint is someone who necessarily should be condemned. The problems that people have today with a woke culture or a cancel culture, is that it is also premised on a certain arrogance of the old liberal elite.
Yes, I was just going to add, Rajdeep, that shortly after her election loss to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton came to India and said she had made her comment about the basket of deplorables earlier during the campaign. She said, I won the counties and cities that represent 2/3 of American GDP. I won the affluent, the prosperous, the diverse, the forward-looking. Well, she did, but she lost the election. But that was the hubris. The Democratic Party traditionally was the party of working people, going back to the New Deal, of workers, of farmers, and representing the powerless against the privileged, reining in corporate power and the power of privileged elites. By 2016, we had a Democratic Party candidate boasting about the fact that she had won the winners of globalization, and that Trump, though he prevailed, had won among the losers.
More contentiously, and we can go back to your first visit to India 30 years ago, which was just when liberalization was, when India was opening up, and today we are talking about the India moment, where seemingly there is a parallel between the rise of free market fundamentalist economics and the rise of, in a way, a new form of political populism, that almost as a reaction to this free market technocratic solutions that were being offered in this country as well through the 90s, you eventually had the rise of new forces who spoke about being culturally alienated, economically losing out. Is there a connection that you see that through the 90s and 2000s, leading up eventually to the 2008 Lehman Brothers Wall Street collapse, post that, the world is looking for an anchor, and strongmen populist leaders provide that in a manner that perhaps liberal Democrats could not because they failed the free market project?
I think that whole experience of the last 40 years did leave people looking for anchors, for a sense of community, for a sense of belonging and pride in a shared common life. And that aspiration was hijacked by authoritarian, hyper-nationalist, populist figures, in large part because for that previous 4 decades, those who presided over the market-driven version of globalization missed something important. In arguing for the unfettered flow of capital across national borders, free trade agreements that would enforce intellectual property rights, that would allow the free movement of goods and capital and people across borders, there was a kind of heady confidence in that moment, going back to the 1990s, that if only we allow markets free rein globally, and this was an American-led version of the globalization project, but it was embraced by many, especially elites throughout the world, then borders will matter less. National identities will matter less. New communications technologies will enable us to communicate with people halfway across the world as easily as our neighbor next door. Borders will matter less, and so we will be able to rise above these seemingly atavistic tendencies toward traditions, community, patriotism, national belonging. So the moment of market-driven globalization was more than an economic moment. It came with a certain political outlook that missed the importance of national identities, community, belonging. And it came along with a kind of hubris that said all of that you long for is backward, and eventually we'll rise above it. And so it's no wonder that right-wing authoritarian hyper-nationalist parties can claim to be the patriotic parties. And then liberals and social democrats say, well, we're patriotic too, but it lacks conviction because it was these parties who presided over this project over 4 decades.
No, Professor, right through your books, you also critique something which over the years, even in our constitution, we thought was our holy grail, individual liberties. That nothing matters more in a democracy than an individual's rights and liberties that he or she has. Now, in an era of muscular nationalism, of demagogic leaders, how do you then achieve this balance between individual liberties and the common good? What happens if the common good is weaponized by that authoritarian leader? He calls for compliance, for submission, for non-questioning. If I question the person, I'm called anti-national. How then, I mean, it's all very well to say individual liberties should not be a holy grail, but do I have a choice between individual liberties on one side and someone else in the name of the common good saying you've got to comply and submit to my authority? That's the real danger, isn't there?
It is, and actually, just a small but important correction, Rajdeep. I do think individual liberties are and should be a holy grail, but not to the exclusion of this other range of concerns that we've been discussing. Identity,
so you can't
belonging.
cut it off. You're saying you can't cut off individual liberties from a social context.
Right.
That you've got to keep them in the context of society,
Yes.
or being part of a wider community.
Yes, every community will define for itself, ideally through open public debate, how exactly to define and enforce individual liberties. But, and that will different constitutions of, different democratic constitutions define rights somewhat differently. But fundamental liberties such as freedom of speech, public debate, freedom of the press, religious liberty, these are and should be a holy grail. So I don't want to be misunderstood on that. But we will only be able to define and to defend and to protect those liberties if we have a healthy public life, if we have a constitution with an independent judiciary that can go against what the government says. But for all of this, democracy has to be in good health. And what's worried me, and what I've written about, is not that we put too much weight on individual liberties, it's that the lack of attention to community, to belonging, to patriotism has discredited those of us who care about individual liberties and has empowered the hyper-nationalists to weaponize, as you put it, to weaponize the common good, which brings a threat to individual liberties.
Let's turn from there then to the core question, which is we seem to be, in an age of competing intolerances, where we increasingly talk at each other, not talk to each other, even in WhatsApp groups. People leave WhatsApp groups the moment there's an opinion which they don't approve of, they just walk out of a WhatsApp group. So you've got the liberals with their woke and their cancel culture. You've got the right wing with their visions of nationalism. How are we going to fix this? How do you fix two groups that simply are unwilling to talk to each other or listen, a word that you often use in your books, to listen to each other?
It isn't easy, Rajdeep, but I think we have to change the public culture of our societies. We have to change the civic culture. And this is a challenge that goes beyond politics. It bears on politics because the terms of public discourse have become so hollowed out that what passes for political discourse consists of shouting matches. And
have you watched Indian TV at night? But go ahead.
Shouting matches, ideological food fights among politicians. You know about this better than I do. But the solution, and you mentioned listening. Listening is one of the great democratic arts. It's a civic art. It's one of the great missing civic virtues of our time. The ability to listen, by which I don't just mean hearing what somebody said and being able to repeat it or attack it. I mean listening for the moral convictions and principles and aspirations lying behind the views of those with whom we disagree. Now, how do we rebuild this capacity? Ultimately, well, the media has to help, and I think we have to reconfigure the media. We have to find alternatives to the version of social media that reinforces our division and our impatience and our distraction and our inability to listen. We need to design new tools and platforms for reasoned public discourse across our differences. And the way social media is set up now, which depends on capturing and holding our attention through sensational, provocative, inflammatory clickbait, that is deeply destructive of the kind of public culture we need. It certainly is destructive of the capacity to listen and to pay attention, because the whole economic model of it is to hold our attention for as long as possible, to gather more personal data about us, the better to sell us stuff through targeted ads. And that is a recipe for an impoverished civic life and an impoverished public discourse. So that's one thing we have to change. And I think those of us in education have a responsibility too, to cultivate the kind of civic education that equips democratic citizens with the art of listening and reasoning and arguing and attending to one another.
Because listening to you, and picking up from what you said about social media, it seems to me that it'll be even more difficult to fix the problem and bridge the divides, simply because with social media, hate and bigotry can be pushed in real time at speeds which simply make it impossible to press the pause button. I mean, in this age of social media, in the age of some AI engineer or an algorithm deciding what you will watch, I mean, the human mind has no chance.
Well, that's quite a phrase. I need to ponder that. Rajdeep, the human mind has no chance. It's beginning to feel that way. I mean, put aside even the hate that is promulgated on social media. The commandeering of attention is itself a form of corruption. The commandeering of attention. Losing our ability to direct our attention to important things and being constantly bombarded in ways that distract us. That's corruption. I'll give you one small example of how the meaning of time and attention changes. Well, you know this being in television, but years ago, as you mentioned in the introduction, Rajdeep, we did an experiment and filmed and put my entire Harvard Justice course online, free, open access. We never imagined that tens of millions of people would watch lectures on philosophy online, but that's what happened. Now, these lectures, I don't know, they're probably a total of roughly 24 hours of lectures, something like that. An hour each. Just recently, I've been working on a new kind of online course that people will take on their phones, on tech ethics, actually.
On tech ethics?
Tech ethics, including all these debates about AI and algorithms and ChatGPT. And I'm told, I mean, the people organizing this say, no, you can't have our lectures. Each section, each lecture can be a maximum of 15 minutes, not an hour, but even that 15 minutes has to be broken up into bite-sized portions of no more than 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. Now, I'm trying to adapt to that because it's still better than what people are getting on social media and so on. But attention spans, really. The ability to attend is connected to the ability to listen and to reason. And so I think we have to reconsider education and the media if we're to seriously address the hollow state of our public discourse and our public culture.
You use this word, hollowed public discourse, on several occasions. Give us an example of what you see as the hollowed public discourse. You spoke about the shouting matches that take place on TV. There's probably Twitter with all the noise that it creates. Is there a way, do you see, what will it take to lift the quality of this hollowed public discourse, apart from the art of listening?
Well, I think we have to reconsider the economic model that enforces this economy of distraction, which is a way of describing the hollowing force. And there have been proposals to either tax or ban targeted online advertising. And I think we should seriously consider this, because now this would not mean that there can be no social media, but there can be no Instagram and Twitter, and TikTok, I suppose, is yet another matter. But it would mean that they would have to sell subscriptions or find some other way of financing it, and that would provide less of an incentive to promote hateful or sensationalistic or inflammatory clickbait in order to draw us in order to hold us. So I think we need to look at structural alternatives to the way social media is funded. Do you find that shocking, or are you sympathetic to that idea? Ban targeted online advertising?
I'm okay as long as it means more people come and watch the news on TV. But Professor, you know, I love the word economy of distraction, because that's exactly what it is.
Right.
I want to turn back to where we started off, where you said the failure of the liberal project had led to these anger and resentment, which eventually leads to the rise of populist politics. However, in the context of justice, you know, while angers and resentments over present conditions of the working class, of the middle class, is also being linked to past animosities. In the US, when Trump came to power, he promised to put up walls that would shut out immigrants. For example, in India, we've had the rise of a majoritarian politics that says that, you know, if a mosque was demolished 500 years ago, or a temple was demolished 500 years ago, we will make sure that the temple is restored. The mosque, which was in its place, gives way to the temple. These notions of justice based on the past, of correcting past animosities, of discrimination against blacks in America or against castes in India based on past instances. Do you believe that anger, those resentments, need to also be looked at in the context of justice?
Well, it's interesting as you've described it beautifully. The question of justice can't really be separated from the politics of memory, because it's tempting to think, and perhaps it will always be tempting to assume, that doing justice is bound up with memory. And sometimes the memories reach back, as you've said, a very long way. And sometimes memories of past wrongs and past injustice can be disabling or hardening of current divisions, especially when they're weaponized. The question is whether, so one solution would be to try to sever the link between justice on the one hand and the memory of past wrongs on the other. But that too would be a mistake, I think, because justice does require that we address past wrongs. In the US today, we are having searching debates about how this generation can address the injustice of slavery and of racial segregation that continue to shadow our collective life in the present. So the solution is not simply to forget the past and to set aside memory of past wrongs. We have to, and this is parallel to the discussion we had about the common good, whether the best protection for individual liberties is to leave aside questions of identity. I think that's a mistake, just as I think it would be a mistake to pursue justice by saying, let's forget about the past. Now, you rightly said that identity politics is dangerous. So is the politics of memory dangerous, as we see today. But the response to that danger is to have an open, contested, respectful, civil discussion about the past and about memory and about the obligations that past wrongs carry for those of us who have some maybe distant responsibility for them, or our community did. And so here, I guess, is a thread that's run through the challenges you've rightly put to me. We can't do without a politics of the common good, even though it can be weaponized. Likewise, we can't do without a politics of memory, even though it can harden into dangerous terms. So what a pluralist democratic politics needs is a way of engaging with the past, not forgetting it, and a way of articulating the common good, not renouncing it. That's the only way that a pluralist democratic society will save itself from the weaponized conception of the common good and of memory that afflicts democracy today.
And therefore, Professor, that was brilliantly put, first of all. I think you've given us plenty of food for thought, but I want to throw up one final question, because you've come to India at a time when our parliament is wrestling over whether democracy in this country is alive or dead, based on what the opposition seems to suggest. Purely from your vantage viewpoint outside India, do you see democracy in India in some kind of a crisis, or do you believe democracy is, can't be, is in a country like India is too deep-rooted to be dismantled in the manner that some fear? Should we be conscious of democracy being under threat, under siege, or do you believe democracy in India is open, vibrant, from your perspective, from an American perspective?
My view as a sympathetic and deeply interested outsider is that democracy in India is deeply rooted and under threat, both at the same time. And I would say, and I say this as someone coming from a democracy where we had an attack on the US Capitol in the aftermath of an election. So I think democracy is in danger, under threat, in our countries, in India and in the US, and in many countries around the world, which is not to say that democracy is without sources of rejuvenation. And I would just add, Rajdeep, that the fate, many people looked to the January 6th invasion of the Capitol and said, if that can happen in the United States, democracy could be in trouble everywhere. And they were right to say that. I would add that the flourishing and the success and the revival of democracy in the most populist democratic country in the world is something in which we all of us, have a stake. And so I wish you well as you all think through these challenges to democracy.
Well, Professor, let me say that we wish you well as well. I think what you've done in the last 40 minutes is given us the ability to listen. I haven't seen an audience so silent in a long time, and fewer people were looking at their mobiles to find out which was the last WhatsApp message they got. So in a strange way, Professor, I think the biggest tribute to you is that in today's day and age, you've held an Indian audience to complete silence. And that's because you've given us plenty of food for thought. Thank you very much, Professor Sandel, because democracy is what binds India and the United States, and hopefully will keep bringing you back to this country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Sandel from Harvard University. Thank you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the professor while I call upon Mr. Frank Schloder, Managing Director, Hefel, South Asia, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the gentleman. Thank you, Professor. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was a thought-provoking session. Do raise a warm applause for Professor Sandel. Thank you, Mr. Sardesai. Thank you, sir. With that, we are down to our last 4 big sessions of the evening. One of them is going to be happening on the sidelines. I'm going to let you know later. But let's quickly get on to our next session this evening, Machine Gods, AI and Creation Myths, how to think about the new worlds and being brought into existence, what to celebrate, what to fear. This session has been brought to you by Kirloskar. To take it from here, I want to invite on stage our session's moderator, Shoma Chowdhury, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Good evening. That was a riveting session that just finished, and a perfect segue into the session that we're going to have now, which is about the most disruptive technology that has entered all our lives. We're really at a threshold moment, perhaps something that we are not even really cognizant of at this point. But those who are in the heart of it, and in fact, the founder of the company of whose CEO we are just going to speak with, he said that the technology that's just been unleashed is equivalent to Prometheus's fire. And all of us are familiar with that myth where Prometheus steals fire, which literally is the origin of all knowledge. So it sounds hyperbolic, but it possibly is that. And at the alternate end of that is Elon Musk, who equates it with something as dangerous or possibly more dangerous than nuclear weapons. What we're talking about is the new generative AI technology that hit the world in just 4 months ago, around November, December is when it entered popular consciousness, and it's been moving at the speed of light since then. Just going to throw you a couple of facts before I invite the speaker on stage. The World Economic Forum put out a report which said generative AI in the next, when you say 2030, it sounds far away. Let's remember it's just 6 or 7 years away, is going to displace 40% of human jobs as we know it. They say it's 86 million jobs. McKinsey put out a report which said 375 million jobs are going to either be lost or have to reorient themselves. And on the other side, that this technology is going to release $15 trillion worth of productivity, GDP growth of 26% in the world's GDP, which again, to give you context, is more GDP than China and India's put together. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's what the technology is doing right now. We have no idea where it's headed next. So to discuss both the power, the pleasure, the fear of what the opportunity of what's been released now and what lies ahead. I'd like to call on stage Ren Ito. He is the CEO of Stability AI, one of the companies which is absolutely top of the consciousness across the world. They've created a new generative AI model called Stability Diffusion, which is a text-to-image model. I'm sure all of you have already played with it a little bit, but we're going to be discussing what it means for humanity. There's a phrase, 4 or 5 years ago, we were talking about a post-truth world. We're now very imminently talking of a post-human world. Let's discuss what that means for us. Ren, look forward to having you on stage. Ren, I just gave a few straws of facts and figures around this technology. You're at the heart of it. You know, Imad, Mushtaq, and you have created Stability Diffusion. Help us understand, why is this being deemed such a disruptive technology?
So thanks, Shoma. Maybe like you already most eloquently explained why this technology is getting very disruptive and potentially transforming the society. So I think to directly answer your question, maybe my first answer will be, there are a previous version of the AI and the current version of AI, or maybe the next version of AI. So let me explain. The new one, which we call the generative AI, is critically different from the previous version of the AI, because back in the days when we were talking about AI, it's about studying hundreds of millions of data and then trying to get the answer, is this dog or not? Dog or not? So by studying hundreds of millions of data, your input was 0 or 1. As opposed to that, the generative AI is trying to understand the relationship between concept, idea, tangible object, visual effects, so that this generative AI model understand the connection between that, so that based on that understanding, this generative AI model can literally generate new visual artwork, meaning that it's the same, it's understanding hundreds of millions of data, but the output is billions of.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, Ren, you were saying, I'm going to ask the console to play this film, which you said, to give the audience a sense of what this technology can do, you'd like that film to be played. So if I can just ask the console to play the India Moment film. The reason Ren wanted us to show this is because every single image that you saw there has been generated by the technology that they've released. In 15 seconds, you write some words, and these images come up as though India Today's star photographers have been all around the country, capturing India. So that's, now Ren, tell us, so this is just the beginning of it. ChatGPT and others are synthesizing thought, synthesizing, medical, lawyers. We'll come to human displacement. First, help the audience understand that you guys in this already very disruptive world have done something even more disruptive, which is that you made all this technology open sourced. You put it out there as a public good and opened it up for everyone to use. So tell us the vision driving this, and what is the controversy? Why is it so controversial?
So what we strongly believe in is this concept of the open source. Because there is no secret sauce. The recipe of making this generative AI is very simple. You need 3 ingredients. You need the data, you need the know-how to train the data, you need a humongous compute power. But we are adding one more secret sauce into the making of the generative AI model, which is open source, just as mentioned. So by opening everything to all the users and engineers and coders around the world, we are inviting them to use it, adopt it, and improve it. So by relying on tens of thousands of the engineers, even outside our company, our model is getting exponential growth. That's the first meaning of the open source, just like a Linux moment. The second significance, which I believe is very, very pertinent to the current challenges or some public policy debate, is open source means transparency. Because look, the generative AI is getting more and more the everyday thing, and then people are affected by the generative AI or using generative AI for their day-to-day buddy. You want to understand what is in the model, how you're training the model. Open source, we believe, is one of the most crucial answers to this question because we are ensuring the accountability, transparency. So if you're using like a proprietary model, you never know, how you're getting this model into the effect. You ask this model whatever questions, they give you whatever answers, but you may wonder why this model is giving me this answer. Unless you understand what is inside a model and how you train it, the accountability is not fulfilled.
Yeah, so Ren, again, I just want to help the audience understand what's at stake. I think a lot of us would have seen the film Social Dilemma, and just earlier Rajdeep and Michael were discussing how social media has really polarized societies because the algorithms were driving a certain response. It was manipulated for ads, but it was also manipulated to release serotonin and dopamine loops in all of us, so we get more addicted, our attention is grabbed. So what you guys are doing is that you're saying that all of us who are using this technology should know what was the intention of the company, whereas Microsoft and ChatGPT have kept it closed, so the power is in a few hands. But the contra-argument to that is that now when you've made it open, even like really evil people could use it, to create images of violence or pornography or, misuse it as deep fakes. What is your answer to that?
I think my answer is, first of all, accountability helps people to understand what's going on. I mean, not fully understand, because even I don't understand how the neural network works, but at least you have accountability. Based on that, you have to choose which model you want to use. So there is potentially global one-size-fits-all model created by the huge corporation, but there is also potential with the advance of the technology. There is the potential that every culture, every country, every ethnicity can choose and build their own foundation model. I think which is another crucial thing. On top of ensuring the transparency and accountability, the next question is you may want to control the model. So because the model is, for a good reason, is full of biases, cultural biases. I gave you this example jokingly this morning, but I tried the Japanese version of our Stable Diffusion and global English version of our Stable Diffusion, saying Japanese businessman. In the global model, they generate the image like a guy who is wearing suit, flying business class, or at least premium economy class, and such a nice business person. But when you say Japanese business person to the Japanese model, what the model generates is sad, middle-aged, tired, faceless corporate employee who is commuting to the office every morning in a crowded train. So, the outcome is totally different, and then which is clearly affected by the cultural bias. So I think that my next message is on top of the accountability. You have to own the model.
Ren, that's really interesting. So when we were trying to generate these images into Mid-Journey, I put Indian something, and every time I got red Indians, with all headgear. So the idea of India and any images of India, like you said, so then when I put India, It started generating really sad, like everybody was, so there was a very Western gaze on what India is and is not. So it was a big struggle to generate images like that. So there is that cultural bias. But, the other danger of this, before we come to all the opportunities, is that, we're already being so rabbit-holed into silos, Yes, social media has done fantastic stuff, but all the technology, like anything you Google, you're only given what you like. You're on Twitter, it's tracking what you like, it only serves you what you like. So we're just getting imprisoned more and more and more into completely closed solipsistic cells. I don't understand you, you don't understand me, our realities are completely different because there's a technology out there imprisoning us in just our own likes and stuff. So I don't get you because now this technology is going to force us even further. You're saying that on your very powerful technology, India could create its own bias, Japan can create its own little cultural thing, ChatGPT is going to become a search engine. So when I search, it's not even going to give me 5 articles, it'll give me a synthesized article, which some technology has done. It's a very terrifying, polarizing world. What's your answer to that? Are you guys even discussing this?
I think that is an excellent and a most challenging question, but maybe I can break down into like a two-folded question. The first one is, even if you're living in a rabbit hole, which value do you want to live in? So you want to live in somebody else's foundation model, or you want to live in your own Indian foundation model? So, I'm going to beyond this question soon, but the first choice is you have to make a decision which model you want to live with. And then, even after you choose, let's say, even after I choose the Japanese model so that I can live in my comfortable Japanese bias, then you are now presenting me with the most challenging and interesting, pressing question. Ren, why you're living in a Japanese rabbit hole? Which is the most valid question. And then the answer will be, let me give you like a most stupid answer, which is, okay, in order to ensure that I don't live in a rabbit hole, whatever question I ask this model, if the model is returning 5 answers, totally different, culturally different answers, like, can I cross the street even when the traffic light is red? If there is no car and I'm in the rush, can I cross the street? If I ask this question to the Japanese rabbit hole, usually they give you whatever answer, like no or something. But the other option is making sure that this model is giving you 5 answers. But what happens if you are confronted, if you receive 5 answers, people get easily bored. And then the example you gave is excellent because the Facebook and Google and other current technology, the reason why people are addicted to that is they can easily associate themselves with the technology, and then the answer or the service they're receiving is naturally what they want. So I think I don't have the answer to answer your second question, but it's our job, everybody's job, to come up with the right incentivizing mechanism to make sure that you are not overwhelmed by 5 answers, but you're feeling like, oh, I have some options. And then you're naturally incentivized to appreciate your approach going beyond the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but again, I'd just like to emphasize this point for the audience because, again, until you use this technology, you're not really understanding what we are discussing and what's at stake. Because, when Ren just said, okay, people will get bored if we give you 5 answers. The point is that right now, Microsoft, with whom we're going to have a session now, have just let go of the entire ethics team because they're in such a race with Google and with ChatGPT and all of that they're in a rush to put out the technology because every bit of attention they get from us is releasing $2 billion for them a year. 1% of business they take away from these guys means $2 billion. So they've just sacked the entire ethics team, And you're telling me that you don't want to give us 5 answers because that's going to bore the audience. But the point is you're going to keep pushing us further and further and further into rabbit holes. So I just want to leave that. I know you said you have no answers. Well, let me just move ahead because we're going to run out of time to the positive end of this, Ren. You guys have made your entire model free. But you're imagining that countries are going to want to build their own models and are going to reach out to you all, or companies will, and you're going to customize models. So tell us, for a country like India, what is the potential, the opportunities that this technology gives?
So I think the potential of this technology is not just about having your own model. What is the potential application of these models? So one or two areas which is obviously the lower hanging fruit for India is applying this technology for education or healthcare, or those areas which you are having some pressing needs. So if I may explain how this the model is about understanding the culture and understanding, it's becoming your brain buddy. So if you apply this model in creating AI tutor will be holding the students' hands and making sure that they are customizing the education journey to cater to the needs of each and every different student. So I was reading with this I shouldn't say whatever, but this the UNESCO or OECD report that India's the student to teacher ratio is like double of the OECD countries. Clearly, that's not, it's the fact. You need more teachers here. But instead of just ramping up the number of the teachers, what's great potential of India is that more than 80% of the kids have access to the mobile phone. And why we're not taking advantage of that great benefit? If you're combining this digital savvy and accessibility to the mobile phone by the kids and this AI technology, you can come up with revolutionized the education system to be deployed and to cater to the needs of the Indian unique situation. The same thing can be said for the medical services.
Ren, I know that this is opportunity, but I'm sorry, as a journalist, my mind keeps going to the potential misuse of this, because yes, even a country could design this, so maybe the Indian government reaches out to you guys to further design this model for a cultural circumstance like India. But that's putting immense power into a government's hand now, because they will define the parameters, and then because this is so convenient, none of us will be searching out knowledge in any other way except through a chat GPT or your stability diffusion text image, and soon you guys are going to do voice to image and voice to knowledge. But you're putting power in, knowledge seeking is just going to be defined by you or by the government or by someone powerful. So, I get it, there's a lot of opportunity, but it's frightening. I just want to share with the audience, we've discussed what's already there. What you all have released into the market, or what ChatGPT is based on, whatever we've used was 10 billion parameters was what ChatGPT was using and had put out. In these 4 months, the new ChatGPT 4 that they've put out is based on 10 trillion parameters. So we're just a whisker away. Everybody's discussing what will happen if this technology becomes super intelligent and more intelligent than human beings. Are we looking at a post-human world where, species-scale colonization is going to happen on us? You guys are at the heart of this. What are you discussing?
So I think the key here, I'm not a computer science major, and I'm a lawyer. But what is interesting, just clearly, as you said, Shoma, this is an exciting and potentially scary technology. But as is always the case with any new technology, even the best scholar, even the best professor does not 100% understand where this technology is going, what is the limitation, what is the condition of this technology. I think my answer to your excellent question is democratizing the process. So instead of stopping the development of the process, as far as you understand what is inside the model and how you train it, then the moment you started to see some existential danger, I don't know if it's coming or when it's coming, but the moment you found that there's an existential danger happening in AI, you reserve the right to stop at that moment. I think this is the way to strike the right balance between not too scared, but also allowing the technology to untap its potential to the fullest extent.
Thank you, Ren. On that note, time is up. So we've just, on all these sessions, you feel you've just touched the tip of the iceberg. I just want to leave the audience with something which Imad Mushtaq, your founder, has said, is that he's treating this as a public good. These guys are the mavericks in a very dangerous technology and very powerful, positive technology. He said it's a public good, and the public needs to discuss it, engage with it, so that they're not just manipulated into being a recipient of a technology. And that's the best we can have. The best model is a democratic one, where there can be argument and we can at least have a voice in regulating it. But Ren, it's amazing to meet someone who's in the heart of something so epochal, and you already have legal suits against you guys, there's class action suits, and yet, you're really keeping to the vision and mission with which you began. So thank you very much for joining us and for giving us insights into this.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Mahesh Chhabra, Managing Director, Kirloskar Industries, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the gentleman. Ren, I'd appreciate if you to stay on stage for just a minute. Just a minute. Just presenting you with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. And for those of you, thank you, appreciate it. For those of you who want to take on the AI conversation further, well, 7:45, we do have a concurrent session in the Shah Jahan Hall, Future Forward, Age of AI, Machines Like Me, Chat GPT, What Happens When AI Falls in Love with You, or worse. We have Mr. Brad Smith, who would be joining us, Vice Chairman and President Microsoft. Rahul Kanwal will be holding that session at the Shah Jahan Hall at 7:45 p.m. Until then, I'm sure all of you know who we have coming up next, and that's the roar that we heard at the Oscars. What it takes to make blockbusters and leap across geography. This session is brought to you by Power Finance Corporation Limited. To take it from here, I'd like to hand it over to the session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today, and he will introduce you to our guest, who actually needs no introduction.
Flamenco, my brother. Do you know Natu?
What is Natu? పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిట్ట దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు గిర్రు చెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు
Ladies and gentlemen, he's just back from the Oscars. He's just back from creating a slice of history. He's just back from becoming a truly global star. And we are absolutely delighted that even before he touches down in Hyderabad, he's touched down in Delhi to be here at the India Today Conclave. Please give a big hand for Charan, who really has, as I said, stirred things up and made us all very proud.
Thank you.
What does it feel like? It's been what, 72, 96 hours since that wonderful evening in Los Angeles. Have you come to terms with the fact that you are part of this Oscar moment?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me, Rajdeep. And sir, I have to say I didn't touch down. We touched down as a team. The whole RRR team touched down. And yes, it's been a couple of hours, 2 days. We are still soaking in all that excitement. I'm still pinching myself, or my wife is still pinching me, saying, "Did it really happen? Ye hua kya?" So, she's right here.
Why don't you just, bask in the glory also? Come on.
Yes, I think she is my lucky mascot, and the 5.5-month-old baby inside her is even more lucky for me.
Wow. That's right. This is terrific times. You produce a or you're part of a blockbuster that's making 1,200 crores or whatever and counting. You won Golden Globes Awards. You win an Oscar. And most importantly, you're going to be a father soon.
Absolutely. What a coincidence. All good things come at once. I think that's true.
Absolutely. But, just let's relive that moment. All of you are there waiting with bated breath for whether you'll get the Oscar or not. What was that? What were the moments leading up to that evening? Were you confident given what had happened in the Golden Globes, or was it something that did you have a sleepless night?
I think, personally, I will talk for myself. I was just fortunate to be midst of that celebration. That kind of an event, we've been seeing it. I was a fanboy of the Academy since I was a kid. I think we have got, nothing is more than the audience in the theater. I think that is my biggest award. I'm not saying it just like that, but what India has given us is my biggest award, and rest everything was another feather on the hat. And I believe it. So, win or not win, doesn't make a difference, because we have reached the Oscar carpets. And rest, I think, the God decided.
You're being very modest.
Not really. I truly mean this. I truly, truly mean this. Reaching that stage, of course, all of you know it is 92 years of our industry, and it's such an honor. And what this acknowledgement did to us, it's not us, it's for India, it's for the technicians, the directors, and the beautiful from Satyajit Ray to now Mr. Rajamouli. We all have been recognized, but this is a unique acknowledgement our industry has got, and for us to just represent that and be part of it was definitely a responsibility. It was weighing on my shoulder, but I was just enjoying the moment, and that is what is more important than getting tensed about the award.
So you say you were not really tense about getting the award.
But trust me, I would have been the happiest if I definitely get it. No?
Okay. But that moment when they actually make the announcement, and they say that, Natu Natu gets Best Original Song, that particular moment, what was that like?
That particular moment, I think all of us were tensed. We went numb, like really numb, no feelings. All I could feel is my wife's hand really holding me like Mike Tyson was holding me. She was squeezing. I had creases on this thing, but all that is an emotion that we've been carrying it. I think since 2018, we've been under this in the shooting process. And then the hard work the team has put in, everybody is saying some different things, but truly, they have appreciated a good cinema and the excellence of my director, Mr. Rajamouli, and his great team, Keeravani and Mr. Keeravani and Chandra Bose.
I'm going to come to all those individuals because, as you said, filmmaking is a team effort.
Absolutely.
And these are all wonderful names who, I thought you put it beautifully, it's a tradition that, from Satyajit Ray to Rajamouli, the art of filmmaking can evolve over the years. But there is a bit of a mystery which is playing out on social media, controversy, let me not even call it a mystery, that why didn't you and Junior NTR actually dance that day? Why weren't you all on stage celebrating this great moment? Were you not called by the Oscar committee to do a Natu a quick take on stage? What happened?
Sir, everybody said you do have a twist when we sit with you.
There is.
But I was very optimistic. Sir will not put me on that spot.
It's not being on the spot.
No,
Tell us
really,
what happened.
I will tell you. I mean, I've told you in the LA media, sir. I was ready. I was 100% ready to get that call. But I truly don't know what happened. But let's not even talk about it, because the troupe who did there, I think they were fantastic, and they did a better job than us. I have done it for so many times, so many stages, and different awards and meetings, interviews. Now it's for us to relax and enjoy the show and somebody else perform for India.
Basically, imitation is the best form of flattery. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
As long as you can spread the dance across the world, who doesn't really matter.
Different cultures, different age groups. You see it, every home, a father and son, mother and daughter, I don't know, wife and husband, they've taken this. I feel it's no more our song. It's India's song, it's a Janta song, it's the people who have taken us to the carpet.
In fact, my son went to a wedding in Hyderabad where he said that from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, they were 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., they were taught how to do the dance so that at the wedding, everyone was made to do it. So it's India's wedding song now.
Absolutely, it's India's song.
It's India's song. That's a great way to again put it. But I just want to understand from you, what did it take to actually do that dance? We'll come to the other aspects of the film in a moment in your own career. But that dance itself, apparently with all the ensemble cast around, how long, how difficult was it? Give us a sense of that.
You see, sir, if you see the palace we shot in, it was the Ukraine's president's palace. Which,
I think we've got a shot of that. We'll put that out.
So I think he's still operating the war from that palace as we are speaking. He was so gracious, being an artist himself. He let us shoot there. We were shooting there for 17 odd days, but out of that we shot for 12 days. But the director got us to Ukraine 7 days prior just to rehearse in the location with the dancers. We had 150 to 200 dancers there, and they were the best of the best from Europe. My knees still wobble really when I'm looking at that step, because I would have had some knee pains very bad. I'm suffering even now because my co-star and me have done more complicated steps in our lives. But this song was not that complicated. It is in a certain way, because both our styles had to match. If my hand went 45 degrees, his hand had to go. But how are you going to see what he's doing? So it is very difficult. So we have done what you see there over 17 times just to perfect. That's why we call my director the beautiful torture.
The beautiful torture?
Yeah, that's what he does. You won't believe, I heard my composer's speech. Because Oscar is all timed to 45 seconds, they shut the mic or they do. My director is so particular. He made my composer rehearse that speech so it stops at 45 seconds for 15 to 20 times.
But Kiravani was brilliant with it. It was perfect.
He is so adorable. Nobody has sung like this. And the Carpenter's song, and him, Mr. Carpenter, he replying back, it was a moment.
So it took you a week to rehearse the song?
And shot it for 12 days.
So in all, for 19 days, you were virtually eating, breathing, sleeping the song.
We used to wrap shoot at 8:30, rehearse that night again till 10:30, sleep and go back to shoot around 6 o'clock. We did that as a clock for 20 days. Yes, you're right.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Yes. I think he deserves a, it is, of course, obviously, it is about putting all those pieces together then. You're in front, you've got the choreographers, anyone whom we don't know who really deserves credit. Is there someone?
Our choreographer, definitely, as you mentioned, and every technician there. Especially thanks to Ukraine, the crew members, we had about 120 Ukraine crew members who were brilliant in supporting the Indian culture and the knack of filmmaking, because we didn't have to suit their culture. They were so warm and receptive. They said, "Chalo, aapko kaise banana ye song? We'll do it your way." So that's something I told my wife right after getting back, we have to go back for a holiday with family, but 3 months after that, you know what happened.
Okay, so now there's the partnership between you and Upasana, and there's the partnership between you and Junior NTR. Tell us about this partnership.
Of course, I've known him for a very, very long time, since we were kids. And we became very close 4 or 5 years before the film started rolling. I don't know whether he decided to cast us or whether he saw the friendship between us and then cast us, because his job will become easy to shoot with us.
Now, what I was told is Rajamouli first came to you, told you about the film, but didn't tell you that he was going to get Junior NTR as a co-star.
Yes.
Went to him, didn't tell him that he was going to get Ram Charan as a co-star. RRR initially meant Rajamouli, Ram Charan and Junior NTR. You came to know about the fact that you were going to co-star with each other later. Is that true?
That's true. I don't know who he made the first call, but Junior NTR was already at Sir's residence. I entered, and Tarak was like, "Wow, this must be some news," because he was alone. Then he saw me and said, "Why is he here, yaar?" I thought I'm doing a solo or something. But then I entered, and then, the magic happened. He just opened the Pandora box, and he told us that I'm casting both of you. And if not for Mr. Rajamouli, I swear I don't think we would have done this combination for any other director.
You wouldn't have done this for any other director?
I mean, for everything we've earned and built our career, putting our careers in hand, because it's I don't know, but they used to say we were the rival family for more than 35 years. Tarak's, Junior NTR's family and our family, which we never had it personally. It's the fans. And to bring both of us together, to put our trust in somebody, it has to be Rajamouli, and Rajamouli knows that it'll only happen because of him.
What is so special about Rajamouli? You did Magadhira with him, 2008?
Yes, 13 years back.
13 years back, your first big blockbuster.
Yes, sir. Yes.
What is it about Rajamouli that makes you so confident that you just leave yourself in his hands?
I like working with taskmasters, and I like somebody who puts me on my feet. My wife does that. And
she tortures you, or she puts you?
No, it's not a torture. It's a beautiful torture, like Rajamouli. So it keeps me up, it keeps me going on my feet always. So, Mr. Rajamouli, every time you think, wow, I've learned enough, both clear, I know it all, you work with Mr. Rajamouli, and he tells you, this will still be the beginning. So he's like, I'm going back to school. So I always learn something new. He always gives us the best career hits for every actor he works with, be it Prabhas, Junior NTR, or myself. So after my dad and Mr. Pawan Kalyan, my uncle, if I have so much respect, like it's only for one man, it is Mr. Rajamouli.
Let me take you back. You mentioned just now your dad. By the way, Chiranjeevi sir is Chiranjeevi Gadu somewhere in the hotel. He's sleeping.
Yes, as I told him, I'm touching down in Delhi, and he couldn't wait, and he came to Delhi to receive me.
Lovely. We used to see him around in Parliament. He was a minister. We'll talk politics later. Coming from these film families, both you and Junior NTR, and as you mentioned, there were these film family rivalries, at least built up by fan associations. Yes. In Bollywood, there's this huge debate about nepotism, that people get breaks only because they are so-and-so's children. In your case, was it something that came naturally to you, cinema, and you've actually, in many ways, taken your father's legacy several steps forward? How do you see this? Was it in those early years being Chiranjeevi's son? Or was it difficult to become Ram Charan, your own identity?
I don't know, sir. I don't really understand this. It's a herd mentality. This topic is just driven by a herd or really an individual who feels like this. Because you have a great Mr. Rajdeep. His son might be inclined towards journalism. It is something like that. He does have a a better chance in working with NDTV, maybe. But at the same time, if you're a fantastic cardiologist, the sun also is inclined. So I'm inclined towards acting. I was breathing cinema, living cinema, meeting the producers. I'm inclined towards it. Now, if you call that getting a better chance, I don't know, but I was in a film school since I was born. So I know the art. I wouldn't have been sustained for 14 years if I was not doing something good for myself, and not just my dad. So everybody has to. Maybe there'll be a stepping stone for a good platform to step onto. But after that, you have to continue this journey. If not, if I was a normal person, I will not spend 100 rupees or 500 rupees on somebody who I think is somebody's son.
You know, it's quite remarkable. 4 months or 5 months ago, we had Yash also on, at India Today Conclave. And
I saw that.
And he's the son of an auto rickshaw driver.
See, there you go.
And you've got Charan, son of Chiranjeevi, and both of you are superstars. So it seems to be, at the end of the day, it's all about audience acceptance.
Absolutely.
If the audience accepts you, you become a superstar.
Talent speaks. So Yash, I truly believe his talent spoke. And every other artist who's successful here, only their talent speaks.
Families in Telugu cinema were also a big factor. NTR's family, Chiranjeevi Garu's family, there have been other family trees in a way in Telugu cinema. Is Telugu cinema also coming of age with what's happened with RRR, and not just RRR, we've seen with Southern cinema in general, the rise of Southern cinema in the last 18 months. Films, one blockbuster after the other. Is there a sense of renewed confidence that you have? I don't have to go to Bollywood now to make it. I'm a global superstar without going to Bollywood.
Yes, sir, this was begun, and it had a very strong impact in our industry and in our films, with the Telugu happening with Bahubali and now crossing all the boundaries. But I feel this is a big hit, not because it's from the South or anybody. We have so many industries from Bengal to Tamil Nadu in the South. We have fantastic directors. And I feel what will really make an impact with the West or in Japan or in Australia is hamara mitti ka stories have to come out. And Magadira was like that. Lagan was like that. And The Parasite from Korea, it was their own story as well. So anybody who makes them from their culture, their folklore, their emotion, their struggle. And India has so much of all of this. And the West and the global audience are ready to accept somebody who is original. And India has many, many original directors, many original states who have their own beauty in this music and storytelling. And that's what I feel we will transcend out of this.
So you're saying cinema in India has transcended all geographies today.
Absolutely.
Today you don't look at it in terms of Telugu cinema, Hindi cinema. You've just got to look at it as Indian cinema, tell good stories, preferably on an epic scale sometimes.
Absolutely, sir. This is no more Indian cinema. This is no more, there's no more Telugu, Bengali, or Bollywood, or Hindi cinema. This is Indian cinema. We should propagate that as Indian cinema. And I want the global audience to feel that all of us are one cinema.
Is that how, when you went to Los Angeles this time, and you're surrounded by all these Hollywood celebrities, I saw a small interview of you where you said you wanted to meet Tom Cruise. Yeah. Did you ever think Tom Cruise might want to meet Ram Charan?
No, definitely not for now.
How do you know?
Maybe in the future he will. But not for now. Right now I want to meet him.
Right now you want to meet Tom Cruise. You could do a Top Gun Maverick.
So wish for it. Maybe hoga.
Hoga.
Yeah. आप wish
उसको कोई Indian title देके Top Gun Maverick कर दो. Tell Rajamouli that I've got the rights for an Indian Top Gun.
No, I will wish for it. Let's see. Your wish will come true. Many things came true, I heard, what you wished.
Over the years, many things have come true. We should discuss all these things on another day. But, as you look at it, the point I was making, when you went into that room at the Oscars, there wasn't that sense, perhaps say 20, 25 years ago, had you gone there, you would have perhaps not felt at ease in the manner that you perhaps do. You want to be a global star, right? There's talk that you're going to do a Hollywood film. Is that true that you could be doing a Hollywood film next?
Don't know, sir. I would leave it in LA, what I said.
I read it somewhere on the net
so
that
your
Ram Charan offered a Hollywood film. True or not?
We are seeing something, so we are working. It's too early for me to say, but I heard your predictions will come to give me your wishes. I will make sure it happens.
You've heard, or have you signed are you in the process of signing up?
Process. Everything is a process. Everything is a process until it happens. So let it happen, sir. It will happen.
You see, this is why part of the secret of the South is you don't tell the full story, so that expectations are kept low, and suddenly, boom, we'll hear Ram Charan opposite Tom Cruise in Maverick 3.
Sir, my mom always says, "Sabka nazar nahi lagna chahiye." So I leave it. I mean, who doesn't wish? Everybody wishes, and all of us want to work in every industry where talent is appreciated, and is wajah se I want to work.
What's this journey been like? You know, as you said, the early films, you get your first breaks because you're part of a film family. Then over time, your first big hit, Magadira, slowly other hit films keep coming in, and you just seem to go from strength to strength. You know, how has this journey been? What have you seen? How has Ram Charan changed over these last 15 years?
I think starting from my family and everybody think I've changed a lot. Thank God, I call it not a change, I call it evolution. I'm evolving as a person, as an actor. I'm understanding my director's inside. I'm getting into his head better. For any actor, what is the most challenging thing is, are you understanding your director and are you getting exactly what he wants? And I'm slowly getting much better at that. That's what my director Rajmouli also says. If there's anything as an actor I wish in the future is, get into the director's head who has been dwelling in it, writing this subject before they narrate to you for a couple of years. And that man owns it more than anybody on the sets. And any actor, I just wish, get into your director's head, you will always be a successful actor.
But in those early years, you spent some time in a school in Mumbai, learning a bit of cinema?
Yes, sir.
An acting school?
Namit and Kishore Kapoor's.
That's right. So
yes.
you did the journey to Mumbai in that sense.
Yes.
There was a time, as I said, that whether it was even the great Shivaji Ganeshan and others aspired to become also recognized in Hindi cinema. I want to act opposite the big Hindi film actors, and I want the big Hindi film directors. Did you feel that at any stage over these years, or were you very comfortable in your own skin?
I'll be lying if I say I didn't. I really wanted to be part of Indian cinema, the Hindi cinema, only because I want to reach out to a larger audience. I want to reach out till Delhi, till West Bengal, to Rajasthan. And my only source back then for all of us was Hindi cinema.
But now the truth is Hindi cinema wants to come to you.
Sir, they've also been doing great for so many years. And we've just started, and I don't want to claim that we have arrived. No, we all have arrived, and they've had the share of the pie. And now we are having, and together we will do it too. We'll have a pie together.
You can make history together.
Yeah.
In those early years in Mumbai, was there any star that you aspired to? Is there someone whom you wanted to go and meet and say, look, here I am, Ram Charan, possibly son of Chiranjeevi. You might have wanted to use that in the intro. Was there someone you wanted to go out there and meet?
I mean, even before I wanted to meet, he invited me, being my dad's very old friend. They've done thumbs up ads together for a very, very long time, Mr. Salman Khan. He said, I heard, beta, you're in town. I said, how come? I said, nothing happens in Bombay without him knowing, I feel. And he invited me home. And that warmth reception, I'll keep it in my heart until today.
Salman Khan is a great host, but dangerous when he invites you home because the night doesn't end till 5 a.m.
No, sir, he's very graceful. He lets us. He lets us. Whoever wants to go. If the people are staying there, it's voluntarily they're staying.
So you're a Bhai ka fan?
Yes, yes.
Your image, in a way, has been built at the moment over this angry action hero. Is that your favored image? Do you believe an actor should have a particular image, or are you the kind who wants to constantly experiment, do new roles? If someone comes to you tomorrow, I believe tomorrow morning, in fact, you're going straight from here to another dance sequence,
Yes.
which is again probably going to take a week. So is that how you see yourself, the action hero, the dance hero? Do you get stereotyped in a way because of your success?
I mean, firstly, sir, I think I want to be part of every genre. That's that's for sure. And coming to action, every hero, I think every artist wishes to be an action hero. I have seen romantic rom-com heroes saying, sir, this saal mein action try karunga. Because more audience, the crowd pullers are always the action films. And I'm so fortunate, thanks to my God, I'm already an action hero. But maybe I would like to try something different, and I hope the audience are inviting enough.
We, as I said, the Chiranjeevi factor. What did Dad tell you when you were stepping into cinema? What were the words of advice that he gave you in those early years?
That day, I still remember the first day I was going, I said, man, I wish he gives me that one formula that makes an actor successful. And to my surprise, he said, Ram, this is going to be a first day, first film. Make sure you take care of your staff because they are the closest to you. Be it your chauffeur, to your man who's always next to you, your makeup artist, all these guys. Make sure you take them very seriously and respect them. If they start talking about you, your career can end very soon. So take care of your guys who are near and dear to you, and that in return means you're taking care of everything else.
I've seen usually stars' best friends are their hairdressers.
I believe so.
There.
Yeah, he's been with me for 15 years, all of them, from my first film.
Give them all a very big hand. Come on, guys, come here.
So
you have there's a team Ram Charan that goes along with you, I'm told.
Yeah, so even if I had a bad flop, I still had taken care of these guys.
Bring them all on here. Come on, guys, you are part of his success story.
Gaurav.
You got to introduce them to us. Come on.
Gaurav, वो button पहन लो यार थोड़ा decent.
ये भी action hero है.
He's been there since my first movie, since 2008.
He's your...
He's been there since 2009, sir. Both of them. Hipin, Ajo. That's Hipin and Gaurav, sir.
So they handle your hair and...
Yes, he handles my hair. He's been handling my face. So both are from Bombay, sir, and they've been staying with me literally.
Wow. So that's Team Ram Charan. In a way, these are... You got any more out there?
I mean, all my guys who drive my car, he's been with me for 18 years. My cook for 33 years, he carried me, and now he's still with me. He's bearing, all these guys bearing with me. Thank you for bearing with me.
Let me bring Upasna in here also. Come on stage, because she's part of Team Ram Charan. Come on. Wow, be careful, man. Come.
And, my manager, Praveen, is here, sir, since 15 years. Praveen?
Praveen, where are you?
Praveen ji thinks...
This is 15 years Team Ram Charan. Where is he?
So Praveen always slips out saying, "Ye har bar ek hi baat karega." So he goes out.
Upasna, what's it been like? Give us a sense of what the last week, last few months have been like. Golden Globes, Oscars. It must be a dream.
It really is, and my baby's been very kind to me to let me travel, and it's been really, really nice. And I'm really grateful to Ram Charan and my, all the people around my family and everybody. All I can say is I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
She's not this soft-spoken at home.
Is that true? Is that true? You see, either you're doing beautiful torture. Is that true?
Tell the truth. No. We'll leave it, sir.
You leave it there?
Sure thing. Huh? She's like, come home.
Thank you, Upasna, and thank you to the two of you. Congratulations to you all. Achha, now I've just heard you mentioned Salman Khan, but I'm told that you're a good mimic of Khan Saab.
No, not at all. Have
you done any mimicry?
Totally true. If it's true, I would have done it right now. But no, false information. Sir.
But is there a Bollywood star that you sort of emulate or you consciously try to emulate or any style? It need not be.
No, my wife is the biggest Shah Rukh Khan fan, and I am a Salman Khan fan, and sometimes we switch our roles here and there depending on that film of the other actor, but we don't imitate anybody. It's so difficult.
Is that important that for you, every actor has to eventually build his very own character? Each really big superstar is eventually his or her own person.
Absolutely, every actor thrives to have his own personality, his own style. But I feel being fluid is more important for actors and directors to see you in different roles. I feel it's better not to have a very unique style, because your unique style sometimes can overshadow a character which you're playing.
But one challenge, Ram Charan, that you will face is after such a mega hit, what next? You've got this film with Kiara Advani. It's going to be again multilingual.
Yeah, with Mr. N. Shankar.
With Shankar as the director. So you've got how do you go past an RRR? You've scaled a kind of Everest in a way for many.
I am already working on one with Mr. Shankar. And again, I am working on a path-breaking film, which I felt, path-breaking character, which is better than my previous subject called Rangasalam. It is again a very matti story, which I'm starting from September. And I feel that film has every possibility to go to the Western audience and woo them as an Indian matti story.
So you're already looking at what the next big project is.
I'm very, very, very confident on what I'm doing, what I'm about to do, and we're starting from September this year.
So you're hoping that maybe a year from now you'll be back at the Oscars with a new project.
Thank you. I hope so. I hope so.
So at any given time, you work on one project, more than one project. How do you plan your life?
Sir, I've been trying to do 2 projects. Both EMIs have to
both
pay.
EMIs hai? Kya baat karta hai yaar?
But it never happens.
तो आपका थोड़ा EMI हमको भी दे दो.
Sir, no, on a serious note, I think the directors I've been working are such mavericks, and they like to get our time totally for themselves. And Magadira, I've shot for 2 years. RRR, I've shot for 3 years. And Shankarji's, I'm sure, almost 1.5 years. So it's never happened. It's my long wish to do 2 films a year, like some actors do,
Because one of the things we've been told is the actors who come from the South come with less pretension and fanfare and a greater sense of discipline. I saw it even when you were doing, and a sense of perfection, that you want everything to be perfect. We saw it briefly during your photo shoot also today. Is that the secret of the success of many of you? That you all are very, very disciplined. There is a dedication to the craft. I'm not saying that Hindi cinema actors are not, but the star world can change you in a way that it doesn't change you down south.
Absolutely, sir. I think if there's anything, I say, even a bad actor with a lot of discipline has more possibility to sustain than a great actor with bad discipline and a bad, not so good discipline. I don't think he has any chance to survive. Today, my dad is 67 years. He's signed 3 films. He's the most busiest actor right now in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. He's still rocking it. He says, if I don't work out, my knees are hurting. So he wakes up every day at 5:30 just to have that day pass without a knee pain. So that kind of a discipline, I think it's a bit of a burden on my shoulder. I said, your dad is waking up. Why are you not waking up? I said, chalo, we'll also wake up. And so, I guess that's working for him. And we would like to follow that.
He wakes up 5:30 a.m. in the morning to work out at the age of 67.
Yes, sir. And he had 2 releases this year, and he's going to be on the floors with 2 more films this year. So he'll have 4.
Any kind of, I saw a lovely photograph on Instagram of 2 of you relaxing in the garden. I think,
yes, sir.
You were sleeping on the garden, on the grass, and he was resting on his sofa. Just trying to understand, any family competition at all? Does dad tell you, "Meri picture tere se zyada chalegi"?
I think anybody at home can say good things, but my mother says he gets very personal.
Asha.
So anybody can appreciate me, my wife, my sisters, my siblings, but my mother should balance it for him. Acha. So yeah, maybe there is a sense of good competition.
You know, you come also from a land where NTR was the original actor politician. Dad also became a politician, became a minister, started his own party, eventually decided enough of politics, calls it, I believe, one of the regrets of his life, and has gone back to acting. You ever thought, might as well, you know, like RRR, let's roar now in politics?
I like to sail in one boat, sir. I know how to sail only in one boat. Don't know what will happen to my crotch if I sail in two boats. So I like to sail in one boat. And that is film industry.
That is film industry.
Absolutely, sir.
No question of...
No, sir.
No netagiri.
Nahi, sir.
अरे इतना बड़ा
छोड़
तुम्हारा
दो,
fan
sir,
base है.
please.
छोड़ दो.
No, not at all. I think for now I know only acting. I have a production house. I've produced 4 films, and I like to do much more in this industry and contribute more as a film personality.
Okay, so Jagan Mohan Reddy safe in Andhra and KCR Gadu safe at the moment in Hyderabad. Okay, we've got about 9 or 10 minutes to go. We're going to have a lot of fun now.
Sir.
I'm going to, you know, you're a rock star among our entire office. I can tell you, you cut across all geographies. I'm going to call 2 of my colleagues, Akshita and Nabila. Akshita speaks very good Telugu also.
Namaskaram, Ramcharan.
Namaskaram.
Just 1 second. Praveen Garu
Hi,
is here, who you
Praveen,
called.
that's your manager. Taking care, who made things possible for me. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you for acknowledging
So he's your
that.
manager who's been the
He's
one
been the
right
longest.
through. Give him a
Round of
big hand,
applause,
ladies and
please,
gentlemen.
for his manager.
That's my manager.
Hi, Praveen. Praveen, now you tell us, what's the best thing about your boss?
Only good things, please.
Good evening, everybody.
No, you can say good, nice. Well, don't worry. We'll handle that. What's the best thing about your boss?
He's a fantastic human being I've ever met in my life.
Sure.
500%.
Nobody believes that.
What makes you say that?
I've been working with him for the past 15 years, and I'm in the industry for the past 20, 25 years. And I've worked with a lot of people. He touches by the soul.
He touches your soul. Lovely. What a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much, Praveen.
Thanks.
Okay,
You
great.
know, Rajdeep, I really have a question for Ram Charan. I'm
Yeah,
sure
go ahead.
most of the girls who are drooling over Ram Charan want to know if that intense probing eyes, do you do that like, you know, intentionally, or does that just come naturally to you?
On screen? It's
Even otherwise, look at it.
It's not working off screen, madam.
You want to try doing that for our cameras?
Okay, Nabila, why don't you stand there and see whether he does it or not? Come
No,
on,
I
let's see
can
whether
see
it works.
every
Come
movie
on.
with every dialogue.
She's your co-star, and you've got an intense scene.
With her, you cannot look like that, sir.
Okay.
Sorry. Nabil, I think you can be very aggressive if you want. I feel you're very charged. Give me one look which you've seen of mine.
Like you?
Yeah. I felt I looked like that guy in Rock.
But that just works for him, doesn't it?
Ji.
Akshita.
Sir, okay, request for your Telugu audience. Okay,
You'll
Sandesham
tell.
Telugulo cheppandi.
అంటే తెలుగు వాళ్ళకి ఎన్ని చెప్పినా ఎంత థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పినా సరిపోదు నాకు వాళ్ళ వల్లే మేమందరం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాం మా నాన్నగారు కానీ మేము కానీ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఈ ఎనర్జీ ఒక తెలుగువాడిగా నాకు చాలా గర్వంగా ఉంది మా వల్ల సరే వాళ్ళ వల్ల మేము ఈ స్థానంలో ఉన్నామని వాళ్ళకి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా లైఫ్ అంతా కృతజ్ఞతలు చెప్పుకుంటూనే ఉంటాను థ్యాంక్ యూ.
You know, I really want to say this since I have this opportunity, and since Rajdeep, you may not know, speaking to a bunch of Telugu producers, they claim that Ram Charan is a one-take star. He does not do takes. And if he's asked to do another take, he knows his first shot is perfect and that's it, it's done. Rangasthalam, if I'm not wrong, why don't you tell us, your movie was shot so quick because he just finished it in time.
Ma'am, you said producers will like to do one take, so it's finished early. We'll wrap early, but not really. Once I was just telling Rajiv that once you get into the director's mind, your job becomes easy, and you just don't have to do another take. That's it.
You are just a one-take star. You're a natural star.
We have a
rapid fire segment.
Rapid fire
for you quickly.
segment. Go
So
for
Nabila
it.
and I will kind of alternate between the two, and
Sure.
as fast as Natu. It has to be as fast.
Sure, ma'am.
So we'll start with your favorite co-star.
Kiara.
Chiranjeevi
next
or
film.
Pawan Kalyan.
Come again?
Chiranjeevi or Pawan Kalyan. No-brainer, I guess.
Oh, goodness.
No, this is a difficult one.
I want to have both my eyes, so if he's left and the other one is right.
Nana and Mama, both in one.
Absolutely.
Your all-time favorite hero?
Let's not take my dad, because obviously it is my dad. I think Salman Khan.
Ooh, your one role you'd love to play?
Oh, God. Did I ever tell you something I'm not able to recollect? No?
Would you like to answer for him?
I would like to play anything to do with sport. It's been long due. Like something like
a sport-based
like a sports-based film.
Any movie that's sports-based that's bowled you over?
You could play a Virat Kohli biopic.
Fantastic. He's an inspiring soul, and I think, yeah, given a chance, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah,
we both have a
you look similar. Okay, so we've decided a Virat Kohli biopic. Go ahead.
Good one.
My next one, your favorite tourist place, your favorite tourist destination.
Switzerland. Can I give two?
Sure.
Rajasthan and Switzerland.
Arey wah, Rajasthan and Switzerland.
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
So, when not acting and not wooing young girls, what would be your, unintentionally, what would be your best way to unwind?
Horse riding and binge watching movies.
Lovely.
Binge watching movies. Okay, go ahead.
Now, you're an excellent dancer. So, what's your go-to dance move?
Ma'am, I heard Rajiv ji has a famous dance move. हमारा नाटू नाटू को सब लोग देख लिया है. Everybody has seen it over the months.
Can we have Natu
we will
Natu?
make yours as famous as the Oscar Natu Natu. I promise.
No, look.
Can we have the Natu Natu, please?
No,
Rajdeep,
we'll do it two ways. We'll do
Okay.
this two ways. I'll teach you my dance
Yeah.
moves, but off stage. On stage, we'll do Natu Natu, since that is the rage of the moment. Now, once you do my dance move, this audience won't be here anymore.
Let's find
No,
out.
no,
Shusha.
we'll see that. Can we hear for, is anybody want to see this? Yes, Rajdeep ji, come on. How's it?
So I think we start with Rajdeep teaching the master.
Yes, and then I will teach him the second.
The dance move,
Rajdeep, we're taking your mic away so that you start dancing.
No, the dance move that I do is strictly Bambaya, where, the
Okay.
thing, it's all on on
Okay,
the,
sir, let's
He
hold
can
that.
be Bombaya, no problem. Can we get some music, please? Play to Natu Natu.
Okay, basically, if you do your knees in this way, we used to call it in Bombay, we call it the bhajia dance, because you're doing your bhajias this way. So basically, you're doing
So
this.
that's what I did after every take of this song. My knees are wobbling.
So let me see if you
let
can
me
do
see
the
how
bhajia
you do
dance. Basically, you have to keep your knees wobbling.
Five, 6, 7, 8. That's it.
What? Do it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, we'll try.
Okay.
Can we have
That's
the music,
the
please?
simpler version.
First of all, because he's doing it impromptu for us. The worry is that because this song has become so big, wherever you go, they're going to ask, Ramcharan ji, forget about all the earlier films, bas Natu Natu karo. You'll almost be like Gabbar Singh. Amjad Khan was with Gabbar Singh. Everyone said, Are oh Samba.
So why not, sir? For them, for showing us so much love, I'll keep doing it for them.
So Natu Natu is always going to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You don't mind that as your signature
Not at
tune?
all. It is my tribute back to them.
Can I add then one final request?
Yes, ma'am.
We have some suspenders for you and for
Oh.
Ram Charan to add to the very famous suspended dance. I'm just going to quickly get
I know what you're doing. Wait. I think we have seen Natu Natu. I think everybody has seen, and we've done it enough. And
What is
I
the
think
suspender?
just turn on the YouTube.
At least Rajdeep said you with the suspenders. Come on.
See.
No.
I request you not to. I request you. This is one difficult step, sir. Even मेरे को भी याद नहीं है अभी. मैं वापस have to go back to my dance rehearsals. I swear to God, it takes a lot of, and once you do it, you take it out of your head and say, मेरे को घर जाना है अभी.
वो suspender, I saw those shots
It is
during the film.
very difficult, sir. That one, you should see it. I feel like I'm going back to that bad school day, I don't want to go. That Monday blues I'm getting seeing this.
Okay, now that you Ram Charan escaped that,
Ji.
would you do that hook step for us from NATO?
Which I just did it.
No. Let's go all the way.
Oh,
Let's
man.
go all the way.
See, I mean, if anybody knows it, it'll be nice as
I trained.
You do?
Before.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just the hook step, though.
They know it, I'm going to watch. Come on. Go for it.
Okay, we'll try.
Okay.
Slower than you, of course.
Sure, ma'am. Is this the... Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being such a sport, Ram.
Thank you.
Okay, just to say,
Thank you.
It's been wonderful to have you here.
Thank you, sir.
You've given us a glimpse into your world, your team, your lovely wife. We wish you all the very best in the next few months. I'm sure that's going to be an even bigger day than that Oscar big day. So you've got plenty to look forward to. But you've done us all so proud, and truly the India moment is reflected in 2023 with what RRR has achieved. So thanks very much, Ram Charan, for doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, straight off that plane from Los Angeles, Ram Charan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Mr. Ram Charan, can I please request you to stay on stage for just about a minute while I call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Jha, Director Projects, and Mr. S.S. Rao, Chief General Manager of Power Finance Corporation Limited, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to the superstar. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached to a final session there. We're going to begin that shortly. I really hope you enjoyed Mr. Ram Charan's session, especially a big spot there, doing the Natu Natu for us, which swept the Oscars with the best song. Let me take the opportunity to thank our sponsors. The India Today Conclave in its 20th edition has been presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, powered by Kirloskar, crew presented by Hefel, technology partner Hitachi, conclave partner Hindustan Power Project Group, knowledge partner Reva University, luxury mobility partner BMW India, state partner Uttarakhand, partner TOPS, celebration partner Radico Khaitan, social innovation partner NEC Corporation India, industry partner REC Limited, banking partner SBI, life insurance partner Life Insurance Corporation of India, bespoke partner Damilano. We do hope you're tweeting. To tweet with the hashtag India Today Conclave. And as you all know, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, our gala session is Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Minister of Home Affairs and Cooperation. He's going to be with us shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our final gala session of the evening, the architect of 2024, the man with the blueprint. You don't call him Chanakya for anything, but to take it from here, I will call upon stage our session's moderator, my colleague Sudhir Chaudhary, consulting editor, India Today, to come up on stage and take it from here.
नमस्कार, a very good evening to all of you. और जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, इस समय मैं आगे बढ़ूं उससे पहले आपको ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि आप सब लोग अपनी कुर्सी की पेटियां ठीक से बांध लीजिए, क्योंकि मौसम बदलने वाला है। क्योंकि इस समय हमारे साथ देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हैं, इस हॉल में मौजूद हैं और आपको लगातार अपने जवाबों से वो झटके देते रहेंगे। दिस इज़ द मोस्ट अवेटेड इंटरव्यू ऑफ दिस एरा, इस साल का, और मुझे यकीन है कि ये ऐसा इंटरव्यू होगा जो कि एक टर्निंग पॉइंट साबित होगा, क्योंकि आज गृह मंत्री जी अपना ब्लूप्रिंट भी आपके सामने पेश करेंगे। सर, लेकिन आप लोगों को ये जो अनुभव मिल रहा है यहाँ, जो 1 घंटे ये शानदार अनुभव मिलने वाला है, इसकी एक ही फीस है और वो है थोड़ी अच्छी तालियां। अमित जी, आपका एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आपने समय निकाला, हम सब आपके लिए उसके लिए आभारी हैं। सेशन का जो नाम है आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ 2024, द मैन विद द ब्लूप्रिंट, तो हम उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि आप कोई ब्लूप्रिंट लेकर आएंगे।
ब्लूप्रिंट तो होता ही है, मगर इंटरव्यू में कोई, मैं नहीं मानता कोई भी राजनीति में काम करने वाला व्यक्ति या नेता अपना ब्लूप्रिंट इतने सार्वजनिक रूप से सबके सामने रखेगा। आप निकलवाने का जरा प्रयास करिए।
मैं कोशिश करता हूँ, आई विल ट्राई। तो जैसा कि हमने सेशन का नाम रखा था और दिस इज़ द मोमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे यही जानना चाहूँगा कि 2014 से और अब हम 2023 में आ गए, एक नई व्यवस्था आप लेकर आए। जब आप सत्ता में आए, आपकी विचारधारा अलग थी। आपका विजन ऑफ इंडिया वो बाकी लोगों से कैसे अलग है, और ये जो समय अभी आपको 9 साल का मिला है, इसमें आप कितना बदलाव ला पाए?
देखिए, आप थोड़े बैकग्राउंड में जाएंगे तो मेरी पार्टी का विज़न बहुत स्पष्ट है। मेरी पार्टी जब से बनी तब से, और ये 10 साल की, अगर 9 साल की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से मेरी पार्टी की विचारधारा के आधार पर और हमारे नेता मोदी जी के तय किए हुए लक्ष्यों के आधार पर चल रही है। जहाँ तक विजन का सवाल है, हम शुरू से राजनीति में मानते आए हैं कि ये देश एक अलग प्रकार का देश है। ये देश बहुत पुराना देश है, हमारा गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है और इस देश की नीतियाँ इस देश की स्थानीय परिस्थिति के आधार पर बननी चाहिए, न कि 2-3 करोड़ की आबादी वाले देशों से एडॉप्ट की हुई नीतियाँ हो सकती हैं। और दूसरा, हम मानते हैं कि जिस प्रकार का भारत के अंदर पोटेंशियल पड़ा हुआ है, हमारे देश के भूभाग में, हमारे देश की जनता में और विशेषकर देश के युवाओं में, हम सब ने लक्ष्य रखना चाहिए कि जब आज़ादी की शताब्दी हो तब हर क्षेत्र के अंदर भारत दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम हो। यही नीति लेकर हम चल रहे हैं और इसी के लिए हर क्षेत्र में हम काम कर रहे हैं।
अमित जी, आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ 2024, सबसे बड़ा सवाल आज सबके मन में जो है वो ये कि अगले साल जो चुनाव होगा लोकसभा का, अब उसमें क्या होने वाला है? अगले साल से इस देश को कौन चलाएगा? आप ही चलाते रहेंगे या कोई बदलाव आएगा? और आप भी चलाएंगे तो क्या इसी स्वरूप में या किसी और फॉर्मूले के तहत?
देखिए, जहाँ तक चुनाव का सवाल है 2024 का, इतने बड़े देश में देश की जनता जब तय करती है कि देश का अगला प्रधानमंत्री कौन होगा, किस पार्टी की सरकार होगी, तब उसका आकलन जनता ही कर सकती है। परंतु मैं देश के हर हिस्से में जाता हूं और मैं मानता भी हूं और प्रयास भी करता हूं कि मेरा घनिष्ठ संपर्क जनता के साथ रहना चाहिए। मैं जनता की नब्ज को टटोल कर आपको एक बात आपकी चैनल के माध्यम से सबको बताना चाहता हूं कि आने वाले चुनाव में फिर से एक बार पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है और मोदी जी तीसरी टर्म के लिए प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले हैं। और आज़ादी के बाद का जो शुरुआती समय था, उसके बाद पहली बार एक महीने में 70 के बाद पहली बार कोई प्रधानमंत्री 3 बार पूर्ण टर्म के लिए चुनकर आएगा और पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ चुनकर आएगा।
जैसा आपने कहा, अगर जो आप कह रहे हैं सही हो जाता है तो ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी
आप सही मानकर चलिए, आगे का सवाल पूछो।
3 टर्म लगातार बैक टू बैक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को मिलेंगे, आपको मिलेंगे। इससे पहले जब हम देश के राजनीतिक इतिहास पर नज़र डालते हैं तो नेहरू एरा और इंदिरा गांधी का एरा, इन दो को हम एक बेंच मार्किंग हमारे देश में हो गई है कि नेहरू के समय में ये होता था और इंदिरा गांधी के समय में ये होता था। क्या आपको लगता है कि मोदी एरा अब नेहरू और इंदिरा एरा से भी ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो गया है, बेंच मार्किंग में पहले नंबर पर है, और क्या आप उनको अब हमारे देश के महानतम प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर मानेंगे?
देखिए, सभी ने अपने अपने समय में अच्छा काम करने का प्रयास किया है, अपनी अपनी समझ के हिसाब से, अपनी अपनी शक्ति के हिसाब से और अपने अपने समय के हिसाब से, क्योंकि हर समय में अलग अलग चुनौतियाँ होती है, हर व्यक्ति की अलग प्रकार की क्षमताएं होती है, हर व्यक्ति का अलग प्रकार का विजन होता है, मगर सब ने अच्छा प्रयास किया है, ऐसा मैं तो कम से कम मानता हूँ। जहाँ तक मोदी जी का सवाल है, मोदी जी ने भारत के लोगों के अंदर महत्वाकांक्षा को जीवित करने का काम किया है। देश के 60 करोड़ लोग जो कभी स्वप्न नहीं देख पाते थे, वो गरीब लोगों के मन में स्वप्न देखने की आशा का संचार करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हर भारतीय के मन में आज ये सपना निश्चित रूप से खड़ा किया है कि जब आज़ादी की शताब्दी मनाई जाएगी, समग्र विश्व के अंदर भारत सर्वप्रथम होगा और भारत दुनिया में हर क्षेत्र में नेतृत्व कर रहा होगा।
2014 में जब आए तब बदलाव की लहर थी, 2019 में जब आए तो आपने सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात की, गवर्नेंस पर आप आए। 2024 में आपका यूएसपी क्या होगा?
देखिए, यूएसपी वगैरह शब्द आप करते हैं, हमारा एक सालों पुराना एजेंडा है। मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से एक ही नीति पर चलते हैं कि देश के हर भारतीय का भारत के संसाधन पर अधिकार है, और दूसरी बात हर एक के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर लाने का प्रयास करना। मैं एक छोटी सी बात आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। ये जो ऑडियंस है उसमें से काफ़ी लोगों को मालूम होगा, मगर काफ़ी ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको मालूम ही नहीं होगा कि इस देश में 60 करोड़ लोग ऐसे थे जिनके घर में परिवार में एक भी बैंक अकाउंट नहीं था। उनका भारत के अर्थतंत्र के साथ कोई जुड़ाव ही नहीं था। इस देश में 10 करोड़ घर ऐसे थे जहां शौचालय नहीं था, टॉयलेट नहीं था। इस घर में देश में 3 करोड़ घर ऐसे थे कि जहां बिजली ही नहीं थी। इस देश में देश के 60 करोड़ गरीबों के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करने की किसी ने सूद नहीं ली थी। इस देश में 60 करोड़ गरीबों की भूख की किसी ने सूद नहीं ली थी। आज 9 साल के बाद पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं, हर घर में बैंक अकाउंट है, हर घर में बिजली है, हर घर में शौचालय है, हर एक को 5 लाख तक का स्वास्थ्य का बीमा मिला हुआ है, और हर गरीब को प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति माह 5 किलो अनाज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलता है, और हर गरीब के घर में गैस का सिलेंडर भी है। मैं नहीं मानता किसी भी 10 साल में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन देश के अंदर आया होगा, और ये 60 करोड़ लोगों के जीवन में पहली बार अनुभव आया है कि देश की आज़ादी के बाद जो लोकतंत्र आया है वो मेरे लिए है। मैं मानता हूं ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। और एक दृष्टि से देखें तो आज विश्व में कोई भी समस्या हो, विश्व में कोई भी समस्या आज हो, पूरे विश्व के नेता राह देखते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस समस्या के बारे में क्या बोलते हैं। इसका बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। 2014 से 2023 तक में परिवर्तन आया है। विश्व की हर समस्या के समाधान के लिए भारत के दृष्टिकोण को, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण को महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है।
आपको ऐसा लगता है कि ये पिछले 9 साल में, ठीक है आपने विकास किया होगा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आपने बनाया होगा, आर्थिक रूप से भी विकास किया होगा, लेकिन लोगों की जो एक सोच होती है अपने देश के प्रति, अपने एक राष्ट्र के प्रति, अपनी सरकार के प्रति, उस सोच में भी आपको कोई बदलाव दिखाई देता है?
बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है भाई। भारत गौरव का अनुभव हर व्यक्ति कर रहा है। आज़ादी के 75 साल जब होने जा रहे थे, मोदी जी ने हर घर तिरंगा का कार्यक्रम दिया। तिरंगा किसी को खरीदने से मिल नहीं रहा था, और कोई घर भारत में ऐसा नहीं होगा, कोई बिल्डिंग ऐसा नहीं होगा जहां पर आपको तिरंगा नहीं दिखाई पड़ा होगा। ये बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक परिवर्तन। मैं आपको कोरोना की बात कर रहा हूं। जब कोरोना की शुरुआती सुगबुगाहट सुनाई दी गई, देश भर के पंडित ये कह रहे थे, और फिर दुनिया भर के पंडित ये कह रहे थे कि भारत का बहुत बुरा हाल होगा, हमारे स्वास्थ्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का दुनिया में नंबर देने जाए तो बहुत नीचे तक है। सब मानते थे, मगर जब कोरोना समाप्त हुआ तब पूरी दुनिया ने स्वीकार कर लिया कि कोरोना का सामना भारत ने सबसे अच्छे तरीके से किया है। न केवल हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसका R&D कर हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसका एंटीडोट बनाए, ये तो ठीक है, परंतु इसको 130 करोड़ लोगों तक टीकाकरण करना, ये टीकों को पहुंचाना, 17,000 फुट ऊंचाई से लेकर सागर के मध्य में बने हुए छोटे हुए गांव के और लक्षद्वीप के एक अंतिम परिवार तक, और पहुंचाना, टीका देना, और 5 ही सेकंड में इसको मोदी जी की हंसती हुई फोटो के साथ टीका की रिसीट भेज देना, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं मेरा अनुभव बताता हूं। मैं अमेरिका से आए हुए एक मेरे निजी स्वजन को मिला हूं, जिनको बहुत तकलीफ थी यहां आने में। उस वक्त मैंने बोला क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया भाई, इतने चिंतित क्यों हो आप लोग? तो उसने कहा हमारा वैक्सीनेशन तो हो गया है मगर सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिल रहा है। मैंने बोला हमारे यहाँ लगवा देते पहले आकर तो मोबाइल पर आ जाता। आज पूरे देश में बिहार का एक व्यक्ति अगर गुजरात के अंदर श्रमिक है और किसी कारखाने के अंदर वो श्रमिक का काम कर रहा है, उसको अपने हिस्से का 5 किलो चावल या 5 किलो गेहूं गुजरात में चाहिए तो अपने कार्ड से ले लेता है और उसके बाकी के परिवार का बिहार में मिल जाता है। ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर कर जनता तक मोदी जी ने शासन की सुविधाओं को पहुंचाया है। ये बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है। और एक बात आप मान कर चलिएगा, चाहे स्टार्टअप की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे पॉलिसी बनाने की बात कर लीजिए, हर क्षेत्र का मिला जुला आज असर ऐसा है कि इतनी दुनिया भर में स्लोडाउन की चर्चा हो रही है, भारत वो स्लोडाउन से आगे निकल चुका है कोरोना के बाद। ये मोदी जी ने बनाई हुई नीतियों का परिणाम है।
आर्थिक नीतियों पर हम चर्चा करेंगे। अब आपके बारे में बात करते हैं। मोदी जी ने जब भी आपको कोई जिम्मेदारी दी, आपने बहुत अच्छे से निभाई। 2014 के चुनाव में आपने बहुत कमाल का आपका खुद का प्रदर्शन था, जिसकी वजह से आपकी पार्टी को फ़ायदा मिला। आपने यूपी में इतनी सीटें दिलवाई। फिर आप बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष बने, बीजेपी को नई ऊंचाइयों पर आप ले गए, और फिर आप होम मिनिस्टर बने इस देश के। ये 4 साल जो आपके गृह मंत्री के तौर पर रहे हैं, अगर मैं कहूँ कि आप हाउ विल यू रेट योर सेल्फ एज द होम मिनिस्टर?
देखिए, रेटिंग तो जनता ही करती है, और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा साहस कर लो तो आप लोग करते हो। बाकी अधिकार तो जनता का है, चुनाव में जनता बताती रहती है। परंतु मुझे बहुत संतोष है। मैं जब देश का गृह मंत्री बना, तब मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री 2014 में बने, तब से लेकर आज तक 9 साल में कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट और वामपंथी उग्रवाद, ये 3 ऐसे हॉटस्पॉट थे जो बनकर देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा को परेशान कर रहे थे लगभग 4 दशक से, जिसका कोई समाधान नहीं दिखता था। और इन 9 साल में मोदी जी की नीतियों के कारण पीछे मुड़ कर देखते हैं तो आज कश्मीर के अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। एक साल में 1,80,00,000 यात्री कश्मीर को विजिट किए हैं। ये आज तक का सबसे बड़ा रिकॉर्ड। हर प्रकार की हिंसा के अंदर 70% कमी हुई है। आतंकवादियों की रिक्रूटमेंट जो लोकल युवाओं से करते थे, वो लगभग बंद हो गई है। पथराव की घटना आज तक जैसा चैनल हमेशा जो बताता रहता था, आज बता नहीं सकता है। जुलूस भी वहाँ निकलते नहीं हैं। एक प्रकार से आप ऐसा कश्मीर की जनता फील कर रही है कि कश्मीर के अंदर अब सच अर्थ में कानून और व्यवस्था की परिस्थिति अच्छी है, आंतरिक सुरक्षा की परिस्थिति अच्छी है। इसी प्रकार से वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्रों में मैं आज आपके चैनल के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं कि इन 9 साल के प्रयासों के परिणाम स्वरूप झारखंड और बिहार पूर्णतया वामपंथी उग्रवाद से आज मुक्त हो गए। मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उड़ीसा, तेलंगाना और आंध्र प्रदेश भी लगभग मुक्त हो गए। छत्तीसगढ़ के 4 जिलों में वामपंथी उग्रवाद बचा है। मुझे भरोसा है कि इसमें भी हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को काफ़ी सफलता मिलेगी। वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्रों में भी लगभग 65% से ज़्यादा हर क्षेत्र में, हर प्रकार के आंकड़ों में कमी आई है। और इसी प्रकार से नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर 8 राज्यों में ढेर सारे युवाओं ने सरेंडर किया है, हथियार डाले हैं, मेन स्ट्रीम में आए हैं। हमने कई सारे समझौते किए हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 राज्यों के बीच में सीमा के समझौते जब से राज्य बना तब से नहीं होते थे, आज हो रहे हैं। वहाँ पर डेवलपमेंट पहुँच चुका है, विकास पहुँच चुका है, और बाढ़ का नियंत्रण भी हो चुका है, रोड भी बने हैं, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट की सभी राजधानी को रेल और हवाई मार्ग से जोड़ने का काम भी 24 के पहले पूरा हो जाएगा। तो एक प्रकार से तीनों हॉटस्पॉट पर आंतरिक सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से मोदी जी के शासन के 9 साल में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। और ढेर सारी ऐसी चीजें थी, धारा 370, राम जन्मभूमि का मसला, ढेर सारी ऐसी चीज, ट्रिपल तलाक, कोई मानता ही नहीं था कि इसका कोई समाधान संभव है।
निजी तौर पर आपको सबसे ज्यादा संतुष्टि इनमें से क्या करके मिली?
मुझे तो हर चीज की संतुष्टि है भाई। ये तीनों क्षेत्र में जो आज एक प्रकार से नॉर्मल प्रकार से लोग जी रहे हैं, इसका मुझे कम से कम बहुत बड़ा संतोष है और देश की जनता को भी बहुत आनंद भी है और संतोष भी।
देखिए, आपकी इतनी सारी उपलब्धि हैं, अब ये भी एक उपलब्धि हो गई कि अब आज तक पर भी पॉजिटिव कवरेज चलती, ये भी उपलब्धि है आपकी।
भैया ये तो मैं बोल रहा हूं, तो दिखाओगे ना, लाइव है, कैसे रोकोगे? आज तक का कवरेज तो तब हो जब ये तीनों इश्यू पर कोई आप एक स्टोरी 45 मिनट की कर लिए होते मेरे बोलने के पहले। चलो अब कर लेना।
आपने जम्मू कश्मीर की बात की और आपने कहा कि इतने वहाँ पर पर्यटक गए, उन पर्यटकों में राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा भी थे और हमने उनकी तस्वीरें देखी, वो बर्फ़ में खेल रहे हैं और पिकनिक मना रहे हैं। तो लेकिन उन्हें तब भी कश्मीर में कुछ अच्छा नज़र नहीं आया, वो तब भी यही कहते रहे कि कश्मीर में बहुत समस्याएं हैं। तो आपको लगता है उन्हें आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए था, या क्योंकि आपकी वजह से वो इतना अच्छा, दे हैड अ गुड टाइम देयर?
नहीं नहीं, धन्यवाद की मेरी कोई अपेक्षा नहीं है, परंतु मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि उसी लाल चौक में मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी और मोदी जी राष्ट्रध्वज फहराने के लिए गए थे। सेना से घिर कर जाना पड़ा था और हेलीकॉप्टर से पहुंचाना पड़ा था, क्योंकि वहां संभव ही नहीं था। राहुल गांधी कोई भी सिक्योरिटी के बगैर गए। उन्होंने खुद कहा है कि देखिए मैंने लाल चौक में झंडा फहरा दिया। उनको ये मालूम नहीं है आपके समय में नहीं फहरा सकते थे, आज फहरा सकते हो, ये मोदी जी के कारण हुआ है।
अमित जी, अब आज के संदर्भ में बात करते हैं। इस समय जब हम और आप बात कर रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल रही है, आप देश के गृह मंत्री हैं, आपकी सरकार के पास पूरी मेजॉरिटी है और दो मुद्दे हैं। आप कहते हैं राहुल गांधी की माफ़ी होनी चाहिए और विपक्ष कहता है कि अडानी पर जेपीसी होना चाहिए। तो पार्लियामेंट चलेगी या नहीं चलेगी?
देखिए, किसी भी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में पार्लियामेंट अकेला सत्ता पक्ष या अकेला विपक्ष नहीं चला सकता, दोनों के बीच में संवाद होना चाहिए। मैं इस बार जो विवाद हुआ है इसको बारीकी से देख रहा हूं, पार्लियामेंट में ही पूरा दिन देर रात तक बैठता हूं। हमारे इनिशिएटिव की बात भी उस ओर से कोई चर्चा का प्रस्ताव भी नहीं आता है। बात किसके करें? बात मीडिया में कर रहे हैं। अब स्लोगन लाए कि पार्लियामेंट में फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच हो। पार्लियामेंट में फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है ही भाई, आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकता, मगर पार्लियामेंट में फ्री स्टाइल नहीं बोल सकते, रूल्स के हिसाब से बोलना पड़ता है, रूल्स को पढ़ना पड़ता है, रूल्स को समझना पड़ता है, अध्ययन करना पड़ता है, बाद में रूल्स के हिसाब से पार्लियामेंट में डिबेट होती है। जैसे रोड पर बोलते हैं ऐसे पार्लियामेंट में नहीं बोल सकते। अब इतने बेसिक कंसेप्ट ही अगर क्लियर नहीं तो हम भी क्या कर सकते? पार्लियामेंट चलाने के एक नियम बने और वो हमने नहीं बनाए हैं, उनकी दादी के पिताजी के समय से चल रहे हैं। वो भी इसी रूल्स के तहत चर्चा करते थे, हम भी इसी रूल्स के तहत चर्चा करते। ना नियम समझना ना कुछ करना, और फिर कहते हैं कि बोलने नहीं देते। ऐसा नहीं होता है भाई, कभी भी कोई भी खड़ा होकर नहीं बोल सकता। इसके नियम बने हुए, इसकी एक पुस्तिका है जो सालों पुरानी है, जिसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है। मैं दो उदाहरण आपके माध्यम से देश की जनता के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। एक, इंदिरा जी गई थी इमरजेंसी के बाद इंग्लैंड में, और उस वक्त शाह कमीशन बन चुका था। इंदिरा जी को कुछ दिन के लिए जेल में ले जाने का भी प्रयास हुआ था, और उस पर किसी पत्रकार ने इंग्लैंड में पूछ लिया कि आपका देश कैसे चल रहा है। तो उसने कहा वी हैव सम इश्यू, मगर मैं यहां नहीं बताऊंगी, मेरा देश अच्छा चल रहा है। और विदेश में आकर मेरे देश के खिलाफ मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी, यहां आकर मैं इंडियन हूं। एक दूसरा, अटल जी विपक्ष में थे और कश्मीर पर यूएन में चर्चा होनी थी, सरकार कांग्रेस की थी। पहली बार आज तक के इतिहास में और अंतिम बार हुआ है कि भारतीय दल का नेतृत्व किसी मंत्री ने नहीं किया था, विपक्ष के नेता अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने किया था, क्योंकि ये कश्मीर पर चर्चा थी।
जी,
ये जो भरोसा होता है, कुछ इश्यू ऐसे होते हैं जो राजनीति के ऊपर होते हैं। मैं मानता हूं सबने ये परंपराओं का पालन करना चाहिए। और हम ना उनकी पर टिप्पणी करें ना उनके उद्गारों पर टिप्पणी करें। भारत की विदेश में जाकर बुराई करनी चाहिए या नहीं करनी चाहिए, किसी और देश की संसद में जाकर बुराई करनी चाहिए या नहीं करनी चाहिए, इस बात पर हमारा टिप्पणी है। और मैं मानता हूं कांग्रेस ने देश को कभी ना कभी इसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
पर आप माफी पर बिल्कुल अड़े नहीं है कि माफी मांगनी ही पड़ेगी।
भाई अड़े है नहीं अड़े है, आप स्पीकर नहीं हो। मैंने कहा कि स्पीकर के सामने बैठकर दोनों पार्टियां चर्चा करें, 2 कदम वो आगे आए 2 कदम हम आगे आए, संसद चलने लगेगी। मगर सिर्फ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करना और एक्शन में कुछ नहीं करना, ऐसे नहीं होता है।
अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी ये भी कह रही थी कल की शेर आ गया पार्लियामेंट में, इस तरह की बातें अब हो रही हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कल कहा जब वो पार्लियामेंट आए कि शेर आया, संसद में शेर आया। तो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल गांधी की छवि पर भी बहुत एक काम हो रहा है? पहले उनको तपस्वी कहा गया, फिर अब जब वापस आए तो कहा गया कि अब शेर आ गया है पार्लियामेंट में, अब फिर शेर आने के बाद वो कह रहे हैं कि पूरी मोदी सरकार मुझसे डर गई है।
देखिए, जनता बहुत मुहिम तरीके से सारी चीजें देखती है। ये पूरी तपस्या के बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 3 चुनाव हुए, तीनों चुनाव हार गए, कहीं कुछ नहीं आया। एक भी जगह 5 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस नहीं कर पाए और तीनों उनके स्टेट थे। ये पूरी तपस्या के बाद हुआ है।
अब इस सवाल के दूसरे भाग पर आते हैं और वो भाग ये है कि लगातार गौतम अडानी के मुद्दे पर सरकार पर हमला हो रहा है और जेपीसी की मांग हो रही है। ये कहा जा रहा है कि मोदी सरकार ने गौतम अडानी की बहुत मदद की है। उस पर अभी तक देश ने आपका पक्ष नहीं सुना है और आज मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है और ये मंच है जहां आप बता सकते हैं लोगों को।
नहीं, मैं बड़ी स्पष्ट, हमें कोई कंफ्यूजन ही नहीं है इसमें। देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक चीज का संज्ञान लिया, एक कमेटी बनाई है, 2 रिटायर्ड जजों की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनाई। उसके सामने सभी लोगों के पास जो तथ्य है वो रखने चाहिए, किसी को नहीं बख्शना चाहिए अगर कुछ गलत हुआ है तो, और वो न्यायिक प्रक्रिया पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए। उसके बाद में भी अगर लगे रिपोर्ट ठीक नहीं है तो जरूर उठाना चाहिए। ये प्रक्रिया को आप फॉलो नहीं करोगे और आपको लगता है कि ऐसे मुद्दे को उठाकर देश को गुमराह कर दोगे, ऐसे कुछ नहीं होता है। जनता भली भांति जानती है, आरोप तब चिपकते हैं कि व्यक्ति का कंडक्ट, पास्ट का जीवन उस आरोप के अनुरूप हो। इस तरह से आरोप नहीं चिपकते हैं।
लेकिन अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसे सुनवाई के योग्य माना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अगर इसे जांच करवाने के योग्य इस मुद्दे को माना, तो आप भी फिर सरकार भी अपनी ओर से कोई जांच करवा सकती थी, सेबी को कह सकती थी।
सेबी, किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सेबी को कहा है, सेबी ने अपने हलफनामे में कहा है, एक मिनट, सेबी ने अपने हलफनामे में कहा है कि हम जांच कर रहे हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि ये जांच एक पैरेलल चल गई, आप भी जांच कर एक रिपोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट को दीजिए। सेबी को कहा ही है और सेबी ने यह भी कहा है कि हम जांच कर रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी को ऐसा लगता है कि ये मुद्दा उठाकर उन्होंने आपकी किसी दुखती रग पर हाथ रख दिया है, ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस है उनको।
देखिए, अब राहुल गांधी के बारे में मैं इतने बड़े मंच पर कोई सार्वजनिक टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता। सबको खुशफहमी में रहने का अधिकार है और रहना चाहिए।
अब अमित जी, एक और जो लगातार विपक्ष का आरोप है वो ये कि ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स जैसी एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है और लगातार विपक्ष के नेताओं को इस पर निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, जब 2017 की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, यूपी का चुनाव था, कांग्रेस की एक बड़ी नेत्री ने कहा कि भ्रष्टाचार हमने किया था तो क्यों कार्यवाही नहीं हो रही है, हम पर सवाल खड़े करे थे। अब हो रही है तो हाय तौबा कर रहे हैं। ये सारी एजेंसियां, कोई एजेंसी कोर्ट के ऊपर नहीं है
जी।
किसी भी नोटिस को भी आप कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर सकते हैं, 1। किसी भी एफआईआर को कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर सकते हैं, 2। और किसी भी चार्जशीट को भी कोर्ट में चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, 3। भाई, कोर्ट में जाने की जगह यहां पर हो हल्ला कर क्या होगा? और मैं देश की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, किसी भी व्यक्ति ने करप्शन किया है, ऐसा अगर किसी भी जांच में एजेंसी के ध्यान में आता है तो एक्शन लेना चाहिए या नहीं लेना चाहिए? और ये सारे लोग जो हाय तौबा कर रहे हैं, इसमें 2 केस छोड़कर सारे केस रजिस्टर्ड उनके टाइम में हुए हैं, हमारे टाइम में नहीं हुए हैं। उन्होंने अपने शासन में जो 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले भ्रष्टाचार किया, उस वक्त सीबीआई में फिलहाल मामला टालने के लिए केस रजिस्टर कराए थे। फिर इसके अंदर धन शोधन का मामला है तो ईडी कर रही है। पहली एफआईआर उनके समय में हुई है, 2 केस छोड़कर, सारे केस में हमने नहीं किया है भैया। और कोर्ट में जाते हुए उनको कौन रोक रहा है? और बहुत हमारी पार्टी में तो कम है, उनकी पार्टी में ढेर सारे अच्छे वकील हैं।
नहीं, पर अभी उनको बेल भी अगर मिलती है तो वो इसको एक जीत की तरह प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं और ये कहते हैं कि भाई देखिए, चाहे वो लालू यादव हो, चाहे सिसोदिया हो, चाहे कविता हो, चाहे शिवसेना के जो नेता हों, सिर्फ कुछ खास लोगों को ही निशाना बनाया जा रहा है, या ममता बनर्जी की पार्टी के जो लोग हों। ठीक है, फिर वो कुछ दिन जेल में रहते हैं, फिर बेल लेके बाहर आ जाते हैं, फिर वैसे ही आपके खिलाफ एक दुष्प्रचार वो करते हैं। तो एक नैरेटिव वॉर भी है।
देखिए, हर चीज को जनता बारीकी से देख रही है और जनता आपका अपना मैंडेट देगी। मैं मेरी पार्टी और मेरी सरकार की ओर से निश्चित रूप से कह रहा हूं, एजेंसियां स्वतंत्र रूप से काम कर रही है, इसमें कोई दखल किसी का नहीं है। और मेरा सभी से ये अनुरोध रहेगा कि आप न्याय के रास्ते का रुख अख्तियार करिए, यही सही रास्ता है।
एक अमित जी, एक बात होती है टाइमिंग। जब हम टाइमिंग की बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारे लोग टाइमिंग, किसी भी एक्शन को टाइमिंग से जोड़ते हैं कि ये फेयर था या नहीं फेयर था। जैसे मान लीजिए बीबीसी ने सरकार के खिलाफ कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखा दी तो कुछ हफ्तों के बाद उनके ऊपर आईटी की कार्रवाई हो गई।
नहीं, मैं तो डॉक्यूमेंट्री के टाइमिंग पर सवाल उठाता हूँ। 2002 की घटना 2023 में चुनाव के अगले साल दिखाने का क्या मतलब है? भाई बताओ, कोई मतलब है? ये पूरी घटना 2002 की है। चुनाव है 2024 में, आप 2023 में देखा, तो आप इसके टाइमिंग की क्यों बात नहीं कर रहे हो भाई? और जहां तक ये इनकम टैक्स के टाइमिंग की बात है, मैंने भी पूछा किसी को, ये 3 साल से इनके साथ कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस हो रहा है। अब कोई अपने आप को कानून से ऊपर मानेगा तो कोई नहीं है कानून के ऊपर, सबने कानून के हिसाब से चलना पड़ेगा और आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा।
पर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि एक नैरेटिव वॉर है और ये एक लड़ाई चल रही है जिसमें एक तरफ मान लीजिए बीबीसी भी हो सकता है, पश्चिमी मीडिया हो सकता है, जिनको आप अर्बन नक्सल कह सकते हैं, लिबरल्स हो सकते हैं। वो आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ, मान लीजिए अर्थव्यवस्था है, G20 है, उनको ना G20 अच्छा लगता है, ना आपकी जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट उनको अच्छी लगती है, ना विश्व में आपका जो मान सम्मान हो रहा है वो उनको अच्छा लगता है। एक नैरेटिव ये बनता है कि देश में बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही है, महंगाई बढ़ रही है, अर्थव्यवस्था डूब रही है।
देखिए, मैं नहीं मानता देश में कोई भी अर्थशास्त्री ऐसा कहता होगा कि विश्व भर की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं की तुलना में हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था 1 मार्क भी नीचे है, कोई नहीं कहता है। अब किसी का चश्मा ही अगर पीला है तो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। और नैरेटिव उनके करने से सेट नहीं होता। ये तो 2002 से मोदी जी के पीछे पड़े हैं, 2000 की साल से इनका नैरेटिव चलता। तो ना मोदी जी मुख्यमंत्री के नाते 3 बार 4 बार चुनकर आते, ना 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री के नाते चुनकर आते। नैरेटिव देश की जनता तय करती है। डेमोक्रेसी में जनता सब चीज़ों को देखती है, इवेल्युएट भी करती है और उसको जवाब भी मतदान के अंदर देती है।
मैं जब आपके इंटरव्यू की तैयारी कर रहा था तो मैंने एआई की थोड़ी मदद ली और मैंने सोचा कि मैं एआई से भी कुछ सुझाव लेता हूँ। तो मैंने उसमें एक टॉपिक भरा, इंडियाज़ मोमेंट, ये भारत का पल है, इस पर कुछ लिख कर दें। तो एआई ने शुरू में तो अच्छी चीज़ें लिख के दी कि ठीक है भारत बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, और आखिर में उसने लिखा कि भारत में बहुत डिविसिव पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है, भारत में सिविल सोसाइटी में बहुत डिवीज़न हो रहा है, भारत में ह्यूमन राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है। कहने का मेरा मतलब ये है कि पहले ये पश्चिमी मीडिया में आया, फिर इंटरनेट में आया और अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में एम्बेडेड हो गया है। तो ये एक अलग तरह का एक वॉर एक अलग लेवल पे चला गया है, और इसके लिए आपको लगता है और अभी समय लगेगा इससे निपटने के लिए, या आपने क्या सोचा है, कैसे इससे आप?
देखिए, हमने तो हमारा रणनीति स्पष्ट है। हम सच्चे मन से देश के विकास के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हम सच्चे मन से देश के गरीब के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, और हम सच्चे मन से भारत को महान बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। नैरेटिव बिल्टअप करना आप लोगों का काम है, और वो नैरेटिव सच्चा है या झूठा है वो तय करना जनता का काम है। दोनों लोग अपना अपना काम करते रहिए। हमें जितनी भी शक्ति ईश्वर ने दी है वो भारत को महान बनाने के लिए लगा रहे हैं।
अमित जी, इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी में आप अपने सामने अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या मानते हैं? एक पाकिस्तान का फ्रंट है, एक चीन का फ्रंट है, एक 2.5 फ्रंट, हम अपने देश का भी फ्रंट की बात करते हैं, और अभी अलग अलग जो रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं, अभी मैं एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था सिप्री की, जो ये कहती है कि हमारे सारे जो पड़ोसी देश हैं सब के सब चीन से हथियार खरीद रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान 77% खरीद रहा है, बांग्लादेश 74% खरीद रहा है, श्रीलंका भी खरीद रहा है। तो हम चारों तरफ से मेड इन चाइना हथियारों से घिरे हुए हैं, और ऐसे में क्योंकि इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है, आप इन बातों को कितनी बड़ी चुनौती मानते हैं?
देखिए, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता से आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज भारत आज़ादी के बाद इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के मामले में और एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी के मामले में आज़ादी के बाद अगर सबसे ज़्यादा सुरक्षित है तो वो आज है, क्योंकि हमारी नीतियाँ स्पष्ट है। दुनिया में कोई भी भारत की सीमा और सेना इसके साथ छेड़खानी नहीं कर सकता है। मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के पहले हमारी कोई रक्षा नीति ही नहीं थी। रक्षा नीति विदेश नीति का एक छोटा सा चैप्टर बनकर रह गई थी। आज हमारी दोनों पॉलिसी स्पष्ट है। हम पूरी दुनिया से दोस्ती चाहते हैं, किसी से झगड़ा नहीं चाहते हैं, परंतु हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर किसी का दखल सहन नहीं करेंगे। पहले आए दिन पाकिस्तान से घुसपैठ होती थी, अनेक सारी घटनाएं होती थी। एक बार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक करने के बाद किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है कि भारत की सीमाओं के अंदर किसी भी प्रकार की छेड़खानी कर सके। और ये दो घटनाओं के बाद पूरी दुनिया में संदेश गया है कि अमेरिका और इजराइल के बाद एक तीसरा देश भारत ऐसा है जिसके साथ छेड़खानी नहीं करनी चाहिए।
G20 अब हमारे देश में होने जा रहा है, और हम सुपर पावर बनने का सपना देखते हैं, लेकिन आप देखेंगे कि जो सुपर पावर बने जितनी भी देश,
सुपर पावर शब्द ठीक नहीं है, ना हम एक कंसेप्ट में विचार करते हैं। हम हमारे देश को आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं, और हम मानते हैं कि समाज जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में भारत विश्व में सबसे आगे हो। भारत कभी भी सुपर पावर बनने की ना सोच सकता है, ना सोचना चाहिए। ना ये हमारे देश का कल्चर है, ना हमारे देश का लक्ष्य हो सकता है।
लेकिन दोस्ती के आधार पर भी, मैत्री के आधार पर भी आप मजबूत हो सकते हैं, ये आपका कॉन्सेप्ट है?
जी जरूर।
G20 से हमारे देश के लोगों को कितना फायदा होगा, ये एक हमारे देश के लोग पूछते रहते हैं बार बार।
देखिए, हमारे देश में ढेर सारा परिवर्तन हुआ है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हुआ है। सुविधाओं को हर एक व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाने के लिए आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हुआ है। स्टार्टअप, आज दुनिया अचंभित होकर भारत के स्टार्टअप को देख रही है। R&D में हमारे यहाँ आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हो रहा है। हर क्षेत्र की पॉलिसियाँ हमने नई बनाई, चाहे अंतरिक्ष हो, चाहे ड्रोन हो, चाहे खदानों का कॉमर्शियल उपयोग हो, हर क्षेत्र की। PLI के कारण बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ रहा है, और हम सब लोग मान रहे हैं कि हम दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक है। ये सब लोग मान रहे हैं। G20 एक ऐसा मौका है कि भारत में जो परिवर्तन हुआ है ये पूरी दुनिया देखे। और पहली G20 की मीटिंग बहुत बड़े समय के बाद, शायद कभी नहीं हुई ऐसी है, जिसमें G20 की सीरीज ऑफ मीटिंग 59 शहरों में हो रही, 59 सिटीज में हो रही। एक भी राज्य, एक भी संघ शासित प्रदेश ऐसा नहीं है जहां G20 की कोई ना कोई मीटिंग नहीं होगी। तो दुनिया से 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोग जो आएंगे वो हर राज्य में जाएंगे। हमारी संस्कृति की जो विविधता है, हमारी खान पान की विविधता है, हमारी जो अतिथि देवो भव का कंसेप्ट है, हमारा वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का कंसेप्ट है, इसको ये फील कर जाएंगे और भारत की संस्कृति, नए भारत की कल्पना और भारत के अचीवमेंट तीनों को लेकर वो जाएंगे। मैं मानता हूं हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा मौका है और मोदी जी ने इसको बहुत अच्छे तरीके से प्लान कर भारत का दुनिया को परिचय कराने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है। और जो लोग यहाँ आएंगे और यहाँ से जाएंगे वो सारे लोग भारत की सुगंध लेकर जाएंगे।
मैं वापस 2024 पर आता हूँ। आप 2024 के लिए, लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए अपना सबसे प्रमुख प्रतिद्वंदी किसको मानते हैं? आप कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की बात करते थे, अब कांग्रेस से मुक्त आप कर पाए भारत को या नहीं कर पाए, या फिर क्षेत्रीय दलों को आप अपना सबसे बड़ा प्रतिद्वंदी मानते हैं?
देखिए, अभी तो जो चित्र देख रहा है, हर राज्य में हमारी स्पर्धा किसी न किसी अलग अलग दल से होगी, ऐसी स्थिति दिखाई पड़ती है। मगर स्पर्धा तो है ही, लोकतंत्र में सभी लोग चुनाव लड़ते हैं, अपनी अपनी बात को, अपने अपने विचारों को, अपने अपने बैकग्राउंड के साथ रखते हैं और जनता फैसला करती है।
पर बीजेपी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड अगर आप देखें तो आप कांग्रेस से जब लड़ते हैं तो आसानी से जीतते हैं, लेकिन जब क्षेत्रीय दल से आप लड़ते हैं तब थोड़ी परेशानी होती है।
ऐसा नहीं है, यूपी में हम 4 चुनाव सपा बसपा से लड़कर जीते।
ये उत्तर
आरजेडी को कई बार हमने बिहार में हराया है, कई बार हराया है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हम क्षेत्रीय दलों से ही लड़कर जीते हैं।
अभी हम रामचरण के साथ बैठे हुए थे, आपने भी देखा, और जब ये ऑस्कर अवार्ड मिले भारत को तो इसमें भी नॉर्थ साउथ डिवाइड करने की कोशिश हुई। बहुत सारे लोगों ने कहा, खड़गे जी ने भी पार्लियामेंट में कहा कि ये साउथ इंडिया ने जो है ये 2 ऑस्कर अवार्ड भारत को दिलवाए हैं। तो ये एक लगातार एक कोशिश है नॉर्थ और साउथ डिवाइड की। आपको लगता है
भारत को ऑस्कर जो भी दिलाता है इसका गौरव होना चाहिए, जो भी दिलाए, कोई भी भारतीय दिलाए, इसका हमें गौरव होना चाहिए और हमें गौरव है। परंतु ये नॉर्थ साउथ का जो डिवाइड देख रहे हैं ना, वो डिवाइड नॉर्थ साउथ का नहीं है। मैं भी फिल्में बड़े शौक से देखता हूँ, कुछ फिल्में भी अभी साउथ की बहुत चल गई, मैंने भी इसको ध्यान से एनालिसिस किया है। जिन फिल्मों में भारतीय परंपरा, भारतीय संस्कृति और भारतीयता थी, वो फिल्मों को ज्यादा स्वीकृति मिली है। भारत बदल रहा है सुधीर जी।
बिल्कुल। और अगर आप ये RRR की भी बात करें तो यहाँ पर भी, लेकिन आपको ऐसा लगता है कि बॉलीवुड, जब फिल्मों की बात हो ही रही है, दक्षिण भारत की फिल्में हमारी परंपरा संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ा रही है? देखते हैं हम।
कोई भी बढ़ा सकता है भाई, इसको आप दक्षिण उत्तर न करिए। जो बढ़ाता है उसको जनता पसंद करती है।
लेकिन बॉलीवुड इसमें आपको लगता है थोड़ा पीछे है?
ना जी, मैं ऐसी कोई टिप्पणी करने यहाँ नहीं आया हूँ। मैं इतना कहना आया हूँ कि जनता का टेस्ट बदल रहा है और टेस्ट को सफलता के लिए सबने मैच करना चाहिए।
आप फिल्में देखते हैं? और हाउ ऑफन यू वॉच फिल्म्स?
नहीं, मैं बड़े इंटरेस्ट के साथ फिल्में देखता हूँ।
इसलिए मैंने आपसे सवाल पूछा कि आपकी जो छवि है वो बहुत ही सख्त प्रशासक की छवि है कि
ऐसा लचर प्रशासक होना चाहिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
नहीं, मतलब आपकी जो पर्सनैलिटी है वो ऐसी है कि भाई बहुत गुस्से वाले होंगे और हर समय क्रोध में रहते होंगे, बुरा मान जाते होंगे, और एक सॉफ्ट साइड ऑफ योर पर्सनैलिटी वो बहुत लोगों के सामने अभी तक नहीं आया है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, काफ़ी लोग जानते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। ऐसा कर आप सॉफ्ट पर्सनालिटी का इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का प्रयास मत करिए। मैं जैसा हूँ जनता मुझे अच्छे से जानती है। मेरे सार्वजनिक जीवन में विधायक और सांसद के नाते 30 साल पूरा होना आ गया, तो ये बहुत लंबा समय है। बार बार जनता मुझे अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है, तो जानती ही होगी।
आप अमित जी खुद एक नॉन पॉलिटिकल परिवार से आते हैं। आपको पॉलिटिक्स का शौक था, आप पॉलिटिक्स में कैसे आए?
देखिए, ये सवाल आप इसलिए पूछ रहे हो कि आप पॉलिटिक्स को सत्ता के साथ जोड़कर दिख रहे हो। मेरे जैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हजारों कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए देश का वातावरण ऐसा है कि मेरी बात काफ़ी लोग साहजिकता से नहीं लेंगे, सरलता से नहीं लेंगे। इसको बोलने की खातिर बोला गया वाक्य भी मानेंगे, मगर मैं दृढ़ता से बोलना चाहता हूं, मेरे जैसे हजारों कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी में है जो भारत के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में है, और मैं भी उसमें से एक कार्यकर्ता हूं।
मोदी जी के लिए जो लगातार बातें होती हैं, इस बार बात कही जा रही है कि कब्र खुद देंगे, पहले मौत का सौदागर, चौकीदार चोर है, वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब होता है। इस बार फिर से चुनाव से पहले इस तरह की बातें हो रही हैं। आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जब खड़गे साहब कहते हैं कि ये 10 सिर वाला रावण है, और फिर वही आपको पार्लियामेंट में भी मिलते हैं और फिर आपके साथ बैठ के, प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बैठ के बाजरे की खिचड़ी भी खाते हैं, तो जब इस तरह के आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगते हैं तो क्या ये पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप को भी खराब करता है, या कभी आप इस बारे में बुरा नहीं मानते?
नहीं भाई, सब अपने अपने विचारों के अनुसार बोलते हैं, मगर परंतु जो इस प्रकार के उद्गार करते हैं, मैं इसका एक अलग एनालिसिस किया है। सोनिया गांधी जी से लेकर एक कब्र खुदने वाला या मोदी तुम मर जाओ वाला जो नारे लगाए हैं आप पार्टी के लोगों ने, इस सारे नारों के बाद मोदी जी ज्यादा मजबूत होकर बाहर आए, क्योंकि किसी के कहने से कुछ नहीं होता है। लोकतंत्र में जनता ही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, जनता का ही अभिप्राय होता है।
हाउ इज योर इक्वेशन विद गांधी फैमिली? जब आप कभी पार्लियामेंट में एक दूसरे को क्रॉस करते हैं या किसी सार्वजनिक मंच पर कभी मिलते हैं, तो आपका रिलेशनशिप कैसा है?
नहीं भाई, मेरा रिलेशनशिप कैसा होगा? जैसा सामने वाले का मेरे साथ होगा, ऐसा मेरा उनके साथ होगा।
तो उल्टा कर देते हो, उनका कैसा है?
देखिए, मेरा कोई ऐसा व्यक्तिगत संबंध किसी गांधी परिवार के सदस्य से नहीं है। राजनीति में जो औपचारिक संबंध होते हैं वो है, वो एक और पार्टी के नेता है, मैं मेरी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, तो दोनों अपनी अपनी पार्टी का काम करते हैं।
अमित जी, पिछली बार 303 सीटें मिली थी, इस बार आपका आकलन अपना क्या है? और अगर 303 भी आपको लेनी भी हैं तो इस बार आपको शायद साउथ, दक्षिण भारत से और ज़्यादा सीटें लेनी पड़ेंगी। आपने कुछ, आप आर्किटेक्ट हैं, ब्लूप्रिंट आपने बनाया होगा, कुछ शेयर कर सकते हैं?
मैं इतना कह सकता हूं, एरिया आप छोड़ दीजिए हम लोगों पर, परंतु इतना निश्चित कहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए दोनों की सीटों में बढ़ोतरी होगी, कमी कहीं पर भी नहीं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि 303 से भी ऊपर जाएंगे?
जी।
कश्मीर में इस साल आपको लगता है कि लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले आप कश्मीर में चुनाव करा सकते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में?
सुधीर जी, साच अर्थ में चुनाव कराने का काम चुनाव आयोग का है, तो आपने गलत जगह पे सवाल पूछ लिया है।
नहीं, पर आपका अपना भी तो एक आकलन होगा कि क्या
चुनाव आयोग जब भी कहेगा, जब भी उनकी तैयारी पूरी होगी, वो चुनाव हो जाएगा।
क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन आपके हाथ में है, इसलिए मैंने आपसे पूछा।
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग जब उनकी तैयारी पूरी होगी तब गृह मंत्रालय से रिपोर्ट मांगेगा, हम तुरंत ही रिपोर्ट भेज देंगे, और ये रिपोर्ट जनरेट नहीं हो सकती है क्योंकि अब सारे पुलिस स्टेशन ऑनलाइन है, सारे आंकड़े ऑनलाइन है, एनसीआरबी में हर पल के हिसाब से सारी एफआईआर दर्ज हो जाती, मतलब काउंट हो जाती है, तो आंकड़े तो कोई जनरेट कर नहीं सकता। जब भी वो रिपोर्ट मांगेंगे हम रिपोर्ट दे देंगे।
हमारा समय अब समाप्त हो रहा है, तो लास्ट में एक दो सवाल आपसे और करता हूं। कैबिनेट रिशफल की बड़ी चर्चा हो रही थी अभी हाल ही में कि आप चुनाव से पहले एक बार कुछ फेरबदल करेंगे।
कहाँ चल रही है रिसफलिंग? मोदी जी ने करना है, आप लोग क्यों चर्चा कर रहे हो? जब भी वो करना चाहेंगे हो जाएगा। संविधान ने मोदी जी को जिम्मेदारी दी है कैबिनेट रिसफलिंग की, तो सबने एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन नहीं लेना चाहिए।
नहीं, हम लोगों को बहुत टेंशन हो रही है इस बात की। अमित जी, मैंने एक चीज़ और भी नोट की अभी आपके साथ बैठ के कि आपने कम से कम 20 किलो वजन ज़रूर लूज़ किया होगा, एंड यू आर लुकिंग वेरी फिट टुडे, और टच वुड, ये अच्छी बात है। तो कोई किसी खास तरह का फिटनेस रिजीम आपने अभी फॉलो किया है?
भाई, ऐसा है कि मैंने जो फॉलो किया है दूसरे को बीमार कर देगा। सबने अपने अपने डॉक्टर को पूछकर डॉक्टर की सलाह से करना चाहिए, मगर सबने फिट होना चाहिए।
बट आपने क्या किया, कुछ शेयर करना चाहेंगे आप?
नहीं, मैं एक्सरसाइज भी करता हूँ, खाने पीने पर भी कंट्रोल किया है, योगा करता हूँ, आसन भी करता हूँ।
अगर मैं आपके अपने परिवार की बात करूं तो जब हम जैसे भारतीय संस्कृति की बात कर रहे थे, आपकी जो पोती है, आप देखिए आपके चेहरे पर मुस्कान आ जाता है जब आप उनकी बात करते हैं तो आपने उनको वैदिक स्टडीज़ भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, संस्कृत में भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं और भारतीय संस्कृति की पूरी जानकारी भी आप उस बच्चे को दे रहे हैं।
जी, वो पढ़ रही है।
इसके पीछे क्या सोच है आपकी और आप चाहते हैं कि क्या आपका जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है?
सबने पढ़ना चाहिए, सबने जानना चाहिए। हर क्षेत्र में पढ़ाई से तो फायदा ही होता है। मैं मानता हूं कि हमारे पुराने ग्रंथों में बहुत जीवन के बहुत सारे रहस्य भी छिपे हैं और देश की जानकारी भी छिपी है। देश के कल्चर को समझने लिए शिक्षा बहुत जरूरी है। तो बच्ची पढ़ रही है, अच्छे से पढ़ रही है।
आपके समय में ये 8-9 साल में जुडिशियल ओवररीच के भी कई मामले सामने आए हैं। जैसे मान लीजिए अभी चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर की अपॉइंटमेंट है, उस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कह दिया कि अब इसमें चीफ जस्टिस भी उस पैनल में रहेंगे। आप इस तरह की चीज़ों का स्वागत करते हैं?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं कि संविधान ने सबकी मर्यादाएं करी हैं। मेरी भी मर्यादा है, मैं अदालत पर कोई टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहता, परंतु सब ने अपने अपने दायरे में रहकर करना चाहिए। ये कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है जिसमें अदालत के किसी फैसले पर मैं टिप्पणी कर दूं। परंतु मैं इतना सुनिश्चित मानता हूं कि संविधान ने जो 3 व्यवस्थाएं करी है, तीनों व्यवस्था ने एक दूसरे पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए।
जी, पर ऐसा हो रहा है क्या? क्योंकि हम लॉ मिनिस्टर के भी बयान देखते हैं, हम कई बार ये चीज़ देखते हैं कि जहां ओवरलैपिंग हो रही है।
वो कंसर्न मंत्रालय के मंत्री है, वो बोल सकते हैं। मैं टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहूँगा अदालत पर।
पर क्या आप इसको चैलेंज करना चाहेंगे? क्या आप इसमें
आप सफल नहीं होंगे सुधीर जी। मैं इस पर टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहूँगा।
तो अमित जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि हमारा टाइम अप हो गया है और ब्लूप्रिंट आपने ऐसा कोई ख़ास आज बताया नहीं, पर इंतज़ार रहेगा कि आप देश के सामने ब्लूप्रिंट कभी प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और इतना ज़रूर मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि बहुत सारे सवाल ऐसे थे जो लोग जानना चाहते थे। मैंने कोशिश की कि मैं आपसे पूछूं और आपका पक्ष जो है उन महत्वपूर्ण सवालों पर जो पहले नहीं आया था वो आपका आ सके। एंड आई होप यू एंजॉयड दिस इंटरव्यू।
जी, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we announce dinner. Dinner takes place at Raja Bagh, right outside on the lawns.